Yeah, today Pepe Jack versus Blanks. Blanks, obviously known to a lot of Bingo Brawlers viewers, Season 4 champion of DLC specifically. That was vanilla, however, not randomized weapons, but still, a champion of a season is definitely a pretty big deal here. And Pepe Jack, coming into us from Bingo Club, has played quite a lot of bingo and has been practicing with some of the bingo brawlers as well. Ready to show what he's got on the big stage here. So it's gonna be very, very interesting to see his pretty much debut match, if you will, on the big stage. And I'm hearing that the players are ready. Let's go ahead and move over to the match screen here, see if they're all set. Hopefully the cameras aren't crazy. Pausing and champing. Okay, I see their cameras. Very pog. I see their gameplay. I see Jacks. I don't see Blanks', but I'll fix that in just a second here. Tell me how you feel about these matches so far, Mitch.
I mean, the matches so far, I mean, yesterday we had some ridiculous matches between Chris and CBD, ones that were back and forth. Almost every match at some point looked like it was going exactly the opposite way of the result. I necessarily won't, maybe spoil the full overall result, but that was a wild set of matches to see where it really could have been anyone's game. And so I'm hoping we see something very similar from today's matches. As you mentioned, Pepe Jack hasn't done Bingo Brawlers specifically before, but in Bingo Club, he has done a lot of bingo there. He has teamed up with Nuclear Pasta Tom, and they have gone very far in some of their events. He's even won a solo event before. And in addition to that, he has just always been so helpful and so awesome to the rest of the competitors. In the previous season, he was a practice partner for almost everyone. If you needed somebody to fill in, he would fill in base game, he would fill in DLC. So he's comfortable with both, whereas Blanks has had to learn the base game a little bit more recently. He learned it a little bit last season in the 2v2 format with his partner Nessanetta. They were, at the start thinking about maybe which one was going to go base game, which game DLC. But yeah, he ended up basically being, a good DLC specialist. So we'll see how he deals with the base game, and we'll see if Jack can overcome that experience that Blanks has in the DLC.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I'm setting up the cameras here real quick while the players are getting still set up here. We have currently some classes up. I don't know if you can see those, Mitch, both hovering over the Vagabond class here. Tell me a little bit about that if you can.
Yeah, the Vagabond class here, the reason that a lot of players will start with the Vagabond class, even if it doesn't have the greatest weapons, which, it's got a torch and, a little crystal knife, whatever, is just because it's got some really, really good starting stats. So the starting stats, the things that it has the most of generally is, your vigors, your endurances, your strengths, although it looks like we actually have randomized stats as well for these starting classes. Happens that this Vagabond does have some good starting stats here as well, but not necessarily would have been guaranteed. And I expect that's probably why they're going to go with this starting class. Might also be because those starting weapons are probably wieldable from the start. So if there is an early game rush square that they want, they might go for that. But also, I believe they can see the board and then decide to swap their starting class if they wanted. So if they saw, oh wait, there's no early game squares here, let me pick to the one that's going to get me a little bit more set up for the late game. So right now, even though they're hovering over it, it's not necessarily the thing they're going to pick as they start the game. But yeah, nothing huge here to start with for either of them. They're just kind of looking at this class and it's got pretty good stats, so they might go with it.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go ahead and get this game started. I'm trying to get the camera set up. We'll get that set up during the match here because this is the first day where we have delayed streams, so some of that setup has to be done live, sadly. So I'll get that set up here while the match starts. Let's go ahead and let the players know. Get ready. I was like, we are ready. That's what I was going to say. And I really wonder, what the mentality is. When you start out in a tournament that has double elimination, do you think you're, more relaxed? Because you're like, you know what, even if I do lose today, I have a second chance. I feel like there's a little bit less stress, I guess, on the mind. Or do you think it's very much like, oh, I have to win? Because if I win, I get past some of the maybe other competitors that I really don't want to face.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's got to be at least a little bit more relaxation than a single elimination, but for a lot of competitors, they want to win every single game. I have seen competitors, even in practice matches, that, you lose and you're devastated. So for a lot of our competitors, they take it very, very seriously, regardless of exactly what's on the line. So especially once we get into this, it's, you know, it's all the stress.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And here we go. We're starting. Board is revealed. We currently have killed 3 duo trio bosses as our center square. That's going to be really interesting and see how they're going to deal with that. Besides that, do we see anything else that they could rush here?
I see a Geel with a +0 weapon at the top, slightly towards the right. That's one that you can absolutely rush. You can do that even before getting to Torrent. But if they both go with this Vagabond starting class, I'm not sure they would do that, just because the starting weapons there are just not great for something like a Geel. You don't have pierce damage, which does more damage. You don't have something like Square Off that can stagger a Geel. But definitely something that they could do early. There's also take Raya's Hand to Volcano Manor. That at least doesn't require you to, I don't know, you know, get a fully upgraded weapon or anything like that. That's in the middle, slightly towards the left. And kill the Milicent Invader in Kaled in the bottom left would be pretty good, because you could just do the baboosh and you can just walk her through the rots over and over, and that's a pretty fast one as well. So I would expect to see probably at least one of them go for Milicent to start. They might even just, you know, send that, both of them. And ooh, Jack has found a class with, it looks like the Rotten Great Axe, if I was not mistaken. So that's quite a nice starter. And Blank's looking through ones. Ooh, there is some actually interesting weapons here. Not a lot that's wieldable at the start. Ooh, and Flamberge. Yeah, it's Rotten Great Axe and Flamberge on one of those starting classes. So I really like that. Flamberge, I love great swords. I think they've got a really, really nice moveset. Flamberge as well with bleed on it. You can make it frosty as well, so you can get both frost and bleed on a weapon. It's just really nice with such a nice moveset. But the Rotten Great Axe also not a bad idea. You can even swap between them. You can use Rotten Great Axe, activate the Rot, swap over to the Flamberge, get some bleed, maybe later get some frost. Well, you have to go for the whetstone, so it's not that likely they'll get frost on it, but yeah, really strong setup potentially there. Blank's still thinking about his class though, thinking maybe going with this forked greatsword, which is also a great sword, but
it's got bleed on it too, I believe.
Does the forked one? You might be right. Okay, that's very similar to the Flamberge then. I think the Flamberge might have slightly higher AR, but I think they're pretty similar. So a similar start for both.
Yeah, I think Forked Greatsword and Flamberge are definitely very similar. I don't know if the moveset is different. They are both great swords, I believe, so they can't be that very different. But either way, status is king, as we've always been saying for Bingo, or just in Elden Ring in general. If you're being honest, play casually, status is king. You want just fat damage, frost grease, bleed, whatever. It always helps out. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what they rush here. I do see the Agil +0, but you know what I do see is the Wormface corner square, and I do think that could be something that they could rush as well, because Wormface, even with I believe a +3, okay, let's say hypothetically best case scenario, Omen Killer Cleaver +3 even, right? You can do Wormface so quickly, and that's a really nice, like we talk about board presence, corner square, that's when we can take out very quickly, gets you a little bit of progress as well in Altus here. Really not the worst idea, but killing Milicent I do think is probably one of the more go-to ones for sure. I think that both players are going to be rushing here.
Yeah, I would expect to see both of them probably go for the Milicent Invader, or at least one of them. Wormface is scary to me. I have seen so many practice matches where somebody goes, I can do Wormface early. He doesn't have that much health. And then you get grabbed once and then you die. Or then another enemy comes in and hits you and you get stomped. And it's a scary one. It can be done very early. It is a fast one, but it's a scary one. It's one that I personally would avoid if I were doing something like this, and say, hey, opponent, you go do it. If you get it first try, that's fine. And if it takes you 10 tries, now I'm in the lead.
Right. Yeah, I feel like those are always fun squares. It's like, hey, I'm going to push you into this, but all of a sudden, if it's a really difficult square that the other player does first try, it's like, I fell for your trap, but guess what? Now I am actually in a better position, you know what I mean? So it's always very interesting. That's the Uno
reverse card. It's like, no, now it's mine, yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, it looks like both are exactly doing the exact same thing here, which is going to be running towards the Grace here in Agil Lake South, or North, sorry, to be grabbing Torrent. and maybe seeing a Gil +0 for that, or just holding on to that. Going to be running right afterwards to the Kaled trapped chest, and then doing a Gil right afterwards. Whoever gets sniped, I'm going to say, on Milicent, I think we might see a double race here, like back-to-back. Milicent race into a Gil race. I would not be surprised. Although I could also see whoever gets sniped on Milicent to not go for a Gil because you don't want to get sniped again, and then instead go for a more prep, instead being like, okay, I already lost it on this. Let me maybe focus on something that's maybe a bit farther out, just so that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note is currently they can't even wield their weapons properly. Both of them have that little X over it that you can see. So that means they are going to need some stats to be able to wield it. Milicent as an invader, I don't think gives very much runes to level up, but maybe it's enough to wield it. Who knows? Otherwise, they both, even to just do a +0 square, might have to go pick up a couple runes in order to just wield their weapon to be able to try for a Gil.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Both of them getting their Spectral Steed right now in their pockets and their maps as well. And, yep, we're seeing that Milicent race here. And we're seeing who is going to get this first. Who has the better Milicent strat, if you will. And I don't know, man. This is very much going to come down to the whoever gets a better baboosh, if you will, you know? Kind of crazy.
Jack maybe arriving very slightly earlier than Blanks is, but yeah, it is definitely going to come down to the babooshes. I don't know if there's any like luck involved or if there's a guaranteed cycle to it, but it really is just who can keep her in them better.
All right, she should be spawning here. Jack now getting behind one of the geezers. So is Blanks. And there we go.
Blanks already has her way lower. She's almost dead. She does get the heal off, but just needs one more baboosh for Blanks, and he should have this first.
He might have this.
Pepe Jack.
Blanks has it. There it is.
Got it.
Wow.
It was so close for Jack, too. She was at like 10% health, maybe. It was so close. Oh, just decides to die to get out of the invasion.
And Blanks here not even going to go for a Gil right afterwards. Very nice pickup here from Blanks right away. Getting that by about, I would say, 4 to 5 seconds here. Jack's Milicent sadly kind of stepping away from the geezer and healing instead. Blanks are now rushing forward, take Raya's Hand of Volcano Manor, not going to go for the Agil +0. Let's see what Jack is thinking. Jack going straight to round table, maybe going to do a little bit of weapon shopping, seeing what the options are, and being like, okay, like if I'm going to now try and make up for whatever the hell that early game was, what do we have for options? And what do we see here? We see Stormhawk Axe. Yeah, I saw Helpful Steeple and Stormhawk Axe. That's crazy. So two pretty damn strong weapons here for Bingo, and he's running straight down, doing a weapon check here as well for fist weapons.
Interesting. If I see... Oh, there is the Killer Remembrance boss. Daggers, Claws, or Fists only, so that's what he's checking for. But if I see Helfensteeple, that's a strong choice. I think that probably that's what I would go for in a game like this. You could even go dual wielding. We've seen that sort of meta evolve in other formats like the Deathless Randomizer League, where if you use 2 of the same type of weapon, you can use jumping L1s to hit with both weapons at the same time. Does a lot of posture. You can get build up from both. In this case, if you've got a Flamberge and you've got a Helfensteeple, well, the Helfensteeple can do Frost, the Flamberge can do Bleed. You can just hit him with both. That could be a very, very powerful play.
Very interesting here, by the way, from Jack going straight to Consecrated Snowfield, by the way. Prepping maybe an early Moog here with the Invader.
It could be. That feels, you know, a little greedy to me to try to set up like this, but you know, it's always possible. I'm expecting he's going to pick some stuff up and not necessarily commit to going somewhere. So something like heading into Mogwin, has a lot of money in there. There's like a 50,000 rune or something on the way to Moog, so that is just a ton of money to get, as well as there is a Somber 10 in a chest that you can get. So if he's going for a big setup, there is a lot of very, very powerful stuff in Mogwin.
Yeah, really not a bad idea at all here from Jack. I do like it. It's definitely, if you want to say, longer distance. And there's that tech, by the way, to actually despawn the invader rather than having to kill it or to try and obviously gravity kill it, which you're not allowed to do. with the new rules here. He instead runs just behind the teleporter and despawns Sanjuan Noble and goes and takes that teleporter. Going to be grabbing a lot of money here, like you mentioned, but also that Somber 10 right before Moog. And there it is, Raya's Hand of Volcano Manor. Jack probably expecting that, being like, okay, column 2 here, looking kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Look, if you look at the synergy here, kill a Remembrance Boss with Dagger Claws or Fists only and restore Godric's Great Rune. You can kill Godric with, you know, any fist weapon and then go for that restore, and you immediately have an insane column 2 game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a really, really strong play. If Blanks goes straight for it, he might be expecting that Jack is going to go for it because Jack hasn't marked anything. Blanks doesn't know that he sniped Jack on that that first square. But if Blanks does go for it, I think he has a chance at least of getting there before Jack, because Jack is going for this slightly greedier, potentially setup play. So we might end up with a race on that, with both of them seeing, hey, that's really good synergy there that you can get. And if Blanks gets it, then Jack is forced into 4 Everjails. It's not the slowest square to be forced into. You wouldn't be like, you know, devastated. It's not game losing, but you'd rather not be forced into any square. You'd rather have the freedom and flexibility to go and set up your own threats rather than just be behind and trying to put out fires.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this plays out because, yeah, as of right now, we're already only 8 minutes into the match, but we're already seeing Mogwin Dynasty, which is, I think, kind of rare. You don't normally see it this early, but you know, lots of money here, lots of Newman runes that we're picking up, and just getting that Moog Lord of Blood set up here for the late game, I'm assuming. Whereas Blanks is rushing towards Stormhill Shack now, going to be grabbing possibly Margit, and then going into Stormvale Castle, going to go for that Godric. Oh, upgrading first. Upgrading first.
This could be so scary for Jack if he just gets, you know, outpaced to Godric. Blanks is still going for some upgrades as well, so they are both going for upgrades. Yeah. And Jack has told me he just likes going to Mogwin Palace for the upgrades. He just thinks it's worth a lot, but he dies! He dies! That's gonna lose him so much time getting back there. Hopefully he grabbed a Grace along the way.
No, it's not too bad.
Oh, there's a stake.
There's a stake. There's a stake. I was about to say there is a stake.
Bad.
He's not. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's still obviously crappy to die, but luckily it's not the worst. He's going to be in that hallway right before the merchant, so it's not the absolute worst.
That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but he does get, like you said, so much money. We had like a Newman's rune, like 2 Newman's runes, I believe, and a Lord's rune. Mm-hmm. If anything, this is actually more money than Halictree. It does take a little bit longer to get here, but it is more money. So this is going to be really nice front-loaded damage here from Jack that might be able to like kind of sway a lot of squares into his favor here.
Yeah, it certainly could be. If this ends up transitioning into the mid or late game, Jack could have a big advantage with those runes. There's nothing on the board that oh, actually there is, 30 Faith that forces them at some point to dump some runes. So it's also possible that Jack could have an advantage on that, just getting all these early runes. He can spend them however he wants, whether it's to get a square on the board or just to get really powerful and try to bulldoze the rest of the board.
Okay, I see Jack here now going to Agheel Lake North. Now, is this a thing of where he's going to go for Agheel +0 before he does anything in Stormvale Castle? Because if both players upgrade their weapons, they might be locked out of that Agheel +0 weapon square.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them started with 2 starting weapons, so they would at least have, like,
a backup.
A possible alternative. Yeah, a backup. It just might be terrible. Like, you just might end up with a terrible weapon for Agheel. But yeah, it looks like Jack is heading up generally towards the Margit area. He could just be grabbing the stones along the way. There's some smithing stone 1s you can grab. But yeah, if they both go for Margit into Godric, and if they both upgrade, yeah, that Agheel could be really tough to get later on.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting position here. Okay, so I think Blanks is very much looking at a almost full upgrade to smithing 5s. So he's going to be going Kayla Tunnel here, at least grabbing the 4s, maybe grabbing the 5s. +12 is already like a really good setup because it gets you all the way up to Somber 5 in comparison, right? So it's 2.5 smithing stones for 1 Somber stone level. So it's 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10. So 12.5. Would get him to that Somber 5 level, and then he can swap over to only the Somber Stones instead, and that way he can like kind of auto upgrade, drop, pick up, you know, that whole scenario.
Yeah, worth noting that it always rounds down. So while it should be
Right.
12.5 upgrade levels, that just ends up meaning 12. If you get to
Yeah.
plus 12 on a non-somber, that's the equivalent of plus 5 on a somber. Or alternatively, if you upgrade to plus 5 on a somber, that gets you plus 12 on a non-somber. They are just like nicely equivalent like that.
Thank you, chat. I did not update the board, apparently. We have the points now on screen. Sorry. I did not notice. And another Revenant. Smacking the heck out of Jack here. That's tough. That's tough. Did he grab the Grace, though? He got the
I
Grace?
believe he had just grabbed the Grace. Yeah,
So-
there it is.
it's an iframe death.
So he kind of
Yeah.
died for grabbing it, which is honestly, it's really not
Fine.
that bad.
Yeah.
It's just maybe more of a tilter than anything. Like, the time that he's losing isn't that much. Their route differences are probably going to make a bigger difference than these
Yeah.
couple of little deaths. But, you know, you die and you're like, oh no, now I'm behind. And it just starts to get in your head. So hopefully Jack can just continue to play his best game here going forward and not let it at all snowball. Because that's where it can get really out of hand, is if a couple deaths suddenly lead into you're playing nervous, and then that's a couple more deaths, and then you're playing really nervous, and then that leads to falling apart and losing every square.
Right, right. And yeah, now we're currently both players in Liurnia. There is a Liurnia 4 bosses square. I'm not sure if that's maybe something that they're both kind of maybe eyeballing here. We have one of the newer squares, by the way, kill 2 misbegotten bosses. This could be a Scaly misbegotten. This could be a misbegotten Crusader, Leonine misbegotten. And we also have Leonine misbegotten and Crucible Knight warrior duo. So there's 4 different options here that we can play with. So there might be a little synergy that we can see later on, or just a one-off, whatever is obviously faster, being played here from both players. But right now, I don't really know what they're working on. Jack currently grabbing the Smaragd South Grace, and Blanks here now currently at Southgate Raya Lucaria, leveling some decks. I think they're both just still fully prepping here. Blank's maybe going towards EG now. Just from the
I hope
looks
to
of it.
see. Nice. So Jack did buy the Health and Steeple at +0, so he can auto upgrade either his Flamberge or his Health and Steeple, and have the other one set up for himself later to do a Gil +0, or
Yep.
alternatively the Rotten Great Axe. That wouldn't be terrible either. Oh, he's actually going to auto upgrade both of his Great Swords, so I guess he would have to do Rotten Great Axe later if he wants that +0 square, or he might just be leaving it. But yeah, Jack is fully going for this upgrade path, which is, I think, pretty smart. You know, just say, okay, I need to put out this fire. I need to get going on killing things. I can't afford to be too greedy on, like, let's save my best weapon for a Gil. So, smart plays here so far from both of them. Good setup. Blank's in the lead 2-0, but Jack, I think, in the lead here so far for the setup.
Yeah, Jack having definitely a little bit more map presence compared to Blanks. But yeah, Blanks having that early threat definitely kind of puts a little bit of a pressure on Jack to make sure that he doesn't, you know, make any wrong calls here. I do think that Restore Godric's Great Runes / Remembrance boss, Daggers, Claws, or Fists only still being up is a little crazy to me personally. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have just rushed that off the rip, because you, Aftermarket, do have a Claws or Fists weapon check that is on the side path. So once you go past Gostock, there is that little staircase. Underneath the staircase is a normally the poison weapon, Venomous Fangs, I believe. No, it's not. Is it Venomous Fangs that's down there? It might be.
I think so. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a weapon check there that you could do immediately with Godric. I don't know, and also I feel like Restoring Godric's Great Rune is a long square, but again, it's 40 free levels. Like, on top of that, like, you're really benefiting yourself for the whole board. You know, you're really making a lot of things easier for yourself with that Restoring of the Godric's Great Rune. So I don't know. I feel like leaving that up to the other player is almost like letting them buff themselves, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But Jack is getting some more upgrades here, while Blanks is actually heading for Blue Retta. So
Yeah.
Blank's just going for another early square, just trying to put even more pressure onto Jack. And Blue Retta being a corner square sets up the diagonal potentially as well. And that is a scary diagonal if we look at it. It's got duo trio bosses in the very middle. It's got invade and defeat Magnus the Beast Claw, and it's got kill Wormface. None of those is hard to do. Like, in theory, if somebody rushed this and the other player wasn't able to block it, this match could be done in like 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Because Magnus, you could do that early. He sucks. I hate fighting him, but like, he's not that tanky. Same thing with Wormface. You could do him right away if you really wanted. And it's only duo trio bosses that takes a bit more time. But if you tried to get a little sneaky with it, you get 1 or 2 duo bosses before doing Magnus and Wormface, and then you just finish off duo trios. Like, that potentially could be the game. So,
I do feel
very
like
scary line he's setting up.
Do you think that maybe you have a bit more hate for Magnus because of the speedrunning route?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say.
Just horrible. Just horrible.
Yeah, that is definitely one thing that I learned as well. Trying to learn the speedrun was like, this guy is a nightmare, and it's not fun. So I completely get it. But yeah, it is definitely still a quick fight, especially if you get that blood grease or if you just get that wild strikes going. It is still a very, very quick fight. We'll see. Both going for Blue Retta, which is really interesting. I did not think that would be the #1 thing to go for, but both players thinking the exact same thing here. Blanks being here just a little bit sooner before Jack, about, I would say, 60 seconds now. As long as there aren't any oopsie poopsies, this is going to be another square here for Blanks. And again, some more pressure here on Jack because this is also a Liurnia boss, which we have kill 4 bosses in Liurnia on the board. So this is, again, more progression for Blanks, more keeping Jack away from even getting a square.
Yeah, it really is, but Blanks is out of heals and does get hit down to half health. He does have to be careful. He really wants to get this first try, because if it takes him a second try, Jack could really catch up, so he needs to lock in, not take any more damage. He does get a nice stagger there. Oh, great. He's got Loretta so low. There's no bleed procs on Loretta because she is ghostly here, so he doesn't get that added benefit from his weapon, but almost has her down. Just has to be careful of these couple of range attacks. Those were some scary dodges. Dodges in. Oh, he's not getting lucky attacks.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Those are rough. Those are rough.
Yeah, he's almost got her, though. 2 more hits, probably, at this point. Or 1 more charged hit. He goes for it. Boom! There it is. Nice
Very
kill from
nice.
Blanks.
Very nice. And he marks it. And then Jack being like, oh, my God. The one thing that I'm going for, he's going for. This is very, very tough. And so, yeah, Blanks just going to go ahead, mark that. Going to go straight towards Altus Junction Highway. And do we see maybe a Tree Sentinel duo trio here? Is that what we're seeing? Oh, no. Okay, we're going for Crystallian trio. Or Wormface.
I think he's going to be Wormface. I think he's just going
okay.
for Wormface. He's just setting up that diagonal. I think if he goes Magnus Wormface, they're both almost next to each other. They are so close. If he does those 2 back to back, it's so scary. But Jack recognizes it. He's going to the same area. We could either see a double snipe and then, like, I mean, I don't know how Jack would possibly come back from that. Or if they split progress, then at least Jack has put out 1 fire. At least if he gets 1 of these 2 squares, he's still going to be behind by 3 squares, but he will have blocked that really, really scary bingo threat potentially. So this could be a big moment in the match here. If Blanks gets both, I mean, Jack is just in a awful position. I
mean, generally, if I was Jack, I would assume that Blanks is doing exactly what I'm doing right now. Just focus on duo trio bosses. You know, it's also a center square, the most valuable square on the board here. So, like, I think going for that instead of trying to, like, race on Wormface, I do think would be just a bit of a safer option. It does take longer, but it's less scary.
Yeah, I mean, I like, if you are behind, I like taking the risk. I like saying the way that I'm going to come back in this game is to snipe you back and going for it. Sometimes it means you lose really early, but also sometimes it means you make really miraculous comebacks. Whereas if you play very safe, you let your opponent keep amassing tiny advantages until all of a sudden you're way behind. So I like Jack contesting Wormface here, and it is going to be a race on it. Blanks is here just a little bit faster, but has not gotten that great of attacks. Oh, but now gets a stagger, gets big hits. He has to worry about the Death Blight, but the Riposte saves him so far.
Jack has to be careful. They both have this very similar damage here. Blanks definitely very, very close here to getting the kill. Just 1 more stagger should do it. There's a stagger here for Jack. Going to go for that Riposte right afterwards. Blanks here a little bit high on the Death Blight, but gets another stagger.
That's a stagger. This should do it. That's going to be another kill for Blanks, I do think. If he just does 1 more follow attacks. No, he goes too early when he's still immune. Jack died too. No.
Oh,
devastating.
my days. Oh, wait, Blanks got grabbed.
He gets grabbed.
No
Wait,
shots.
Jack can get it. Jack is now ahead because he gets to respawn earlier because the animation's so long.
Wait.
Oh my god. Wait, he's AFK. Jack doesn't know. He thinks he lost the square. Go, Jack, go. Oh my goodness.
That's insane. That's actually insane. What a turn of events.
Oh my.
He's got time. He's got time. Who gets the stagger first? Who gets better RNG on the moves? Who doesn't die to Deathblight? There it is. Big stagger right here for Jack.
Oh. Yeah, he does not get the riposte, but that's okay. He's still got Worm Face, you know, half health, whereas Blanks is just starting to get grabbed. Jack, no! He has to quit out. That is faster than fully dying, like what happened to Blanks. Oh, he's got to go again. This is going to put Blanks in the lead. Blanks is getting very close to Deathblight, though. He has to be careful. Gets the stagger. Nice hits while he's down. Is he going to get the riposte as well? He does. Oh,
Lead
now
Brock.
Blanks way ahead.
Oh my god.
Jack gets stomped, almost dies. It really is either one. Blanks
They
doing
really
a
gotta be
great
careful.
job. Oh my gosh.
Both their bars are so filled with Deathblight. They really have to be careful here. Blank. Oh, sorry, not Blanks. Jack, like literally one tick away here from getting Deathblighted.
Gets a
oh my god, there it is.
No, Blanks gets a better one. Gets the stagger. Gets the kill. Jack devastated again. Yet again a snipe. Oh. Wow.
He had the chance. He had the chance.
He did. He just needed to lock in, but I think those previous snipes have got him a little bit playing off, and he just misses it.
Little
flustered for sure. Oh my goodness.
That is tough. That is tough.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my streams are a little bit behind. Let me just refresh them real quick. Here we go.
But we don't see either of them currently heading for Magnus, actually, at this point, which I would have expected, because that diagonal is still just such a big threat. But both of them pivoted off into Kaled. They are somehow mirroring each other's movements almost exactly.
What I'm surprised by is, like, okay, yeah, so for Blanks here, looking to do a possible Crucible Night Misbegotten Warrior duo. I think that's what he's looking at. And I think Jack is thinking the exact same thing. If I'm doing duo trio bosses, let me do Crucible Night Misbegotten Warrior duo. And this is just not good.
I hope. I mean, I don't hope, you know, Blanks has an incident or wishing
oh, they both have
like
to do Radon, though, first, too. They both have to do Radon first because the teleport is active.
Altus, yeah. But I do hope that Jack can come back into this game a bit. It's, you know, 4-0 is not an insurmountable lead, but it is a tough one. It's a tough one when you've been sniped so much and it feels like all the progress you've made has been for naught. That's what really feels worse. If it was 4-0, but Jack had set up, oh yeah, I've almost got this square done, I've almost got this square done, you'd be feeling like, oh, that's fine, I can come back. But everywhere you've gone has just been sniped is just so rough.
Okay, it looks like that Jack is going to be grabbing the Grace as well in Red Main Castle here, but Blanks looks like he is going to be going for Magnus, is now back at Earthtree Grazing Hill, going to be going towards the Stone Digger Troll Old Altus Tunnel, maybe taking those Spirit Springs up towards Magnus here. Did he buy fingers from the merchant to be able to actually even invade? I don't know.
I don't know if he did. I know that I think both of them at least talked to the merchant, but I'm not sure what their rune situation was looking like at the time that they got there, if they just didn't have enough. Jack, though, looks like going for Castus only, Claws, Fist, or Dagger only on Radon. So a nice synergy there. Yes. Cestus? Castus? I don't know how you say it.
I don't know. I think people say Cestus, but I mean, what do I know, bro? Like, I don't know, jail, I said Gaul for like a million years, so what do I know at this point? We're seeing actually Elemer of the Briar here for Blanks. Very interesting. So not going to be going for Magnus, but going for Elemer of the Briar instead.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah. That's,
oh my god, and he gets grab attacked.
Oh, it does set up another potential line for him. Oh, gets poisoned and just...
What I'm wondering here is, like, Blanks has to assume he's sniped on something at this point. It's 26 minutes in. Jack hasn't marked anything. So he has to assume, okay, I got him on something. I don't know what I got him on, but I got him on something. Maybe now he's trying to be a bit more unpredictable in his choices because he's like, okay, I don't want to possibly set myself up to get sniped as well. I've already gotten 4 squares. Let me try and like go for some other lines now. Let me like, you know, diversify my portfolio, if you will. You know, get some different lines
I think that's
going.
definitely, yeah, that's a strategy that a lot of players will do, especially when they're ahead, is instead of committing to one threat, they'll say, okay, well, you go for this one threat, I'm going to set up a different threat. And then once they get them to bite on that second threat, they're like, okay, now I'll set up a third threat. And you just kind of like keep getting your opponent to kind of go around in circles chasing you and maintain the lead that way. Jack doing Radon here. The weapon he's got isn't terrible, but he kind of has to know the only good move it has is tap R2, which he is not using. The charged R2, I think, like, surprisingly does less stagger damage or something. There's some reason that tap R2 is just, like, way, way better on this weapon.
What's interesting is that we see Blanks here currently on market now, swapping, not doing Elemer just yet, but just grabbing the Graces here. But yeah, we do have Kill Remembrance Boss, Daggers, Claws, or Fists only, and Cestus, there it is. It's not spiked Cestus, so sadly no bleed here. But looks like we're dealing some decent damage, plus 10, but like, it's not yellow, so that's a little tough. Does get a stagger here, though.
Very nice. If he keeps this clean, he should get the Claws, Daggers, Fists only before Blanks, which will snipe him. And Blanks may even assume that he's going to go for Restore Godric's Great Rune, even though Jack is not killing Godric. He just assumed that, you know, he probably would. He will know that eventually once Jack then does Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior duo. Although even then you could assume he's never been to Altus and just went there, you know, before the festival. So this is a nice play from Jack where it can keep Blanks guessing and may end up sniping away a square that Blanks is progressing on.
You know what I'm really surprised by for some of these players is when they do go for the Radon teleporter and everything, why not grab Cragblade? It's right there. You know, you just give yourself like a 30-second. Oh my.
Oh, Jack so close to dying there. He got knocked on the ground, but luckily the getting up iframes of the roll were just enough to get through that. Wow. That was
insanely close. But yeah, like I was saying, Cragblade here would be so useful, right? For all of their weapons, even Forked Greatsword, having Cragblade on that would be fantastic. Just a nice flat bonus damage, and also you get increased poise damage. Like, why not? But yeah, with this also, I think with this Radon kill, Jack could go for the 30 Faith on top of that. This is a lot of money that he's getting here, 110,000 runes, you know, with the kill and the Remembrance pop. Could be a good idea. Get yourself on the board here a little bit, you know? Oh my god.
Ooh, yeah, gets hit there. He's so low, he cannot afford to take any trades here. Nicely healing up. I don't know, he might even want to just use his last flask because that hit almost one-shot him. He would get one-shot from that same hit now because he's not at completely full health. Oh, gets the scary big attack. He's got to avoid the meteors. Then he's got to jump over the big slam. Very nicely done. Lives here. Oh,
big spin.
No. He's going to use the Torn iframes.
No, he's just rolling.
Oh my god, Giga Chad. I have never done that successfly. I have never done that successfully. Gets a stagger as well. Take the up.
That's crazy.
From Jack. Oh my, what a well-played fight so far. I say jinxingly, but oh, come on, Jack. Just keep in this. Pull it out. Just a little bit left to go. Oh, he gets the big slam again. He's got to be careful. Big meteors. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. Never mind. Okay, just the meteors.
Might get another stagger here very soon. Very nice damage. Okay, another meatball transition here from Radon, getting his meatballs back. Blanks here, I believe, also going for Radon now. Going back to the Gracier, Redmane Castle. And I think also grab the fist weapon right after Margaret, which I don't know exactly what that fist weapon is, but we'll see here in just a moment. Guillotine attack here from Radon. Another stagger! And that's it!
That'll do it! That'll do it! Just take the riposte. That's going to
Wow.
be 12 staggers fists only. That's going to give him priority on Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior duo. And that could confuse Blanks, where he just doesn't know where the heck did Jack go? What Remembrance boss did he do? What's going on?
Jack there pumping his fist, finally feeling like he's on the board, you know, mental reset, getting a pretty tough square as well. And there it is, Blanks immediately being like, okay, I didn't get that. That's fine. Going back to Altus here.
Yeah, and that's also so many runes still for Jack. He already had a ton of runes, but 70,000 plus 40,000 from the Remembrance, that's just a huge amount of runes for him to level up in any way that he wants. We'll see if he starts to go for that 30 Faith. I do think, you know, getting another square on the board is nice, taking it away from your opponent. We saw in yesterday's matches that there were multiple of those on the board, and then it loses some value because if you are the first one to get stats, it's really hard for you to also get the second set of stats, so your opponent kind of has priority on that. But with only one set of stats on the board, if you get it first, that's kind of just a free square. I mean, at the cost of you might die to things because you have no vigor, but...
it's still nice.
It is. Yeah. It's still nice. Yeah. It's just, you know, acquire a square.
All right. We get a possible Great Hammer check here on the Troll Cabin, Chariot, whatever you want to call it. Never mind. Okay, we're going straight towards Magnus here now for Blanks. He did buy the fingers just now. And from Jack here, grabbed the Frost Stomp so he can put Frost on his weapons, which I think is a really, really good idea here. Like we said in the beginning of the game, status is king, and that includes Frost. And this would be really, really nice to try and like have these fights go just a little bit quicker. They both haven't really focused on fully upgrading their weapons just yet, but Jack right now being still 3 squares behind, it's slowly climbing back here. I think if he goes for a full upgrade, he could very quickly deal with duo trio bosses, Leonia bosses, and all of that. Magnus here now currently on Blanks' screen here. Do we get the good RNG? Do we get the good Magnus, or do we get the bad Magnus?
Yeah, the main difference between a good Magnus and bad Magnus generally is whether he two-hands his weapon. If he two-hands, it can be really hard to deal with. He can poise through a lot of your attacks. But if he's just one-handing like he is for Blanks, it's just an easy stagger him over and over. Blanks having a great time of it. Magnus doesn't even heal, so all you got to do is just keep him low, avoids the Lion's Claw, just a few more attacks. And that's where Jack's headed as well, but Blanks is going to get this first as long as he doesn't die. And he doesn't.
Very clean fight here from Blanks. And now we see that duo trio bosses square being very devastating. Jack immediately like, yup, okay. Going back, and I'm going to fight Crucible Misbegotten Warrior duo. And honestly, maybe not the worst call here. It definitely scares me a little bit because this fight's kind of highly scaled. Like, this is definitely a fight that I feel like takes a little bit because Misbegotten is semi-tanky, but that Crucible Knight is really tanky. So it's really going to be interesting to see which bosses they think are going to be the fastest for duo trio bosses. Obviously, the Crucible Knight Misbegotten duo is on the board, so it's kind of nice to want to, you know, double up, if you will. But in Jack's case, he is 1 square away from losing this match, so this feels a little risky, but also understand trying to make this play at the same time.
Now, here's an interesting thing. If Jack gets duo trio bosses, which hopefully he will, he's got access to one better than Blanks does. All of a sudden, what about that opposite diagonal? Jack just killed Radon, who rides a horse. Jack could get some whetstone knives, and then he already has 1 remembrance over Blanks for getting into the capital to get to gold free. All of a sudden, Jack kind of has priority on all of the squares in that diagonal. Not necessarily whetstone knives, but he could go get them. So Jack could set up his own scary threat as well. And even if he doesn't get it, let's say all that Jack gets is bosses that ride a horse, whetstone knives, and duo trio, and then leaves Blanks to go to gold free. Now all of a sudden, that's a ton of time for Jack to get caught back up. Really nice kill on the Misbegotten Warrior.
Really nice.
What a nice kill there.
And this is why we like to see the great swords, by the way, is because great swords and great hammers, when you are facing things like Leonia Misbegottens or other like lesser like big bosses, those micro staggers just make those fights so much easier. Just constantly R1ing just to knock them around, I think it's so nice. So like this fight is going really well.
Greatsword is so good because I think it is the fastest weapon type that does those little mini staggers.
Yeah.
Those poise staggers to almost every boss that's micro staggerable. So they're just a really great mix of both speed and stagger potential.
Jack here playing safe, healing rather than punishing, which I think is a good idea.
Low.
He's got to be careful here. He's getting tagged a little bit left
He's
and right.
running out of heals too. Just one left. He's gonna use his last heal, and then he's just got to play this fight almost perfectly.
All right,
a little
here we
scared
go.
here, perhaps.
Nice little
Blanks,
strafe.
on the other hand, going for Elimer, which is not too relevant right now.
I mean, look at it this way. If Jack would get duo trio bosses and Crucible Misbegotten Duo, it does block that column 3 preemptively, but also gives him a row 4. So, I mean, this is not the worst idea here for Blanks. It doesn't really promote anything else on the board, but there it is. There's that duo kill. Blanks should see that and be like, okay, duo trio bosses is being worked on. This Elimer is going to be very beneficial towards me, for me specifically.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm just, I'm more... I think I'd be more concerned with the diagonal, but maybe that's me having diagonal anti-blindness. I always love going for diagonals because every single square you get on a diagonal, obviously, sets up your own line, but also blocks a new row and a new column from what you already have. So that's part of the reason why diagonals as bingos can be so powerful. Also because you can catch your opponent with diagonal blindness. We have definitely seen matches where players just did not recognize the threat of a diagonal fast enough because, you're mostly looking for rows and columns. So it is something that can be easier to sneak in some cases. I don't think Blanks will have that diagonal blindness. He's very experienced with bingo, but it is something that has happened in the past.
It does, especially when you're hyper focused on one thing for quite a long time, right? When you're like really worried about that diagonal from Blanks specifically, you start to miss other things. I mean, look at from yesterday, the match between Chris and CBD, where all of a sudden that row 4 just kind of snuck up on everybody. And you're like, oh snap, I didn't see that building. That's just a very normal thing, right? Where it's just really hard to, wow, Alabaster's Lord Sword here.
Alabaster!
Dropping here
man,
for
after my own
Blanks.
heart.
That is crazy.
I hope he swaps to it.
That's
This
insane.
is the great sword seed. Both of them started with different great swords. We had Helpin' Steeple in the shop. We had Alabaster, and he's got Dark Moon great sword sitting in his inventory for Blanks. This is the great sword seed. If you love to see great swords, this is the match for you.
That's
Holy.
insane. That's insane. We're going for the Omen Killer Miranda cave here, by the way, for Jack. It's going to be second duo trio boss. Really going to be blocking out that diagonal. And when he does do that, I genuinely feel like there's going to be a big wave of relief going to be hitting Jack here, because that's going to be a big diagonal getting rid of on the board here for him, but also it gets rid of a bunch of other potential bingos as well, right? That row 3 there, and also building that diagonal like you mentioned. So this is going to give him definitely a bit more, what do you call it? Optimism, if you will.
Room. Yeah.
For the match.
Some breathing room and some reason to say, hey, this match is not over yet. I can start to make plans. I can start to come up with my own threats and ideas. Blanks, on the meantime, is doing a Tree Sentinel, which is a boss that rides a horse, so he might be preemptively blocking that diagonal that we saw. He already has Blue Retta, and he doesn't necessarily know whether Jack has done Radon or Godric yet, so he doesn't know whether Jack has a boss that rides a horse. But if Blanks continues on with it, he should get the bosses that ride a horse first. There's tons of Knights Cavalries that he can just go and do this Knights Cav, do this Knights Cav. He could even do some in Liurnia so that he gets some synergy there, since there is 4 Liurnia bosses on the board. Theoretically, you could do the Knights Cav duo in Snowfield, but I don't expect me to ever see that. That would be pretty silly.
Jack going for Tree Sentinel duo here, because that is a duo trio boss, but also a horse boss.
Also a horse boss, so it is probably going to be a race there, but Blanks should win this. He's currently ahead 2 horse bosses to 1 horse boss, so Jack doesn't know it yet, but he's probably going to get sniped on those horse bosses. But I think both of them have seen the diagonal, so both of them recognize this is Jack's greatest threat right now, kind of his only threat right now. And so if Blanks steals this away, Jack, no threats really to speak of.
There's that 30 faith here from Jack now. Yeah, no, it makes sense because, once this ride horse bosses is taken away, Jack has no bingos. It's a full majority match here for Blanks. Yeah,
and Blanks ahead still 3 squares in the majority, and would potentially... Well, I would say would go to 4 with that, but Jack is going to get duo trios first. So Jack will bring it back only to 2, but then Blanks is going to bring it back to a 3 square lead as he gets the bosses that ride a horse first, and then, you know, Jack just has to be way faster, which is tough to do. Blanks is just one of the fastest runners out here. He has done a lot of speed runs, so he knows how to just do things quickly. And, you know, that's a tough spot to be in. You do not want to be against Blanks in a majority race. You really do want to be able to pressure him, throw him off balance, but it has been all on balance for Blanks and all off balance for Jack so far.
All right, this is going to be Blanks' I believe, 4th horse boss here. Jack's 2nd horse boss, but 3rd duo trio boss. He does have that one Misbegotten boss, by the way, as well, from the Crucible Misbegotten duo. So we'll see when he cashes that in. Probably going to be weeping, I'm assuming, for the Scaly Misbegotten. There's the first Tree Sentinel dropping here now for Jack. Knight's Cap fight here for Blanks. About to finish. One stab in the chest. There it is. That's his 4th boss. Going to go ahead and move on to the last one. Probably going to be Highway Junction here in Altus.
Yeah, that is a good one to go for there. Yeah, I mean, maybe more synergy with Liurnia could also be nice, but yeah, just finishing off, just making sure, hey, I want to get this as soon as possible so that Jack cannot possibly make this line threat is just a really, really good idea.
All right, and now let's see. Execution here from Jack on the Tree Sentinel fight. It's been very, very good, but when do we get the full upgrades here, guys? We've been in here for 42 minutes. I'm still waiting on people upgrading their weapons to the max. There it is. Duo trio bosses here from Jack. That's also 2 bosses that ride a horse. And yes, he will be sniped on this. He is going to go for horse bosses himself, but sadly that does not matter here. Jack, however, does have some work already done for the Godfrey square. The spirit, the gold free, if you will, as he already has Radon down. But sadly, I don't believe capital really matters too much on this board besides the double shackle here on gold free. Those are the only 2 things that I think really hold some weight here for that decision. So I think if anything, we're not even going to see a Godric. Honestly, I think I might see a Moog before I see a Godric here from Jack.
I definitely think so, especially since he already has Mogwin Palace, and he's got bleed weapons, and bleed is very effective against Moog.
Yeah.
Something that you might think would be the opposite. Oh, he's the Lord of Blood. There's no way he bleeds. No, he bleeds a lot.
He bleeds
gets
extra.
more powerful. Yeah, he bleeds extra. Yeah. So Jack definitely with a great potential setup for it. Jack getting here sniped on bosses that ride a horse. But
he's
that
not even
wasn't
getting
actually
sniped,
what he was
though.
setting up for.
Yeah. He was going for that Scaly Misbegotten.
Yeah, he was doing maybe some passive synergy as opposed to committing to it. So it's not that bad for Jack. He just has to make up this 3-square lead, but he is fully blocked. No more bingo potential. So Blanks, if I were Blanks, I would just fully set up my weapon. Oh, after. Yep,
after a
perfect point. A Geel, right? You don't need to set up your weapon to do a Geel +0, so doing a Geel +0 first makes perfect sense. And after that, I would just fully upgrade my weapon and say, hey, try to beat me on speed. I'm fully upgraded. I don't think you are. I think I'm going to be able to get every single, remaining square faster than you do.
And there it is. Misbegotten bosses.
Great Omen Killer Cleaver.
Wow.
That's a great weapon, too.
That's a fantastic weapon, actually. That's a really, really good weapon. And that, I think, is going to be a big pickup here for Jack. Possibly he's going to be swapping to that, would be my guess. And then just go straight for, I think, Liurnia bosses and Everjails. I think that's like the next big thing here. Maybe 2 Watchdogs?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential things to go for. He's currently in Mount Gelmir.
Going for a Godskin Noble?
Godskin Noble, yeah. Without status effects. Now, he currently is an all status effects build, but he's got plenty of stuff to swap to that wouldn't have those status effects. But yeah, we'll see what he's got. Oh, he's got Rusted Anchor. Wait a minute. If he has Rusted Anchor and Great Omen Killer Cleaver, that's a powerful jump attack build if he wants to go for it. He couldn't do that for a Godskin Noble because he would get a bleed. Yeah. But in general, if he gets the stats to wield both of those and starts doing a jump attack build there, we have seen that just shred through bosses. You can actually just like hit him a few times, stagger, and like instantly kill. So he could have a very powerful setup soon, but Blanks maintaining that 3-square lead, 8-5, and only needs 5 more squares in the time that Jack needs 8 more squares. So Jack needs almost double the number of squares that Blanks does in order to win.
And Jack here kind of nodding because guess what? Noble does block that row 1 that's been building here for Blanks. He's like, okay, thank God. Did not go for the Agil here. I can go ahead and stop that row 1 and then maybe try and pull back with some other things here. I do think Stormveil is very strong here because we do get a Wet Knife. We do get Godric's Great Rune. We do get a Painting. There's a lot of things here that I think there's a little bit of oversight from both players. That Stormveil is kind of powerful here at this point. We also have the Everjail nearby with the Crucible Knight. So there's a good amount of Limgrave here that they could really utilize. And I do believe Blanks is realizing that right now, going for a Painting in Limgrave. Going to be grabbing the Shack Painting here. And then maybe, because he already killed Margit, go inside and grab that other Painting as well.
Yeah, he definitely could do that. Painting rewards... You know, I think it's a little bit of a slow option, but setting up for it potentially to have for later for a little bit of priority is not so bad. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's just a lot in Stormveil especially, or near Stormveil, that you could totally do that could be a great idea. Neither of them kind of knows if the other has done Stormveil, though. Neither has really shown it. Blanks has killed Margit, but Blanks might have also assumed that Jack killed Godric in order to kill a Remembrance Boss Claws, daggers, or fists only. But that's not the case. Jack has not gone anywhere near Stormveil yet. So interesting that both of them just don't know the progress that the other has, and maybe is just assuming they would get sniped on it if they go for it.
Oh, well, let's see how this plays out here. This is definitely very, very interesting because the game is not over at all yet. We're just 3 squares behind here for Jack. Overall, still a lot of board to play with. We've seen 13 squares. That's only half the board. The other half of the board is still available. Somber 5 and 6 pickup here now for Jack, which is actually really solid. The 6 is good. The 5 doesn't really matter because as we saw, the Omen Killer Cleaver was upgraded to plus 12, which is Somber 5 equivalent. So he can go ahead and just use the Somber 6 here. Maybe get 7 and 8 from Lake of Rot. And what do you know? You have almost a fully upgraded weapon at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he wanted to, he could definitely get just a fully upgraded weapon. And I do think that's what I would probably end up going for, is just, you know, I need to be fast. I need to be efficient. I'm not going to win on continuing to try to fight with a low upgraded weapon. So if I were both players, that would be my first priority here. We know it's a majority match, although Blanks theoretically could still get lines, but for the most part, it's a majority match. Yeah. So I would say for both players, the faster, the more efficient you can be, the better it's going to be.
And here we have it. Godskin Noble on the big screen here for Jack. Going to be going for some fighting. Not the greatest
Yeah, he is
damage.
using that Cestus, which I guess it's just because he doesn't have the stats for the Anchor. I really think the Anchor would have done a much better job in this fight. But yeah, almost every other weapon he has some sort of status on it. So he just can't really use them. Health and Steeple, I think also he doesn't have the stats for as well. Health and Steeple does not, I believe... Does it have naturally any frost on it, or is it only the weapon buff?
It doesn't have naturally frost on it. Yeah, it's just the weapon buff. Correct.
Okay, yeah, so that could have been a good option as well, but just I don't think has probably the int to wield it so far. So instead going with this Cestus, which is doing solid. It's
still
not
okay.
bad. It's just
all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
That's all right. Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, I mean, even with Health and Steeple, if you don't have the intelligence to wield it, well, just like with Alabaster. Is it maybe just fully almost physical anyways to where it doesn't really matter and it would still be better than the Cestus here? I really don't know. We do get a lot of staggers here, though, from the Cestus, I will say. This is already our 3rd stagger here on Noble. Phase 2 will be a bit of a different story, though, on how this fight might go for him. We have double Watchdogs here for Blanks right now as well in this Catacomb here. Going to be grabbing that lever here, popping up that elevator back up top so you can get into that secret component hallway. And see how this goes. Does he have crystal darts? Because if he doesn't, this might be a little tricky.
It could be, but yeah, 2 Watchdogs. It doesn't say 2 Watchdog bosses, so you can get credit for both Watchdogs in the single fight. And this is something that maybe Jack should have considered when he was doing duo trio bosses, right?
True.
Because it would just directly be a square immediately, similar to how the Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior duo was. So maybe a little bit of a misstep from Jack in trying to really rush out that bosses that ride a horse and getting sniped on it. So he went for some synergy. It just ended up not being the synergy that mattered.
Jack here very nicely waiting out the roly-poly move here from the Noble, sticking him behind a pillar, just waiting it out instead of trying to get some extra attacks in, because sometimes that could really go sideways. Gets a nice stagger here again. Double Watchdogs, no crystal darts here from Blanks. Just going to go ahead and try and use his giant finger to get some slap hits in here. Not the greatest damage. Has to be very careful. This could definitely get out of hand for him.
Yeah, they are both going after him. I mean, he's got good damage. It's just he is completely out of heals, and they are almost still at full health. So he just has to really get a good fight. Oh, and they're just walling him out with fire, but Jack gets hit by the roll, is low, has to heal. Careful of that input read Black Flame. Luckily, he does dodge it. Big combo. Gets around it. That's a really nice dodge from Jack to get around that big pokey combo. But Blank's now down to half health. He's got to be so careful. One slam from a Watchdog, I think, would just one-shot him at this point.
There it is.
Oh, he's got some good dodges, though.
A nice stagger again on Noble here as well for Jack. Both Watchdogs really trying to get a piece of Blanks here. Those glintstones do be tagging Blanks as he's trying to dodge. Double slam down now happening from both of them.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is so scary. Honestly, from both sides, Jack is almost out of heals, too. Blank's in definitely the scarier scenario. If Blanks can get it down to a 1v1, it shouldn't be too bad, but he still has a good amount of health to go. Oh, how did he get away from those little glintstones?
He also missed an R1 there.
Both at once.
Jack, you're almost done with the Noble fight. Has the roly-poly move one more time here. Really low on the Noble, though. He might have this fight in the bag. And we also get to see a weapon check here, which is going to be a heavy thrusting sword. Maybe it's going to be a nice heavy thrusting sword that he can maybe use. Has to be careful, though. There's the glintstones again. Blank's really in a tight spot here. Jack almost dies.
Slammed. Oh, my God.
No!
No!
They heal.
Oh.
They heal.
Yeah.
And Blanks dies too!
Blanks!
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, they both have gone for just really tough stuff. I don't think either of them has fully upgraded their weapon yet. Neither of them, you know, doing what I necessarily would have done, and in this case, getting punished for it. Could have worked out really well for them getting a square early, but in this case, both of them just don't have quite enough damage because both of them would have been fine with a fully upgraded weapon. You know, Jack had Noble down to like 10% health, and Blanks had one of the Watchdogs down to 10% health. So, you know, maybe getting a little bit punished for trying to go a little too fast, and now Blanks is porting out to the Lake of Rot and is going to probably try to fully upgrade his weapon at this point.
Yep. And we'll see how this is going to be playing out for both players. I thought for a second there that Jack is going to go and upgrade because he went to round table, but instead he bought a slicing weapon, which makes sense because Godskin Noble and Apostle are weak to slash. So he's like, okay, you know what? This strike is just absolutely not working out, which is true. I think Godskin Nobles and Apostles are resistant to strike damage. So this might be a little bit better damage. He just has to make sure to like adjust to the new moveset, and we'll see how much better this does. Oh, somebody, it's yellow.
Way better.
Way better.
Yeah, it's yellow. Yeah.
And Blanks here upgrading and then maybe going back for the Watchdog fight. Not too sure. Might just leave it there. Consecrated Snowfield now for Blanks. Going towards
is he
Ordina.
Heading to Mogwin? No, Ordina. Okay.
Yeah. Gonna go for what seems to be maybe the Frost Grease and a little bit of money pickups here in Ordina. Oh, and Crystal Darts. There are Crystal Darts at Ordina as well. So he's gonna go.
I did not know that.
Yeah, full setup here for the Watchdogs, which makes sense because he's already wasted so much time there. He's like, you know what? If I'm gonna go prep, let me make it as easy as possible because I don't want to deal with that again.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. I think if you're ahead by 3 squares, the way that you're going to lose is by having incidents. And so if he can just say, I'm going to avoid all incidents the best I can, it's just going to be a great idea for him.
Okay,
Jack has to be careful of the roll.
Oh,
yeah, early phase transition from Noble, which is not great for him.
Good catch there from Jack, though. That Noble kept on changing sides on where he was turning. One more super move here from the Noble. So much better damage, though. Already at half health with the Noble. Blanks here getting set up just a little bit more.
Nice dodges. Yeah, he's having a good fight here. Even reacts to the instant belly slam. I never react to that. I'm too old for that. But Jack's got it no problem.
I get it half the time. Not all the time, but like when you kind of assume it's going to happen, it's pretty easy to dodge, you know? Big thrust.
I just know it's not going to kill me, and it actually gives me a punish after, so I just call it efficiency, when in reality, it's just me being too lazy to, like, figure out how to properly dodge it.
Yeah. Jack's trying to get some tags in here of attacks through the pillar. Has to be a little careful. If he gets too close, he might get hit. Doesn't get any free hits, sadly, but also doesn't get absolutely rolled over from the Noble. Another slam down attack. And back to the Watchdogs here for Blanks. Throws those crystal darts, immediately converts the Glintstone Watchdog to fight on his side. And there we go. Some nice free damage here just for him. And the Noble now going for another thrusting attack here on Jack. Jack dodging here. There it is. That Watchdog fight. It being absolutely melted.
They just killed each other. Oh, my.
Way faster. So now for Jack, it's like, okay, let me go for Noble. And then after Noble, maybe let me go for Moog. I believe Blanks might be going for Moog right now. There it is. Pop-up.
Ooh.
Does hit Jack this time around. Has to be a little careful here. No, Blank's going to be going for Godric.
No, Jack, no!
Jack here losing possibly a little bit of mental on some of these deaths here. Again, dying to Noble. Might be pivoting to Moog, Lord of Blood. I'm not too sure. Blank's going to be grabbing the Grace here at the bridge. I forget which bridge this is called, but there's the Lion as well barking at him. And we might see a Godric's Great Rune play now from Blanks because, first off, again, 40 levels, but on top of that, hasn't seen that come out yet from Jack, so he's like, okay, maybe Jack is just holding on to that Godric's Great Rune, or he actually never killed Godric. So it might be calling out a little bit on that bluff. Also, Blanks being ahead by 4 squares has maybe a little bit of confidence calling this bluff in his mind, if you will.
Yeah, it is also some more line threats. Now, lines don't matter too much at this point because Blanks is both the one with the line threats as well as the majority lead. So it's kind of like if he wins a line, he was probably going to win majority anyway. But, you know, if he does restore Godric's Great Rune, now Jack has to do Godskin Noble. He would not really be able to just pivot out and go Moog instead because he will need to do Godskin Noble at some point. I just, you know, I do wish that Jack would go upgrade his weapon at some point because, you know, even though you might lose a little time on this square, it's going to save you time overall as there's so many squares he still needs to do. He needs 8 more squares, and almost all of them involve killing. So that's 8 more squares that can go faster if you upgrade your weapon. So I would really like to see him do that pretty soon. Hopefully he'll do it at least after Noble, but it looks like he's committed for now.
All right, nice attacks here, though, from Jack. He is punishing, about to be in phase 2 again versus the Noble. Gets some nice slash R1s in there. Gets the stagger, gets the riposte. Really good start into phase 2 here. Now just has to make sure that he doesn't get caught by some of these roly-poly moves because those are the most devastating for sure. There it is. Gets rolled around and turned into goo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's backing up a little too much on some of these times where the Noble is picking between the roll and the giant flop and just getting that roll, and it's just... Not only is it devastating, obviously, to die to, it's so scary, but also, even if it doesn't kill him, like, it would just waste so much time, so this is just really, really not going well for Jack.
It's very, very tough, indeed. If he does get this, a nice mental reset again. Another painting here picked up here for Blanks in Celia Town. It looks like Blanks might be focusing now on a column 5 threat just to constantly have... You know, Jack guessing where am I going to actually complete these lines. Kind of split progressing here, which we've seen in a lot of seasons where if you're really far ahead and you're like, hey, you know what? I don't want to get sniped myself. Let me just go ahead and do a little bit of progress here, do a little bit of progress there. That way you can kind of avoid being sniped too heavily and waste too much time. So Blanks here has the Godric Grace. sorry, the bridge grace, if you will, and now is also doing a little bit of paintings again. Might swap off and start moving towards Moog a little bit. I wouldn't be too surprised by that anyways, and we'll see how this goes for Jack, and maybe Jack can pull it back, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. This is a really, really rough spot to be in. Blanks, yeah, probably is also going for the painting rewards because he knows it's something that, like, why would Jack ever do painting rewards right now? So it's just something that he can't be sniped on, right? Blanks only really has to worry about getting sniped over and over. So if he just does things that are basically unsnipeable, then he's got a really good chance of winning. Oh, Jack has to be so careful. I thought Noble was going to slip off of that pillar and just hit him. Ooh, nice. He's hitting him through the pillar now. That was a nice hit. Only gets one, but does help quite a bit.
Getting some punishes in again. Here we go. Slam down attack. Has to be careful not to roll too early. Maybe a stagger. Nope, no stagger there. Belly bump.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Noble gets all of his stagger back during that roll attack unless you can continue to hit him during, and it's just so hard to...
And another roly-poly. That's crazy bad RNG here for Jack right now on this fight. Does get some tags in here.
Let's get a hit. That might keep his posture up through this if he gets one more. I think he got them close enough to actually keep the stagger on Noble, so he might get one soon now. Ooh, but he gets tagged. He's got to heal. That's gonna let Noble get all of his stagger back, unfortunately.
Tailspin. And yeah, Blanks here, I think, just completely cashing in on paintings right now. Going to be close to 10 squares in just a moment. Belly bump one more time here from the Noble. And another belly bump.
Again. Now you got to be careful. Oh, nice stagger, though.
Big stagger.
He's going to take that riposte and then probably heal immediately after so he doesn't get killed. He's just got to be careful of getting killed while he heals.
There it is. Yep. Did not greed the second flask, and that was the right call for sure because that repeating
the roll,
thrust...
though, not again.
Okay.
Oh, please. Get stuck on the pillar. Oh. Okay, he's just stay in the middle. Just stay in the middle. He'll roll around you. You just have to be careful. When he's coming out of the roll, he can change directions very suddenly. Nice. Manages to avoid it. Heals up. He should be okay now.
Good dodge.
Oh.
There it is. Repeating thrust one more time here from the Noble. This might be his last attack as Jack here just needs 2 more R1s to take him out. One more slam down. Here we go. R1, R1. There it is. Jack now finally... claiming redemption here versus the Noble. Marks that square.
And the Bloody Helix. That's probably the best heavy thrusting sword you could find, I do believe. That's a really, really good one.
Very good one.
Now he finally goes for the full upgrades. He's heading into the Lake of Rot where he can get the final upgrade materials. Does kind of mess up on the slow rot, but he should still be fine. You're not going to die to this. You just might have to heal a few more times.
And while you guys are enjoying this match, by the way, please go ahead and give a follow to not just this stream, but also to all the players and commentators that are participating in Bingo Brawlers. That'd be fantastic. Please go ahead and check out everyone's content. And yeah, be sure to stay in touch with the Bingo Brawlers tournament. You know, you can go ahead and check out the tournament on the website, bingobrawlers.com. Thank you. There is paintings there from Blanks now. Somber 7 and 8 picked up here from Jack. And 10-6 right now. 4-square lead is a little tough to deal with here, but Jack definitely still has a little bit of room to play with to possibly bring it back here on the board. But Blank's definitely running away currently with this lead as well.
Yeah, a 4-square lead at the start of the game, you know, is still a big lead, but is something that I think a lot of players would say, nah, I can come back from that. But a 4-square lead towards the end gets a whole lot harder. Things get a lot messier, a lot more complicated. You need to know how much progress, you know, your opponent has towards certain squares, and you definitely need some snipes. I have seen some ridiculous comebacks in the past, but, you know, this would qualify as one of those. If Jack wins, it will be one of those comebacks that we talk about for seasons to come, because he is just that far behind at this point.
It is looking like he is still definitely in a position to bring it back. Currently having an Omen Killer Cleaver with Frost on it. That's great. Frost and Bleed is fantastic here. Blank's going to be focusing on Godric and now going to go for that Restore Godric's Great Rune, which I don't believe is a bad idea here for Blanks. But right now for Jack, he's going to be grabbing a Sacred Tier and looking to possibly go for Moog, I believe, because you want that extra healing to deal with Nihil, just in case you do not get that one cycle.
Yeah, definitely. The healing is almost necessary if you have more health, because the heal does percentage of your maximum health. So if your heals don't heal for very much, then it can be hard to get through that knee heal. So a good idea there from him. He also might need a little more strength or dex to wield his weapon. It currently is showing with the little X on the corner, but I'm not sure if that's just because he's not two-handing it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, he just realized I don't have enough strength to wield this. Yeah, I think he's swapping now to the Flamberge instead, being like, okay, great. I can't even wield this damn thing. I have to go back and change the Ash of War now onto the Flamberge. And with that, maybe now is going to go kill some stuff. Yep, going for the Moog.
Yeah. Honestly, the Flamberge with cold, it's not that much worse than the Omen Killer Cleaver. The big differences are the Omen Killer Cleaver is a bit slower, does a bit more poise, but then potentially can have Wild Strikes, although if he was making it Frost with Hoarfrost Stomp, then it would not have Wild Strikes on it. But yeah, so I would say they're similar enough weapons. He should not be that sad about using a Flamberge instead. They are pretty similar.
I mean, to be fair, Wild Strikes is right before Market. You could just pop the Scarab and get that Ash of War and put that on the Flamberge if you really want to. You do lose out on the Frost, but I mean, hey, that's pretty nice. Wild Strikes can be very powerful, especially versus Moog when he is staggered.
Can you Wild Strikes on a Greatsword?
Yes. It's very weird. You can Wild Strikes on Great Katana. Like, it's very weird.
Oh, man.
It's very weird. I don't know why. It looks very silly for sure. Should get a Frost proc here very soon.
Yep.
There it is.
There's the Frost.
Big
and
stagger.
He will have a bleed proc here soon as well, and just tons of damage. He should probably not get the one cycle. There's the bleed proc, but he should have him down very, very quickly. He's not looking like an ultra late game boss when you just have these statuses that deal percentage of max HP.
There's another stagger here. Maybe one more quick R1 before it goes for a post. There it is. Might get one more bleed proc here before the phase transition fully goes through. There it is. And with that, we see Radon here now for Blanks currently, while Moog is transitioning and knee healing. We're going to go for some heals here for Jack. After this third knee heal, he might go for some more charged R2s.
Just doing some nice R1s there to make sure he doesn't get caught out of the transition.
Nice
it is easy to do a little bit too many attacks and get hit.
Yep.
Nice Frost. Not getting the best attacks here, but already has him back down to half health, so has already negated all of the knee heal healing.
Yep. Oh my god!
Clipped! How did that happen?
Gets sideswiped.
I swear he rolled that. Someone check him PC, but in the opposite way. Someone check how that hitbox got him. Oh, but what a quick kill from Blanks. Just takes out Radon
one cycle.
Instantly. Yeah.
That's going to be 2 Remembrance bosses, by the way, so he has access to Capital now for Shackles if he needs it.
Yeah, he can do Shackles, he can do Goldfree, he can do Morgott. There's actually a lot there in Capital. He could actually win with just those 3 if he's the first one to Capital, which he is, and he just goes for the 3 Capital squares. That's a victory.
Looking very, very tough here for Jack. Every death is chipping away at a possible comeback here for him. But with Moog dying, that is a lot of money that makes this way easier to execute on. Nice Frost and bleed proc.
I'm just concerned that he's not going for the same spot as Blanks right now. Although he technically could. Moog could give him Capital access and he could rush there. But if Blanks goes to Capital and Jack doesn't, he's just got free reign of 3 squares, and 3 squares is all Blanks needs to win. Yeah. So Jack has to basically get lucky with his guess from here and go contest Capital and steal at least 1 away from Blanks in order to have any chance in this game.
Yeah, Capital here is starting to be looking very, very important after Moog dies. If Jack makes the right call of possibly Shackles or Goldfree, that's going to be his best bet, because I think that's exactly what Blanks is looking at right now, going up the battle ramp here next to Lanciax, making his way towards Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think he's looking just to cash in on the Shackles, Goldfree, and Godric's Great Rune.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to do that. We can tell that that's what he's going for. And Yeah, might end up being a little unstoppable, especially just because Jack is a little behind. Blanks should get at least 2 of those, even if Jack chases. So that would just mean that Blanks would need 1 more after that.
Nice
Unless,
stagger.
Who knows? Maybe Blanks has an issue, has an incident. But yeah, nice fight so far from Jack. Just a few more hits, maybe 1 more bleed proc. He might even get a frost proc again. Could really do it.
He should be really close to a frost proc here. 1 or 2 more R2s, RR1s should do it. Roll back here.
Apparently
Very
more than
nice
2.
dodging.
Mm-hmm.
And
nice.
frost right about after this right here. Nope. Now?
Nope.
Nope. What about now? Now. Called it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, called it. First try.
First try. There it is. Nice stagger. That should be mode here for Jack now. That's going to be a lot of money. This is also capital access on top of that. So very interesting here for sure.
Mm-hmm. Does signal to Blanks that Jack was not going for capital access immediately. Given that he only now has his 2nd Great Rune, and Jack is going to the capital. He does recognize there's 3 there. There's too many to give up. So it is going to be a race here to the capital with Blanks in a solid lead towards the capital. Although, you know, I think that Jack maybe has a better setup in terms of what weapons he has access to. Blanks could have a very powerful weapon with the Ala Blaster, but he's not choosing to use it. So this Forked Greatsword is also pretty great, but not probably quite as good as the Cold Flamberge will be for Jack.
Definitely a good stagger here, though.
Not that far behind. Only a minute or maybe 2 until he catches up on the Draconic Tree Sentinel. Oh, those claws shred the Draconic Tree Sentinel.
Night Claws, man. Night Claws, DLC weapon. A lot of the DLC weapons, I feel like, are a little overtuned, if I'm being honest. And that's
aside from the Smith script ones, which they nerfed into the ground, but the rest of the DLC weapons, are pretty solid.
Very strong here. So yeah, there it is. Nightclaw's absolutely shredding DTS to pieces. There it is. Staff of the Avatar now dropping for Blanks. He is at a +9 upgrade level, skipping that Grace right away and going straight into the capital here. And yeah, we'll see what he picks first, because this might decide the game here. If he goes for Shackles first, or if he goes for Goldfree first. If he gets both, it's pretty much curtains, because he has Godric's Great Rune all set up, whereas Jack has not killed Godric, and is also now trying to make his way into the capital here. So depending on how this goes, if they split and Jack gets Godfrey and Blanks gets Shackles, we still have a little bit of game to go. And I feel like they're kind of even on the rest.
Yeah, the rest are pretty even. So, yeah, Jack only with a 3-square disadvantage. This isn't that bad if he can take, especially if he gets 2 of the ones in capital. But I don't see any reason that Blanks would go for Shackle over going for Goldfree.
Hold on. We have Kill Morgott and Goldfree.
Yes.
Morgott and Shackles.
Goldfree. Yes.
So that's 3, not just 2.
That's 3, yes. So if Blanks should just go for Goldfree. There's no reason not to go for Goldfree because it unlocks Morgott. So you know if you get Goldfree, you've got priority on Morgott. So I don't see any reason that Blanks would go for Shackle first. So Jack, he's probably also going to go for Goldfree, lose out on that, also lose out on Morgott, or, you know, maybe it ends up turning into a Shackle race from there. So we'll see.
Also, hear me out, Mitch. Actually, it's 4.
It's 4?
Sanctified Whetblade is in the capital, which is the Holy Lightning Whetstone Knife. And the fake round table.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So they could grab this at this point, yeah.
Yeah. Those Whetstone knives, 4 of them is just such a large number to get that, you do really need access to something like the capital in order to just be able to get 4 of them. Okay.
Jacker having a pretty quick DTS fight himself. Not as fast as the Claws. Oh, he gets lightning struck there.
Gets tagged by lightning. He's got to find a time to heal, but it can be so scary to heal against DTS.
Yep, there it is. Slam down. Oh my god, it does miss. Fire coming out though, tagging Jack here. Jack has to be careful, has to not greed these heals. There it is. Big slam down in just a moment. That was a little bit of an early roll.
Oh, there we go. Can just run away and heal. Great idea.
Yeah, Blanks here definitely rushing gold free. He's not going into the sewer. Has already skipped the sewer well. Gold free Morgott is definitely going to set Blanks at 12 squares, which is then going to make Godric's Great Rune look even better for him.
Yeah, he's the one that's much closer on that as well. So it's looking like he's got an unstoppable lead here. As long as he doesn't have an incident on gold free, which, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and cast a curse because you can't have an incident on gold free. He's just way too easy. Or an incident on Morgott. That one's more possible.
Oh, wow. So Jack is moving away, by the way.
Ooh.
He's not going capital. Wait, what? Is he going Everjails? He's thinking Everjails.
It looks like it.
Yeah. Interesting. Why? That's fascinating to me. Why would you think? No, he's going for Academy Key? Because Liurnia bosses?
Academy Key? Yeah, he could do Liurnia bosses.
Yeah, he's looking at Liurnia bosses. He's going Smaragd here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just thinking, okay, Blanks hasn't marked something since 104 he marked painting rewards. So it has been 12 minutes that Blanks has not marked something. So I guess he's just like, maybe Blanks is setting up for a bunch of split progress. Maybe I have to go take away all of his split progress and get Liurnia bosses. But no, it turns out Blanks has gone straight to the capital. That's what took 12 minutes. He had to get multiple great runes. And yeah, this is going to be very hard for Jack to stop. Yeah,
that's tough. That is tough.
Yeah, quick gold free fight here. Doesn't actually get any bleeds on these claws, but just, you know, any attacks that you get on gold free kind of shred him. You just jump over his attacks. Very nice. There's gold free. Jack now knows Blanks is in the capital. But
really,
what can he really do to stop it?
That. Yeah, not much you can do about that at all. And Blanks making his way towards Morgott. Jack here putting up the 07s, understanding that this is probably the end of the match. Nothing he can really do about that. That was just a rough game one here for Jack. Trying to get his feet on the floor and steady here, but having some unfortunate deaths, losing out on that worm face early on, I think really mattered, kind of set the tone as well, and then just trying to make up for it with other fights that just weren't really going his way. Blanks here staying cool, keeping his lead, and as we see now, really making some strong executional calls that even Jack did not see coming.
Yeah, for sure. Blanks just played this so amazing. There were a couple of snipes early that, you know, you can't really necessarily blame a player for. You go for a good square, your opponent goes for the same good square, your opponent gets it by 2 seconds because they get better babooshes. Like, what are you gonna do? Sometimes you just start off a game a little behind, but unfortunately it really snowballed on Jack, and Blanks really capitalized.
Definitely very tough. Big bleed proc here, though, on Morgott. Nice dodges here from Blanks. Going to go for the stagger here with those Night Claws. Oh, sorry, that's not a stagger.
That's the phase transition, yeah. Unfortunately, the Claws of Night, the one thing that they are not good at whatsoever is getting staggers. But honestly, you don't need it. He can just keep going for shredding. Got to be careful. Okay, nice dodge from the swords from the sky. 1 or 2 more hits will seal this square.
There it is.
And now, there it is.
One scatter shot.
12-7.
And there is 12-7 here. Adon getting absolutely annihilated by Jack now with the late game weapon here. But we're looking at possibly a Restore Godric's Great Rune, I'm assuming, here from Blanks. And that's going to be 13 to possibly 8.
Yeah. So, you know, Jack staying in the fight. He's going for some good synergy here. He's going for Everjails in Liurnia. Like, you know, it's a solid play. It's just unfortunate that he's so far behind that solid plays are not good enough. He would have had to do some sort of Hail Mary, and unfortunately, it does not end up going for that, and so does not end up completing this ridiculous comeback. Honestly, by the end has not really made a comeback. He's kind of stayed the same amount behind the whole game, which just goes to show, you know, Blanks is chosen really well. It is something that you can see that players will get ahead and then they'll kind of start going, oh, I'm ahead, I'll play in a different weird way, and then they end up kind of losing their lead. But Blanks keeps up the pressure, really kept it up the whole game, and did a great job of just finishing it out, closing it out, giving Jack no space to breathe. I really think after those couple of snipes, like, you know, Jack did what he could, but there's just nothing you could do against a competitor with like blanks with such a lead.
Yeah, it is definitely very, very tough. If you're at the top of the bingo game, you know, it's very hard to kind of come back from this. It's like when you're playing chess at the highest level, you know, there are moves that you're just going to be like, okay, like there isn't really much I can do about this. You have me in a chokehold, and trying to get out of that is going to be very, very difficult. Not impossible, but very, very difficult.
Yeah, unlike chess with, you know, the potential for a stalemate that you can kind of sneak out a tie, you really have to win in bingo. We're not going to probably go all the way to the 2-hour time. So trying to force out those sneaky things can be a lot harder.
And there we have it. 8 squares here for Pepe Jack. 12 squares here for Blanks. Blanks going to be now arising on this Divine Tower of Limgrave on the elevator, just waiting to ascend into Godric's Great Hood. And then we have our first game 1.
Yeah, nice, you know, metaphorical ascending to the top here, ascending to the win of this game. Is very, very nice and completely unstoppable. He knows there's no incidents that can be had on just restoring a great rune. It's by far the safest thing to go for. And given that he just saw that Jack marked something else, he knows there's no way Jack is here. So they both know at this point it's a guaranteed blanks win.
Just one more moment. Pausing and checking.
Mm-hmm.
Pausing and champing.
Pausing. Champing.
Champing. Pausing and champing. And there it is.
There
13 to 8. GG's here for Blanks. First match going to him. Best of 3s. Next match going to be DLC, which I believe puts Jack still in a bit of a pickle here because Blanks, being the Season 4 champion, actually, of Bingo Brawlers, was DLC. So I'm not saying that Jack is not going to be able to compete in that regard at all, but I will say that that's definitely putting you in a tough position here, facing the previous DLC champion in his own forte, if you will. Well, let's go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll do a quick 10-minute break here, give the players a moment to hydrate, go to the bathroom, do what they got to do, and we will then be right back, chat, for a game 2 in the DLC, Blanks versus Pepe Jack. Be ready to see some awesome bingo. And here we go, board being revealed. Kill Remembrance Boss with a Remembrance Weapon, center square. We have some other doozies here, I feel like. Lamenter Boss is showing its face already. We also have Kill the Deathbright Bird in Carol's Hidden Grave as also an option. We have Mateer Mother of Fingers. That is definitely a little bit of a long-distance fight. Burn the Ceiling Tree. That's Romina and Mesmer. So lots of like really tough fights here on the board, but we also have some rush stuff. We have Red Bear. We have Concoction. We have, let's see here, what else do we have here that's going to be pretty quick?
Larval Tears.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
Larval Tears right up at the top. That's one I expect them to possibly rush. And there's also, actually, the important to note, the DLC Talisman Square has been changed from the previous season. I initially saw that and got excited because I was thinking from last season, 3 DLC Talismans. You just go pick 3 up. No. 3 dropped DLC Talismans. Has to be specifically ones where you perform an action and they get like dropped, like auto added into your inventory. Things like Blow a Whistle or killing Queeline or things like that.
Correct. Yeah, so that's a new thing here. So you're going to see a couple squares where it says drop. There is also the, not on this board, but there is a NPC dropped weapons. So dropped in this specific way is a keyword. If you ever played Hearthstone, they have those keywords for specific cards. It's exactly this. This is a new keyword in Bingo that is dropped, which means auto-acquired to your inventory. You don't pick it up from the floor. You don't grab it from anywhere. You don't trade it in like a remembrance. You have to just automatically acquire it. And that is a dropped talisman. So again, like you said, Queeline, killing Queeline, blowing a finger in one of the ruins. On top of that, there's another one that I'm trying to think of right now. Leda invasions, for example, also drop a talisman because she automatically gives you one of those cross tree talismans. So yeah, that's definitely something the players had to adapt to. And on top of that, that also changes the NPC dropped weapon square because now you can't kill Egon and just just get his bow because you're picking that up. That doesn't count. Dane's weapon doesn't count anymore either. You can't kill Dane and pick up his hand-to-hand combat because you're picking it up. You're not actually auto-acquiring that. So some of these earlier picks that players have been getting used to are not viable anymore, and that changes a little bit of the tempo, but also really promotes specific areas. Like mausoleums now are way more promoted with that square specifically, and I really like that because honestly mausoleums have been like treated like the plague. They're like, okay, if I really have to, I will do it, but I will immediately avoid Rakshasa and Dancer and Solitaire, Jail Knight, and Red Bear. Those are just not fun fights. But in this case now, they kind of have to deal with those a little bit more, and I actually like to see those fights. We see both classes here, or both players here, start with a Lord Sorin Straight Sword, really good weapon to start out with, and we'll see what they're going to pick up right away. And yeah, see who goes for Larval Tears.
Yeah, Blank's heading in the general direction of a Larval Tier, whereas Jack just heading towards that 3-path cross. Although I don't think Blanks is actually heading to the Larval Tier. He might be heading instead for like the Blade of Mercy area or Hefty Pot. There is Hefty Pots on the board. I think that is what he's grabbing here in the Scorched Ruins. But neither of them really going straight for that Larval Tier. They might be thinking about draining the water in the Church District. That one seems like, isn't that kind of far in? Isn't that kind of late? Like, why would you rush that? It's not very far out of the way while you're getting map progress that you already want. So if you go, you're gonna have to go into Skidoo Altus at some point. You're gonna have to go into the Shadow Keep at some point, and so it's not very far out of your way to drain the water while you get a ton of map progress, because that's going to be one of the early things that they need. Obviously, they want to get squares as early as possible, but they also want to get map progress as early as possible, so they have the option to go around and get whatever squares they want. They don't want to kind of lock themselves into one area.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And as chat has been begging for the last couple of days here, we do have what I like to call the map. The map is back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, the players. As you can see on the board, Larval Tiers here that are selected or available are here. We have some over here for all the new people that don't know where Larval Tiers are. There is one over here as well. And there are quite a few actually as well in the Skidoo Altus. So we have one that you can grab right next to Red Bear, by the way, and next to Queen Lion. There is another one as well. So we have quite a few options here for Larval Tiers. For drop talismans, maybe not as much. But as we see right now, the routes being a little bit different here. Blank's already being at Tiolige, whereas Jack is kind of making his way towards Tiolige right now, but having some better graces to lean back on afterwards. So there's a bit of like a grace progression, I guess, if you will. There's already the skip happening here from Blanks right now. And we'll see how that plays out for them later on, because having this early skip, as you can see, saves you like 30, 40 seconds, but maybe bites you in the butt later on, right? If you don't have the other graces, like we've seen in other matches where if they skip, they do the skip that Blanks just did, now you don't have access to this grace over here, which is really important because that one will get you to Bellerot, the one with Freya, right? That also gets you to Savage Lion's Claw. That gets you to the Ghost Flame Dragon, gets you to the Katana check, gets you to that jail. This grace here, which you just saw Jack port to, is pretty damn important. So we'll see if that actually affects Blanks later on in the match or not.
Yeah, and so it looks like Jack is going immediately for Tialie's concoction. He talked to Tialie and then warped immediately back to go to Moore so that he can get the black syrup thing, whatever it is, so that he can get it. Yeah, exactly. Create the concoction from Tialie so that he can drink it. So that will be the first square going to Jack here. But instead, Blank's just setting up into all this map progress. So I think Blanks thinks it's maybe a race for the draining the water, whereas Jack said, no, this is a race for Tialie's concoction. Oh, but along the way, Blank's grabbing some runes here, stuff he might want for fully upgrading his weapon or getting his loadout set. Not a big detour, but he doesn't yet know what Jack is doing, so could be scary if he thinks there's a rush going on. Oh, he's actually already going back to upgrade, so he might be thinking of an early kill. It could be kill Dryleaf Dane in the duel is an early kill that he might want to go for.
That's a corner
kill
square.
A Red Bear.
Yeah.
It is a corner square. That's, yeah, not a bad one at all. So here we already have it, though. Jack is about to mark Drink Tialie's concoction. Once he, like, fully dies and goes into the black screen, he can go ahead and mark that.
And there we go. Concoction. First square on the board here for Jack. That's going to tell Blanks, okay, cool. I didn't waste any time on that. I'm good. I'm going to be upgrading here. I'm going to be a little bit ahead, actually, on weapons. Oh, it looks like that Jack now is going to be going also now to Fort Reprimand. And maybe we'll see a weapon upgrade from him. Or maybe we actually see... Oh, he has to quit out here. Did miss up the skip here.
Yeah.
Trying to go for the faster option. And we'll see if he does the same thing of going for Dryleaf Dane, or if he just starts rushing now for Drain the Water. I feel like Drain the Water, personally, is a bit of a better pick over Dryleaf Dane here, because it gives you so much map presence and really kind of sets the tone, I feel like, almost for the rest of the match. Because especially when you play a lot of DLC bingo, right, and you're playing against other people, if you see the opponent having Drain the Water, that is constantly in your head of being like, they have got backside, they've got backside, I don't have backside just now, they have backside. You know, and then constantly trying to remind yourself, like, okay, I have a disadvantage, and if I do go for it, now I don't get a square. Yes, I still get map progression, but like the value just really isn't there right now. And so, like, you have to really try and balance out, like, okay, do I do the time sync now, or do I do it later? There's a lot of, I think, difficulty with DLC specifically, where if someone has a specific progress towards an area, to follow them into that, or just to let them have it, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Just knowing where your opponent is powerful, but also sometimes showing where you are can, you know, throw your opponent off. So yeah, it is a great square to get, just pure map progress square, which is why I like it. Similar to the Mikola's Crosses is also a pure map progress type of square. So those are the ones that I really like going for first. But actually, Blank's heading to maybe Hippo. Maybe going in the front side, or maybe Red Bear. He's heading over in generally this area. It looks like Red Bear, actually.
Looking like a Red Bear. Okay. And there's a larval tier.
Larval tier.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. Is he going to do this on the way to Hippo, on the way to Red Bear? I'm not exactly sure where he's going with this. I'm kind of surprised he's going for this larval tier, given that he skipped the one at the very start of the game.
Yeah, he just grabbed the larval tier and immediately ported. So, and it looks like that Jack is not even going to go for any Red Bear or Dane here, but just going straight towards Morth Ruins and into possibly just grab... Oh, never mind. He's going to be grabbing Dane Grace here, and then possibly going for Drain the Water right afterwards.
Yeah. Now, Jack has no info whatsoever on where Blanks is, so whatever he goes, it's a little bit of scary, a little bit of a, will I get sniped here? So he might not end up going for Drain the Water, because he might assume that Blanks is doing that. But Blanks isn't. He's just getting some larval tiers.
Easy
and honestly,
larval
some
tiers.
pretty efficient ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very nice. Oh, we have a little quick weapon check here. There is Veterans Blades. There is Dancer Blades as well. And that's a pick here for Jack. I'm surprised. Dancer Blades, I do not think are that good personally. I've not used them that much, but I've never felt like they were great. But he picks them up. He grabs them here.
Yeah, I do think they can be solid against NPCs with the, like, infinite spinning slashes. They're not my favorite. They're not my pick either. But if he does decide to go for Dryleaf Dane, it could be. There's finally the third larval tier for Blanks. But so now both of them actually have very similar map progress. I think both of them have gotten to Morth Ruins. Both of them are upgrading their weapons with all the money that they got. And Blanks does come out of this just slightly ahead. But one thing to consider is Jack already has progress towards put Florisax to sleep. In order to do that, you need the Tialier's concoction. And since he has already gotten it once, all he has to do is go to Tialier again and buy it again. And all of a sudden, he's set up for that as well. So a little bit of time advantage to Blanks, but a little bit of synergy advantage to Jack. Very even start here.
Very interesting, by the way, though, is that also Tialier's concoction, if you want it back, you have to pay 35,000 runes just to get another concoction. So that is a little bit of a money check here. Jack currently does not have that, as he only has 26,000, but both of them here grabbing the Skidoo fragments, and Blank's now going straight towards Graveside Plain, talking to Kale one more time. We might see a race here on Dane first before we see Drain the Water, which I'm a little surprised by.
Yeah, that is what it looks like is going to happen here. Yeah, I don't think Jack has gone back to buy, you know, talismans or things like that. So Blanks might be a little bit more set up in terms of his total overall build. But here Jack goes back for it. So yeah, I think they are both probably doing that. They're setting up their build. If you were going to go for Drain the Water, you would probably not spend all this time setting up your weapon first.
Yep, and both grabbing some greases here real quick. I think they're both considering doing Dane as a fight. Okay, Yesn't. I think Blanks might be going for Red Bear here, actually, whereas Jack is going to go for Dane.
Yeah, interesting that both of them are just getting greases, even though I don't see, you know, the 3 status square on the board. It's just powerful to use statuses. It's like something that you just want to do. You want to status enemies because DLC enemies have so much health, and all the statuses do a percentage of maximum health in some way, so it just really helps take them down a lot quicker.
Well, you also got to keep in mind is that normally, like in vanilla DLC, right, you have Great Katana and Backhand Blades. They come with an Ash of War, but these weapons don't, so you can't even use a Wet Blade to get Frost innately on there, so you have to rely on greases early on until you get an Ash of War to even be able to do any statuses. Which is really
it's kind of interesting. Yeah, the optimal like way to use a grease versus a status innate on the weapon, it actually kind of depending on your levels. So early on, when you have very, very low levels, I think generally greases win out. In the mid game, it can actually be better to use the Frost Infusion, but then by the late game, you'd much rather have the heavy infusion for more strength scaling, or you could go Keen for Dex, whatever you want, and then it goes back to greases. So grease is very powerful in the early and late game, but the infusion can actually be very solid in the mid game.
Yeah, especially if you, if you have watched Season 4, Dex specifically, if you have really high Dex, you want to go for that Lightning infusion on your weapon here. Nice block here from Blanks on that roar from the Red Bear. There it is. Dane, by the way, on the board now for Jack. Currently 2-1. Has an extra square on the board. Going to be having that lead for just a bit here as it goes, I believe, towards now Hippo. There is Golden Hippo bottom left here, so he might be grabbing this right afterwards. Going to start building a little bit of a threat here, double threat actually, row 5 and the diagonal bottom left to top right. Going to try and put Blanks in a little bit of a pinch, if you will.
Yeah, and Blanks just chose the slower boss here. Blanks kind of had his pick. He probably could have gotten into either boss slightly quicker, but ends up choosing the Red Bear, which is just slower than Dane. Dane just has way less health. Even if he's more annoying, even if he kind of, can suck to fight, he can full combo you in some situations. The Red Bear is safer, but definitely slower. So Jack taking that risk, and it is paying off for him. He gets now this advantage here, and honestly, it's along a diagonal. So I would say the Dryleaf Dane square is also in a better position on the board. So Jack now, I would say, with a solid little lead here out of the early game.
It's interesting here is that Blanks did buy the Rot Grease, but did not use it for the Red Bear, only the Frost Grease. The Red Bear does block row 5 once he does get it here. There we go. There is that block on row 5. Jack, you're going to see that. Going to get a nod and be like, that's fine. I'm already at Golden Hippo. This is going to give me another square. This is going to give me money. This is going to give me Skidoo fragments. Like, this is going to set him up very, very nicely for sure. He already got one on the way as well. So it's going to be a little bit higher level on Skidoo levels here versus Blanks. And Blanks here maybe starts rushing Qualifier from the looks of it. He's going towards the church here. I'm not sure what exactly he's looking for.
The church is interesting. It might just be more Skidoo. Oh, no, he's turning. Okay. Yeah, it looks like he's gathering Skidoo. There are 2 Skidoo in the church over here with Qualifier, so he might just be trying to get a little bit more powerful before he goes into things, because I might be missing it, but I do not see anything that directly synergizes with doing Qualifier. One that I do expect one of them will do fairly soon here is kill Loger.
Oh!
I think that...
Drop talismans. Qualifier drops a talisman.
Oh, drop talisman. Of course, we talked about it earlier, and I totally forgot. It's the new square for the season. It's hard to keep track of this. The new square, it gets you. Yes, but he is not doing that. He is quitting out to get Qualifier to stop invading. He is just grabbing the Skidoo and getting out of here. But yeah, could have been a synergy play, but decides, nah, maybe later. Maybe I'll do that later. Now, is it the first Qualifier that gives talisman? Is it the second Qualifier that gives talisman? Or is it one of them specifically?
It's the first one. It's the first one. Doesn't matter which one. It's always going to be the same sequence. If you kill him in Belletrod or if you kill him in Skidoo Altus, it will always be the Qualifier talisman first, and the second one drops the Flame Skewer Ash of War.
Ah.
So that's the difference here. But also a question that I see in chat a lot, I'm going to go ahead and just like explain this real quick, is the fact that auto upgrade is active. So upgrading the seal is the cheapest way that the players can go ahead and get a max upgrade weapon, because depending on the weight of the weapon increases the upgrade costs for upgrading a weapon. So the seal being very light, you upgrade that first, and then you drop the weapon that you want to actually use, and you save a bunch of money instead of upgrading it directly.
Yeah, really, really important, because the early game money is just so important. If you have a little bit more money early game, not only could that be levels, but even more important than that, that could be another talisman you can buy from Kale. So, you know, that might be like 10% more damage, for example. You might get the ritual sword with that extra money. Or, you know, it might be like, oh, I'm going to get the one where, you know, if I bleed, I do extra damage because I have a bleed weapon. Or it could be the multi-hit talisman, right? It's just so important to have money early that that little bit of extra efficiency is worth a lot in these DLC games.
Really nice fight here, by the way, from Jack on this Golden Hippo. It's like a nice mental reset here from Jack. Currently now a 3-2 lead on the board, having also a diagonal build here. Moonrathil on the menu here for Blanks, as he's currently in whatever the hell this place is called. I always forget.
Castle Ensis.
Yeah, Castle Ensis. There we go. Moonrathil going to be ready to fight Blanks in just a moment. But now Pepe Jack has a good amount of money. He can buy, you know, those affinity knives if he really needs to, but also grab a bunch of talismans. And this is what I was pointing out before when we had the map available, right, was the fact that because Jack has that one specific grace, he can get Savage Lion's Claw, Ash of War, to put a Frost Affinity on his greatsword if he really wants to. But looks like we're going for Loger here first.
Yeah, I agree with going for Loger here. He's a very, very annoying NPC, more annoying probably than Moonrathil that Blanks is fighting, but very quick to get to and does not have that much health. So if you can catch him a few times, it can be not so bad.
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah,
oh,
definitely
but he's being annoying.
He's being annoying. The classic. There is Moonrathil here for Blanks now. So that's going to be another thing where it tells Jack, okay, I am free to do this Loger fight right now. Definitely, here's an interesting thing is that Blanks is really trying to block every single potential thing from this Golden Hippo Dry Leaf Dane combo so preemptively. Because like in the middle of Jack trying to create threats, Blanks is already blocking those threats. Because that Moonrathil does block this column 1 with Golden Hippo Loger that Jack is fighting right now. So he's already like, okay, that column 1, gone. Row 5, gone. I'm assuming now there might be a diagonal block here from Blank, potentially going for Demi-Human Mariga. No, it actually looks like that we have a Loger race.
Ooh. Yeah, Loger did just heal for Jack. So if Blanks can skip the heal, he's actually not that far behind. Or especially if Jack dies or, you know, has to heal so many times that he has to play it safe, could lead to a big advantage for Blanks. But, I mean, Jack has him back under half with no heals for Loger, so... Ooh, gotta be really careful, though. He's just running away on Torrent to heal. Oh, Blanks gets a little comboed as well.
Yeah.
Both of them playing it nice and safe.
Blanks, no armor here, by the way, because I do believe Light Load kind of gets you out of that flurry of attacks from Loger a little bit easier, because he can really roll catch you if you don't play it safe here. Jack, 2 hits away here from getting this kill, tries to greet it, misses it. Heal here now from Loger on Blanks' screen. I believe Jack has it. There it is.
One more hit. There it is. Nice kill from Jack.
There we go. Loger pickup here. Blocks that row 1 and gets Dane's footwork with that one. That's a very fun one. I do like that a lot. And yeah, now Blanks has to quit out. Jack currently 1 square ahead of Blanks, and the board already being blocked out for both players. The only line available right now really for Jack here is the diagonal, and we might see an early Demi-Human Mariga now based on that. But it looks like Jack actually might be eyeballing the Drain the Water at this point, which honestly I very much agree with.
Yeah, actually, that's really strong for Jack. It sets up the diagonal with Loger. It also sets up the column with Dryleaf Dane. So it sets up 2 potential scary threats. It also gets him closer towards some, you know, there is a hefty pot as well that he could go for in this general direction through the Shadow Keep. So, you know, a lot of possible things that he could set up here with this. We'll kind of see maybe one of them at some point is going to go for Killer Remembrance Boss with a Remembrance weapon because it is that center square, blocks off both diagonals, but it really is not something you can rush. Like, just even getting to 2 Remembrance Bosses just takes a while. You either have to go through Shadow Keep, or, you know, you have to go, like, down to the south to, like, I don't know, PK or something. I don't know that anyone would ever do that. The one that's pretty easy to get to is Rolana. There's just not really a second one. Maybe Dancing Lion if you really needed to rush it, but yeah, so very, very scary to have that as the center square. It's something where, like, if your opponent has more map progress than you, they're more likely to get it first.
This is definitely very tough here. Blank's kind of setting himself up to not get sniped, but also just wasting his time. Not wasting his time, but he's not going to get drained the water from the looks of it, unless there's something that happens for Jack here, as Jack is about 10 to 15 seconds ahead of him currently, both grabbing that Hefty Pot here in Bonnieville. And Hefty Pots here is on the menu, on the board at row 3, column 4. I'm hovering over it right now for anyone at home that can't see it. There it is. Maybe you can see my mouse if I click on it. There we go. Right here. Yeah, so we'll see how this plays out. If Drain the Water does go to Jack here, Jack has a really strong position on both column 4 and on the diagonal, and he can kind of like pick out whatever he wants, and this might put Blanks in a little bit on the back foot, if you will, to try and figure out exactly how to put this fire out, which he already has been doing very well, but he has to keep doing it right now because that Dryleaf Dane Hippo choice really gave Jack a lot of power early on.
Yeah, but Jack pivots out. He's actually not going for the Drain the Water first. This is going to let Blanks take it and let Blanks get the earlier access into Shadow Keep. I don't think I agree with this. He's pivoting out to get the Savage Lion's Claw, which I think he should get at some point. I just don't know that now is the time to do that with such a powerful, important square on the board right there that he could have gotten.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be rushing for Demi-Human Mariga here. He went back to Tiolier. I think he's like, okay, instead of going for Drain the Water, let me grab the Savage Lion's Claw. Let me go for Demi-Human Mariga. Let me push this diagonal instead. So he is definitely forfeiting a square here, but maybe for a bit of a better setup, because the last 2 squares on that diagonal are Lamenter and Killer Remembrance Boss with a Remembrance Weapon, which is kind of tough to deal with. But no, he's not even going for that. He's going to go for Ancient Dragon Man first.
I think he is. Ancient Dragon Man gets him the skip down to Demi-Human Mariga, as well as giving him access to Lamenter Boss. So it's kind of a sneaky way to almost hide his progress while getting progress on both of them, which would force Blanks into Remembrance with Remembrance only, or would allow Jack to win off of that. I actually really like this play. Now that I see how he's doing it, not going just straight to Mariga, but instead trying to set up both Mariga and Lamenter, I actually really, really like this play. Also, because if he gets sniped on it, he'll still have progress towards Lamenter.
Yeah. The other thing is, as well, is that because this is weapon rando, Ancient Dragon Man is a katana check. He might drop Great Katana. He might drop Rakshasa's Great Katana. These are very, 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 very good weapons, specifically even for the DLC, because they have a lot of pierce damage, right? And bleed buildup. So this is also just overall just a great weapon check here for Jack.
Yeah, for sure. Ancient Dragon Man early is just, you know, it's really not a bad play. Oftentimes you'll see it rushed if it's a square on the board, but even without it, like, it's just so powerful. Gives you access to an entire... He skips the Grace? Interesting.
Yeah, I will say, if you are looking at the board, honestly, the south axis is way more important than Drain the Water. I mean, look at this. We have Lamenter. We have a Giant Lightning Ram. We have Florisax Put to Sleep. We have Deathrite Bird. We have Mother of Fingers. That is something you need south axis for. Egon's Furled Finger. Demi-Human Mariga. Mausoleums. There's like 7 squares that relate to the south axis here. This is actually like a very, very big play for sure.
Yeah, I really like this now. And Blanks has just basically signaled to the board, signaled to Jack, hey, I'm not down there right now. I just drained the water. I'm in Shadow Keep. So Jack has just kind of free access to say, oh, great, awesome. He is not down here where I'm going. And so I get a bunch of squares that Blanks can't really contest whenever I want them. And if Blanks wants to contest them, he'll basically have to be following behind in my footsteps and do ADM later. So this is, I think, a great turn of events for Jack.
100%. And is that a Wendy's 4 for 4 on the board here, chat?
4 for 4.
Absolute 4 for 4. Has been discontinued since January. Wendy's, bring it back. Please and thank you.
I saw it. I saw it on my Wendy's app. Just I guess that was a few months ago. Maybe it was January. I don't know. But it at least has existed. I saw it. The mythical 4 for 4. I thought it didn't exist, and I found it. I was like, oh my god, there it is. There it is.
It's there. It's there. Maybe select stores still have it, but I've heard that it is vanishing slowly from the world, sadly here. But yeah, looks like Blanks is already following in those footsteps. He's already at Egon here. He might be going for Ancient Dragon Man, following Jack into the South Axis already a little bit earlier than we expected. Very interesting.
So Blanks maybe recognizing this threat of just how much south there is. So a good play from him. Now, if Jack gets in here first, the question is, what is he going to do first? Is he going to do Mariga first or Lamenter first? I expect it would have to be Mariga first.
Mariga, yeah.
But yeah, as soon as he gets it, Blanks will know, uh-oh, I need to go for Lamenter now, and we might get a race on our hands for Lamenter.
We might get a race. We might have also like a very, very interesting looking row 3 here. Jack has to be careful. Gets hit by, I don't know what the hell that move is called on the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. But gets hit by
Dragon
that very
Boom
long
Slash?
distance. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. There it is, though. Ancient Dragon Man dead here for Jack. Let's check it out. What weapon does he get? Dragon Skill Blade. That's okay.
That's solid. It's solid.
That's okay. That's all right.
I think you're a hater of Dragon Scale Blade, right?
You think so? You think so? I don't think it's that good. I really don't. It's one of the shortest katanas too, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I like that it doesn't lose a lot of AR to get the free extra benefit of the cold compared to other katanas where they lose a bit of AR in order to have the bleed. So I think it's a very solid katana. I would put it top 2 or 3 of regular katanas. Not as good as any of the great katanas, but I would put it somewhere near the top of them.
So wait, would you say like what like Uchikatana, Nagakiba, and then
Nagakiba?
Yeah. I'd probably do Nagakiba over Uchikatana personally, because the range. The range is like,
I do love the range. Yeah,
the range
They're
is
both
really nice.
really good. I really like Unsheath, though. Piercing Fang is also very solid, but I really like the Unsheath. I think it's just such a monster at poising through enemies. It just, like, slapping them, and then, you know, you get free staggers.
Yeah.
Piercing Fang can kind of do the same. It's just a little bit less AR, I think, on the Piercing Fang, and a little bit slower, but that range is ridiculous. And if you've got a Piercing weak boss like Rolana, yeah, Nagakiba shreds.
Definitely very, very good weapon series. Sadly, currently not on our screen, but we do see an Ancient Dragon Man fight here from Blanks. Currently already at half health, already past the heal as well, so he's not that far behind on Jack here for Southern Access. We do see the Grand Dragon Communion Altar here, though, for Jack. He can start already the dialogue here with Florisax, looking to possibly put her to sleep, kind of show Blanks being like, hey, by the way, column 2. We're talking about the diagonal the whole time, but look at like column 2, right? If he takes out Florisax here, that would be a nice block because that's all South Axis almost. Deathrite Bird, Florisax, Lamenter, Mother of Fingers, like that's all you need South Axis for that column 2. So if Jack gets rid of that with Florisax, he's really, really setting the tone here, I think, for the rest of the board and for himself. And he is going to go for it.
Yeah. It is a good block. It blocks both the column that Blanks has one in with Killer Red Bear and the row that Blanks has one in with Moonrathel. But the reason I don't really like it is because it possibly gives up Mariga or Lamenter, which are both along that diagonal, that I think is more important. And the Lamenter would have also blocked the column. So I don't necessarily think this is something he needs to do, and really, really tips his hand, really shows his progress early, and lets Blanks know, hey, I'm in the south, you should come go here and snipe me, type of a thing. So I would have preferred one of the other ones first, especially knowing that Blanks has not yet gotten the Tialier's concoction, but it's not bad. It doesn't take him very long. He is still ahead as well.
Here's my thought, right? Blanks not even at Florisax yet, but sees that Florisax has been put to sleep. Is like, okay, I need to go to Demi-Human Mariga to stop the Southern Access. But also what I see and what I'm thinking is like early Lamenter. which is an absolute nightmare, right? So if Jack does get Demi-Human Mariga here, pushing Blanks into dealing with Lamenter this early on might put him in a bit of just an absolute shit position, right? Because you might not have enough damage to even deal with the Lamenter fight. You know, and this would give Jack enough time to deal with other stuff on the board. Instead, be like, you know what, you deal with Lamenter early on. I don't have to worry about that.
Totally makes complete sense. If you can also win Mariga, which it looks like he will, as long as he can get the skip and gets a nice clean fight. Yeah, forcing Blanks into almost having to do Lamenter in order to possibly block is a very, very strong play. Otherwise, you just kind of leave it open to Jack to potentially later get the Remembrance, and just win on the middle. So, yeah, it is definitely going to work out for him. You know, he doesn't know how far ahead of Blanks he is, but he ends up still being far enough ahead. He should win this. And
here we have the fancy skip that I still have to learn all the way down to Mariga, instead of going all the way around and through the Cerulean Coast Grace. He just does a nice little waterfall skip here. And there we are, pretty much already right next to Mariga right now. That puts him in such a good position here for sure. Blanks right now, I believe, very close nearby.
Oh, but Blanks is pivoting. He's warping out. He's going for a Black Knight boss, is what it looks like, which is a fast square, but... Uh-oh. Now all of a sudden, Jack can really, really pressure that diagonal. Blanks might be keeping up in majority with this play, but I don't know that he's going to be keeping up on pressure on squares on the board. Jack will also have blocked... Is it every single line as soon as he gets Mariga? I think it is. That's every column. No.
Row
he
4.
Also needs one in row 4. So, but if he gets Mariga and Lamenter, he will have blocked every single line, force there to be no threats from Blanks, and have a really strong threat himself of that diagonal.
Here's what I see. I think what Blanks is thinking here is like, okay, he just showed Florisax put to sleep, so he is pretty much already saying like, I already have south access, don't challenge me. And maybe thinking that, okay, maybe Jack is not doing Mariga right away because he already showed Florisax and might be going for some other easier stuff. So he thought that maybe he could snipe him on Black Knight bosses or something. I'm not sure. Maybe calling his bluff a little bit, if you will. But also, Black Knight Idra does drop a Spirit Ash. No, sorry, not a Spirit Ash. An Ash of War, which actually is not on the board, so discard whatever I just said. I was thinking like, oh, it's an Ash of War. That might be working towards that. But it's actually DLC Spirit Ashes. That are actually also in Fort Reprimand, but not the same. And now Blanks, a little bit of a tough position here, is going to have to deal with an early Lamenter. He is making his way towards that right now, whereas Jack is now near Emir.
Oh, Emir. Interesting. Metter is on the board, so he could be getting something for that, but... outside of that, I'm not seeing why else he would be here. It seems obviously very early to try to set up Metter. I don't know why you would do that right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if anything, if I was Jack, I'd personally just start going for some of these like...
Oh, drop DLC talismans. As we mentioned earlier, it's the finger. He can do the finger. He has south access. The finger will be one dropped DLC talisman. So he could be heading for that next. So not necessarily pushing his advantage. If you look at this board, it really looks like there's no threats left because they've almost blocked all the lines already. But that one diagonal that Jack still has access to could be scary, but I don't think he wants to push it. I don't think he wants to commit to Lamenter. Lamenter is a potential throw. Lamenter does just suck as a spot to go for, and so he's just not committing to that.
And it's also really tough here because for Blanks here, he is in the Lamenter jail right now, but there is no jails on the board either. There is no transformation. This is very much just a one-off for Blanks here, just to get rid of that very scary diagonal threat. And like I mentioned for Jack, why even go for it? Why even go for the threat? You just have Blanks deal with this nightmare of Lamenter fight, and he can go do all the easier stuff. You know, go for drop talismans, go for giant lightning ram, if you will. You know what I mean? Go for hefty pots. These are all like way easier things to deal with that give him so much more presence on the board and just allow him to win the majority game.
Yeah, it looks like that is what both of their plan is. Block the one final line that each other can get. So Jack is going to get something in row 4, and then Blanks is going to get something in that diagonal, and then it will just be a pure majority race. Both of them confident that they can just win in majority. And I think, you know, this ends up being a very nice call for both of them. Both of them sort of keeping up with this potential game and keeping it very, very close here. Neither of them making any mistakes that can lead to their opponent getting a large lead.
And here we go, blowing a finger, and we should get that talisman here in just a bit. And there it is. Boom, Crimson Seed talisman being dropped. We're going to Highland Cross here now because Queeline has another drop talisman. So we're going to see a Queeline fight here in just a moment. And Skidoo 2 pickup, which is very, very nice. And then after that, I guess I want to see what the third drop talisman might be here for Jack. Possibly just going to go and actually get the Drain the Water area, you know, Churchwater District, and go backside so you can grab the other finger here to activate Materia Mother Fingers.
Yeah, he has also already killed the hippo, so he could actually also get access to the backside going through the front and then doing the skip to get from the front side to the backside.
True.
So that is another option for him if he does know how to do that. That is not necessarily something that every bingo player does, but the ones that know how to do it, that can be a time save if you've already killed hippo, which in this case he has. He also kind of has like halfway access to the back though, so it wouldn't save that much time to do the skip.
The damage not looking too hot here for Blanks, by the way, on this Lamenter fight. This is definitely going to be a bit of a tough one. He can definitely still pull it off, but he really has to play around with the fact that he probably has to just go for full charged R2s, or might just have to clear the clones intentionally before he tries to get the actual Lamenter. Because even the clones
he doesn't
take 2
one-shot
hits.
the clones. Yeah, that's really rough. Uh-oh, he has not killed any clones yet, nor found the original. He's finally found him, but it might be too late. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it is too late. He's just gonna die.
That is so tough here. Oh.
Wait, what? No, he got him. Wait, what?
He got one, I guess.
He killed one clone. Okay, I did not see one clone die, but one clone must have just barely died. Okay, that's very scary position, though. Now he definitely has to find the real one right away. Jack, on the other hand, getting Queeline, getting that second DLC drop talisman, only needs the one more. Why is he back in Manus Metter? Is there a drop talisman here I don't know of?
Yeah, does he give you one just for one finger? I don't think so.
Maybe. He gives you something for one finger.
Oh, he does give you Stardust.
Beloved Stardust.
Oh, wow. Okay, I thought you needed to do both fingers to do the Stardust. And there it is, Lamenter Death here now for Blanks. He's definitely in a very big pickle now. And we might see Deathrite Bird here, actually, from Jack.
Yeah, it could be interesting. Blanks really does not want to have to pivot out of Lamenter, but at the same time, you hate being stuck here with Lamenter, right? If he does pivot out, it would be a lot of wasted time where he'd have to go all the way back through the jail later. So he really, really wants to at least finish it off here and take the last threat off the board. But with Jack having a 2-square lead and the ability to go wherever he wants, kill whatever he wants, like, yeah, this is rough for Blanks for sure.
And we see Giant Lightning Ram going to be happening here for Jack now as well. Like I said, Jack just going to have him deal with the crap fight that is Lamenter with low damage, and he will just go ahead and just snag every single other square that is just way easier to pull off and just secure his lead that way and possibly push this into a game 3.
Jack having some trouble with the giant rolling lightning ram. I know I have to like set up in one spot, wait for it, get one hit, and then wait for it to come back. He's kind of trying to chase it around a little bit. Oh, the lightning.
The lightning strike. That's so funny.
Oh, big hit there, though. He's got good, solid damage as long as he can get a few hits in. Blanks this time doing a great job finding the main Lamenter. He did the strat of punching Lamenter with his fist to bloody Lamenter up so that it's easier to find. Jack with a big whiff on the rolling lightning ram does not get that hit. But yeah, Blanks doing just a great job of just bullying the main Lamenter, making sure he does not take any of those extra hits. He should have it this time. He's doing so well.
There we go. Giant Lightning Ram here about to be dead as well. One more tap R1 should do it. There it is. Giant Lightning Ram here for Jack. 8-5 now, 3-square lead. And yeah, Lamenter almost dead here for Blanks. Only 3 hits away, and it vanishes back into the void, coming back out here. But honestly, this is looking really good for Blanks. Honestly, not that many attempts at all on Lamenter. Gets the Lamenter block here, gets rid of this horrible, horrible threat. And now we're almost in to majority. Well, actually, we are in majority now. Crazy.
Yeah, fully majority. There's not even that many squares, you know, that seem to be marked on the board yet, but they have just done such a great job of just going, okay, what row do I need to block? This one, I'll get one there. What column do I need to block? This one, I'll get one there. What diagonal do I need to block? And so both of them have just fully blocked out everything, and we are in pure majority.
This is crazy.
It looks like, yeah, Blanks, I think, is going for hefty pots here. I think is why he's in the storehouse back section and heading generally in the Romina area. He could also be heading actually towards Romina for Burn the Ceiling Tree, or at least making maybe a little progress here. I wouldn't expect him to do it super early. One thing to note is there is Bear, Lion, Hippo on the board, which Jack already has the Hippo, whereas Blanks already has the Bear. So both of them already have one of them. That's probably why Blanks chose to do the Red Bear earlier instead of Dryleaf Dane. Even though it was a bit slower of a fight, it did give him that synergy, but both of them have some partial progress on that one. So it'll be interesting to see if they race for that at some point, or if one of them just commits to it while the other doesn't.
That early Lamenter fight, only taking 2 tries for Blanks, definitely is a big deal here because, yeah, now it's full majority and there's only a 2-square difference. Jack trying to get squeezing as much value as possible out of that bingo line, definitely getting a little bit of a lead here, but now it's still very much anyone's game, and I don't think there really is a strong tell on who's currently in the lead here, because when it comes to backside, Commander Gaius's Pants, Burn the Ceiling Tree, even Spirit Ashes, they're all kind of in Blanks' favor right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a lead in the actual square count versus a bit of priority on the remaining ones.
There's hefty pots here for Blanks.
There is the 4th hefty pot. Yeah, for Blanks. Very nice. Wow. He did not have to go into Bellerot Jail, which is the spot that oftentimes you have to go into because it just has 3 hefty pots. Instead, gathers 4 individual pot pickups that were quite a bit faster, quite a bit more synergy along the way. So very nice play from Blanks.
Yeah, this is starting to turn into a very balanced match here now. Jack losing some of the pressure that he has had. Blanks letting out some hot air from that pressure cooker, really relieving a lot of pressure here. And we'll see how this plays out for both of them, because now I think we're in the very critical state here on the board where your next 2 squares really will define on how this goes for both players. Like which 2 squares they pick here, I think is really going to set the tone for the rest of the match.
Yeah, and they're both on the backside of Shadow Keep. I would bet they're both going for Gaius's Pants at this very moment. Gaius's Pants gives you a Remembrance boss, so it gives you a Remembrance weapon to kill a different Remembrance boss with. You could then do that on either, you could do it on Mesmer, or you could do it on Romina in order to set up Burn the Ceiling Tree. I think that would be a very, very strong play right now. You could also even do it on Dancing Lion in order to set up Bear, Lion, Hippo. So I think Gaius's Pants is the #1 priority for both of them, and I think both of them know it, and Blanks is ahead. Solidly ahead, maybe 20 to 30 seconds ahead at this point.
Yeah, Jack surprisingly not that far behind, but yeah, this might be a little bit of an RNG fight because Blanks actually still has to sit back down and get his affinity back. He doesn't even have an affinity. He doesn't have Savage Lion's Claw. This is what I mentioned at the very beginning of the game, right? Jack has permanent frost status on his sword, whereas Blanks has to still rely on greases here. So that might actually make a difference here as well, but depending on his damage output, he might have to just like rely on going back and buying more greases from Kale first, which would give Jack enough time to catch up here and also get to Gaius in time.
But actually, Jack is not going directly to Gaius. He's actually getting a DLC Spirit Ash first, I believe, is what he's doing with this whole elevator shenanigans here. Yeah. Doing the nice sneaky play where he doesn't have to worry about the Fire Knight. But yeah, honestly, good to grab along the way, but might end up punishing him because he might lose this Gaius Pants square to Blanks. I like this. I like going for synergy along the way, but in this particular case, it might just take a little bit too much time.
We'll see how this plays out for sure. Elevator here in just a moment. All right. We're not seeing Gaius right away from Blanks either. We're seeing first, whatever the hell, Mother gesture. Sorry, I forgot the name there.
What?
First.
Yeah. Why would he be going here? I mean, it sets him up for eventual meta. Oh, he just wanted the skidoo and just used the gesture along the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's like,
so
I
he's
might as
not
well
actually
open it up.
going that direction. Yeah. Just open it up. But actually, that gives Jack some time to catch up. He's only one elevator ride slower at this point. That's not too bad.
Really not bad at all. We have Rot Grease, Frost Grease here on Blanks' screen. Going for the Frost Grease here first. I would assume he would do both, but what the hell do I... Oh my god, he absolutely gets
hit
tackled.
by the charge.
Not super safe
Luckily, he's
here.
got plenty of defense. He is not doing the full naked strat that a lot of DLC players have done for Blue Dancer. He is using armor, so luckily it does not hurt that bad, and he can just heal all the way back up to full.
Yep. Here we go, going for a nice charge dart too. And now Jack is here. Gonna sit down as well real quick. Blanks has to be careful.
Blanks gets tagged again. Not a hitless fight, which is luckily not a square on this board, but you don't really want to take those hits because every time that you have to heal is just time lost that you could have been attacking.
Oh yeah, and Jack here now. Getting as close as he can to Gaius before the fight starts. Damage very similar here, actually, to Blanks. So Blanks might actually get this. Oh, but here's the fun part. Commander Gaius' pants, you only get from the Latenna lady, and depending on your damage output, she can be a little mean. So that's a little wolf RNG, if you will, on if the Frost Breath really messes with you or not. I've had incidences with her a couple of times.
Yeah, it definitely can come down to that. It can come down to whether you can sometimes almost stun lock her where it feels like she does nothing, and other times she can just run around, and you can lose so much time. So even though Blanks is going to get Gaius first, barring, yeah, no, he's got the stagger. That's just a kill. Blanks is going to have to also get a clean kill on the lady that has the pants.
This also sets both players up here for Kill Remembrance Boss with a Remembrance Weapon. We'll see what the options are at the shop here later. And then I'm assuming with that Remembrance Weapon, we're going to see a Mesmer fight.
Yeah, Mesmer would be a great choice. Romina could be good as well, depending on the weapon. If you got something that was fire damage, you know, maybe Romina starts to look like a better choice than Mesmer, because Mesmer very resistant to fire, Romina very weak to fire. But you know, I think in the most cases we would see Mesmer. Ooh, Blank's getting a little bit hit by the Albinoric woman. Ooh, he's low health. He's
and now she's
luckily,
applying the auto tracking arrows, by the way. She's popping her ability like it's Valorant, trying to get those auto tracking arrows to hit Blanks here. Blanks does have Rot Grease activated, by the way. Trying to make sure that this wolf dies. There it is, though. Drops it.
Off. There it is. Okay.
There's the pants.
And Jack smiling, shaking his head. He's like, I knew it. I knew we were racing on that.
And now we're tied, 8-8.
It's not the worst thing. Yeah, we're tied 8-8, and it's not the worst thing for Jack because he can still go get the skidoo, which Blanks is foregoing, or did he already get them? I think
no, he did not. He did not get them. He did not get them. And so Blanks here, I believe, is just trying to make some southern progress, maybe, and looking to maybe grab Egon's furled finger. Or Jack might be here to upgrade and then maybe go for a Remembrance weapon. Going back to Fort Reprimand. I think he's grabbing Spirit Ashes here.
Ooh, yeah, he did grab that one along the way, so getting those Spirit Ashes could be a nice quick one for him, could help him get back into the majority. But this is such a back and forth fight where they are just duking it out and kind of going in the same areas because they know this is powerful right now. I need this. And then immediately after, this is powerful. I need this. He's not going immediately for the Spirit Ash. Oh, no, he is. Is this a little skip?
Oh, little shortcut, yeah.
Neat. I don't think I used this in the previous season. Yeah, I did not know about that. That's nice. But yeah, so that, yeah, I mean, we do know this is all down to majority, so it really is just like whatever you think you can do fastest. And Jack is definitely going to get the DLC Spirit Ash before Blanks gets Egon's Furled Finger. If Jack then also goes for Remembrance and starts to set up Burn the Ceiling Tree, that could lead to a strong lead for Jack here, as Blanks is doing the Dueling Drakes, which sucks. I hate the Dueling Drakes.
They do take a while. If anything, from Jack, if I'm being honest here, he has money. After Spirit Ashes, I would go straight towards Kale, buy the Sanctified Whipblade, and put Holy on my weapon and go for that Death Red Bird. That's just a one-off fight.
Ooh.
He's right here.
Yeah. That is also a great idea. I think that both of those options are very good because, you know, obviously the Deathrite Bird, a great just one-off square, but the Remembrance is a nice synergy with Burn the Sealing Tree as well. So it's either like, do you go for a slower set of 2 squares or a faster single square? And I think both are very, very strong, very valid options. And we'll see if they trade on those or if they race on those.
There it is.
There's the 3rd Spirit Ash.
DLC Spirit Ashes here. Blank's like putting his hands up. I'm not sure why. A little confused.
He was not going for that. Yeah.
Just being like, okay, I wasn't really thinking that was going to happen. Maybe kind of situation. I'm not too sure.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jack trying to do a little skip down the coast here, but did not get the right angle.
What are we going down here for? Mausoleums, I guess. Going for
name
Dancer.
Was Mausoleum, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, interesting.
Not one I would have prioritized.
Yeah, Deathrite Bird feels like a more just faster move here, but well, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Maybe it's just he knows that, like, hey, I'm so close to the Grace. If I do this skip, maybe he wants to do the skip first. Then he might even come back to the Deathrite Bird.
Pause.
Yeah, he's just grabbing the Grace while he's there. Honestly, not a bad play. Just like get overall efficiency so that he can get there later when he actually wants it. I don't mind that at all. Just taking a little bit of time to get that Grace.
And here is the Sanctified Whetblade. Yep.
Yeah, this should be the Deathrite Bird here. Does he? I don't think he has a strike weapon to put it on. That would be the really optimal play. Strike Holy would just shred. But honestly, strikes or standard Holy is also pretty solid.
Yeah, we're going for that Deathrite Bird fight. I think this is a great call here from Jack. Blanks are currently still doing the Dueling Drakes fight here. Going to have to try and deal with this. Bit of a nightmare, if you will. Has still 8 flasks left here. Does not have the Rot Grease currently active on the Jagged Peak Drake. Trying to make sure that he doesn't get tagged by this fire. Fire coming up from the other dragon. Has to back off for just a moment. Deathrite Bird spawning here now for Jack. Job. How much damage? This should be pretty decent damage.
I would expect so. It's got to be. Yeah, both of them in very difficult, very possibly get caught in fire and die instantly fights.
Oh, such
so they're
good
both
damage.
Gonna want to keep their health. Oh, yeah.
For Jack,
he did also get a headshot that does extra.
True. But I mean, even then, like, this is actually really, really solid. Truly.
Oh, yeah. If
like
Jack gets this kill before Blanks even gets the Jagged Peak Drake kill, that could be a little bad for Blanks. He would be at least a square behind and behind on time, and it looks like that might be the case. Jack is catching up so quickly on health.
Does not get the headshot there, sadly, but does kind of avoid the big phase transition here, using the horse iframes to kind of get away from that. We're going to see possibly the AoE explosion here in just a moment. The Jagged Peak Drake here kind of taking its time in the distance. Blanks has to play safe here. Jack definitely having a really good fight here with the Deathrite Bird. There it is now.
Getting a little stalled out by some fire. Big explosion, go directly south, or you can go northeast. Okay, yep, that was a safe direction. Barely.
Very nice.
Was close.
Has to be, yep, a little bit careful here. But has avoided the worst attack possible from the Deathrite Bird. Jagged Peak Drake here, getting some headshots from Blanks. Only a couple hits away from getting that Egon's Furled Finger here. But also Deathrite Bird almost down as well for Jack. Yep. Jack taking a couple hits here. Has to be careful. Please heal for the love of Christ. There it is. Dragon down here for Blanks.
He does get the heal off.
They're about to mark their squares.
Blanks does finish the fight, but... Yeah, he has to go get the... Oh, there it is.
There
Jack
it is.
Actually going to mark slightly earlier because he doesn't have to go actually get the finger afterwards. So Jack now with a tiny time advantage on whatever they're going for next. If this is a race here, this could be very interesting.
Yeah, setting up Matir, Mother of Fingers now. He's going to be going for the good old Oh Mother. Interesting. Okay, so...
That's very interesting.
Why are we doing this?
This is the one thing I think I would never have picked because... Meta just takes so long, and there's nothing else in this area whatsoever. He just got one Grace and then left. Very strange. Very strange.
Checking. Oh, he's checking here for the Remembrance to make sure that he doesn't miss on a good weapon. Oh, Christ. It's only Reichard's
Oh,
Rancor, and
no.
that's it?
Oh, no Remembrance Weapon. That's the one that both of them have. They both need 2 more Remembrance bosses. Now, that's not the biggest disaster you've ever seen, specifically because Burn the Ceiling Tree is on the table. So, you could do Burn the Ceiling Tree by doing Mesmer, that gives you a Remembrance Weapon to go kill Romina, or the opposite. Do Romina to get a Remembrance Weapon to kill Mesmer. So, it's not the biggest disaster, but not great to just not see a Remembrance Weapon on Gaius's Remembrance. Very unlucky. All right, in the meantime, Jack is still setting up for Metter. And honestly, Metter is a Remembrance boss that does give a Remembrance weapon. So this is not a terrible play. He probably loses out on Ceiling Tree because it does look like that's where Blanks is headed. Blanks does look like he is headed towards the Romina area. So, you know, it could be a bit of a trade here. It could be whoever gets the Remembrance boss with a Remembrance weapon ends up ahead on this race, as they are splitting which Remembrance bosses they are actually going for. I am curious when we're going to see maybe Bear, Lion, Hippo come into play, given that, again, both of them do have some priority on it. That could actually be used. Jack could maybe go Metter into Lion, doing Remembrance, and that would lead him to help set up for another square, and maybe he just gives up Ceiling Tree instead to Blanks. If he can do that, that could be 2 or 3 squares in Jack's favor. If he gets all 3, that's just a win, but even if he only gets 2 of them, sets him up nicely, where all he has to do is Nameless Mausoleums or Catacombs. So Jack, I think, has a nice spot here. He's actually pivoting out towards the Nameless Mausoleum instead, though.
Dancer. Yeah,
Dancer. Jack's doing a whole lot of pivoting, which some players really like. I am not a pivoter. I like to commit to something at some point, but Jack is just here, there, everywhere. He makes a little progress, then goes here, makes a little progress, goes here, makes a little progress. I'm waiting to see when he commits on something, because, you know, he does have that 1 square lead, so he doesn't have to commit too early. He doesn't have to try to get himself, you know, sniped or anything, but given that we know that Blanks is just not going for the same things, the earlier he commits, the less he pivots, the faster and more efficient he'll be overall.
Yeah, so we're going to see Dancer here now for Jack. We're going to see traveling through route for Blanks. We're going to see a Romina possibly soon, or he just grabs the Grace for Romina and does Mesmer first. Not too sure. Damage here on Dancer, really, really not bad here for Jack. And after he gets this, he just needs 3 squares. So he could genuinely just avoid kill Remembrance boss with a Remembrance weapon, and also avoid Burn the Ceiling Tree, and just go for Mausoleums, Catacombs, and Materia Mother of Fingers if you really wanted to.
I actually do really, really like that, because those are the ones that Blanks is very, very unlikely to go for, because they have no synergy. Blanks needs synergy to come back from the slight deficit that he's in, whereas Jack doesn't need any synergy. He could just go for, yeah, these 3 squares suck, but I don't think Blanks is going for them, so, you know, I'll take them while Blanks can't contest.
Right. Blanks here now almost already at the Romina Grace. Just has to go 1 more elevator here and then past the Hornston invasion. And Dancer here about to already die for Jack. So this could be Dancer into, I'm assuming, solitary jail night. And then after that, honestly, set up Materia Mother of Fingers, you know? Or even go for Bear, Lion, Hippo. I mean, like, Red Bear is right there.
Yeah, the world is yours. You can go for whatever you want here after the Nameless Mausoleums. You know, if you just got a 2 square lead this late in the game, it's just, you know, take your pick and just hope that you don't get sniped over and over. And we happen to know that Blanks is not going for things that currently look like they will snipe. Blanks might see that Jack has marked something that is not progressing to Ceiling Tree and might pivot out, but then it just turns into, you know, a race at best for Blanks. So Jack is in a nice commanding position here.
All right, Romina time here now for Blanks. And yeah, solitary jail night here for Jack. This is going to be very interesting to see what we get here for Blanks. He has to, if anything, he gets Ceiling Tree and he gets Remembrance Boss or Remembrance Weapon. That still puts him at 11. He has to do one of the crappier squares. Jack already doing Mausoleums, which means that Catacombs is going to be a big contender here, and also Bear, Lion, Hippo. I think those are the two big ones.
Yeah, I definitely think those are absolutely the two ones that we could see Jack do. And he might just hold Meta in his pocket because he has so much progress on Meta. He might just say, I'll go for things that aren't Meta, and if I happen to get sniped, Meta's my backup. There's no way Blanks has also set up Meta as much as I have. All right, this Romina kill going pretty well for Blanks. He's honestly just doing a great job, but he does need to worry about this phase transition now that Romina is under half health. Just runs away nicely. He knows it's going to happen. And Jack, on the other hand, doing a great job with the Knight of the Solitary Jail. The main thing you need to do is not trade too many hits. He does trade a hit there. Is under half. Oh, nice jump punish, though. Both of them just doing a great job of keeping up the pressure while keeping their health pretty high.
Yep, Solitaire Jail Knight. One more hit. There it is. 2 Mausoleums now.
There it is. There it is. 11-9 the score. So Jack, you know, in a great spot here to take the game. Just needs any 2 more. He can go for whatever he wants. Oh, heading back into Specimen Storehouse. I think he's actually trying to contest Ceiling Tree here. He's heading towards Romina.
That's weird.
That's weird. It's a little weird. It's the one spot where he's going to get sniped here.
Or this also gives you access to Deathblight Dancing Line. We have Bear, Lion, Hippo. He could try.
Oh, come on.
And do that. Hey, what do you want? What do you want? Would you rather have Romina? Would you rather have Romina and Dancing Lion access, or go all the way through Bellerot just for an easier Dancing Line? I don't know.
I'm going through Bellerot. I don't care. I'm going through Bellerot. I'm not doing Deathblight Dancing Line. You saw what happened last season. I got stuck there for like 15 minutes. I'm not doing that ever again.
It's more efficient.
If Jack does it, congrats.
Yeah, it is more efficient. But yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to do that either, but it is there. It is there. So that's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. All right, we're back.
Yeah, he would also, at that point, need Bear at some point, but luckily Bears this late into the game just kind of melt.
Mesmer Impaler, by the way, as a weapon here from the Romina Remembrance. He does not have the stats necessarily to wield it, and he has to use it maybe against Mesmer.
Against Mesmer,
is very tough here. He's trying his best. He's like, dude, I do not really have the stats for this. Honestly, if anything, they'd be best against Dancing Lion. It's a fire weapon. It's a piercing weapon. I mean, that's going to be your best bet here.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. So he might go... He could also do Mesmer first without using a Remembrance weapon in order to activate Burn the Ceiling Tree and just get another shot at a different weapon if he really doesn't like that one.
But he's
going for Lion, yeah.
Makes sense.
Not going for the Deathblight Dancing Line. Even though he has to go all the way through Bellerot and doesn't even have 3-path Grace, he says, I would much rather go do the Bellerot Dancing Lion than the Deathblight one.
Touche.
Yeah. Oh, it is a Remembrance boss that he needs to know. So never mind. He couldn't have done the Deathblight Dancing Lion. There's no Remembrance there.
Never mind. Right. Yeah. No, you're so right, actually. I mean, it's still a Dancing Lion, though.
It's still, yeah.
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of a 2-for-1 deal for Blanks, if you think about it. He gets Remembrance boss with a Remembrance weapon and also a Lion for kill 1 boss of each Bear, Lion, Hippo. So, you know?
So, if he does get this, if he gets the 2-for-1 and he has a priority on Ceiling Tree, then Blanks kind of has almost 12 squares. But Jack has priority on Meta, so Jack kind of almost has 12 squares as well. It might all come down to Catacombs.
Yeah,
that might end up being the only thing that matters is whoever gets Catacomb, and then every other square is just priority city to somebody else.
Oh, boy.
Wow, this could be a weird race.
This could be a weird max board race for sure. It's a very interesting setup.
It will depend, though. Yeah, if Blank spends too long getting the Lion and Jack goes directly for Ceiling Tree, no Remembrance or anything, just goes Romina Mesmer, he could take it away potentially. So you know, in that case, Jack would pretty definitively get the win. So there's just a lot of situations that have yet to play out here. It looks like the game is almost over, but it still really could swing either way.
What is this weird line? You see this weird line on Blank's screen, or is that just me?
I don't think I see it.
It's like a weird, like, golden line on his like. What is that? Hold on. what is that, dude?
Is it? I don't think I see it on the stream.
Okay,
Well,
hold on.
we're on a delay. Maybe it just showed up.
I got it. I got it.
Nice.
I don't know where that came from, but it was apparently like a camera crop of some sorts. But I got it.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Anyways, here we are, Bellerot now here for... dude, look at Blanks' money, by the way. 943,000 runes on Blanks' bank account. That's a lot of money here.
That should be enough to get the stats he needs to wield the spear, which he has not spent yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
this actually turned into a majority game. This is actually insane. We might have a max majority game here, which is awesome.
That would be very fun to see. I don't think we have seen that yet in this preseason. I think all of the matches yesterday ended before we got to the 12-12 mark. So it would be nice to see something that ends that close.
We're almost at dancing line here now for Blanks, and we are in the Romina fight here as well for Jack. So if
Jack
Blanks
actually definitely can get Romina before Blanks gets the dancing line, and if Jack goes straight for Mesmer, he does actually win that.
Oh, this is gonna be so interesting. Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. So Blanks is definitely getting Remembrance Boss with Remembrance Weapon, but if he then also gets Bear Lion Hippo, that's 11-11. It's going to be a Mateer Mother of Finger race into Catacomb race. Because if Blanks gets Sealing Tree, it's 12-11. They're both going to run for Mateer Mother of Fingers because they both have backside and front side. Jack is going to win that, and then it's going to be Catacombs. But
yeah, or they possibly split. It's possible that one of them goes Catacombs, the other goes Metter, or possible they both go Catacombs. I know, you know, if it were me, I'd probably go Catacombs first, especially if I were Jack, knowing that I already have so much set up for Metter. You know, I would say if I get sniped on Catacombs, I bet I'll win Metter first. But yeah, I don't know. It depends. It really is all possible decisions that you could make and all very valid to do. But, you know, it only even comes down to that, really, if Blanks can actually get this Remembrance as well as Bear Lion Hippo, which the damage that he's doing with this is not great. He doesn't have the stats to fully wield the weapon.
Good
I
fight,
think
though.
Maybe he's only missing the Faith, perhaps, so he's only missing some fire damage, because it's doing solid damage. It just costs so much stamina for him.
Yep. He is getting a stagger here, which is really, really nice. Honestly, damage really is not that bad. It's yellow, and that's still something.
Yeah,
oh, nice Frost proc here on Romina, though, for Jack. That's a death now. He can grab the Disgrace and go straight for Mesmer right afterwards. So if Jack gets Burning Sealing Tree here, Mateer Mother of Fingers might be his win.
Oh, I think he's going to go Remembrance. I think he's going to do the same thing that Blanks did. See that it's Mesmer's spear and go, uh-oh, what do I do here? So we happen to know that the correct play is to ignore this. It's a bait, but he might not know that. He might think, oh, if I get the synergy
He's going
here, I
Red
just
Bear.
win.
He's thinking he could go Bear Lion Hippo instead. No,
he's
he's
definitely
doing
going to lose this if
he's
he does.
doing Rolana. He's doing a Rolana with the spear. But he can wield it.
That actually works. It is
He
piercing.
can wield it.
Wow. He can wield it. Okay. He's gonna. I think he loses out on this though, because Blanks is already over halfway down on this, so this is a bit of time sink.
Oh my god!
All that means is basically they're going to be exactly tied on Burn the Sealing Tree progress. Jack is going to have a 1 square lead. Jack is going to have the advantage on Metter, but Blanks is going to have the advantage on Bear Lion Hippo. It's like, it's just so complicated. It's hard to even say who's in the lead at this point.
Yeah, they're tied pretty much. They're tied.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. We're seeing... I'm so curious about the Rolana damage here, though.
Yeah, I do expect, hopefully it will be pretty good damage with the piercing, but it's definitely not enough to take out before Blanks gets like 2 or 3 more hits on the
We're in
dancing line.
water. That fire damage is absolutely being tanked right now.
Yeah, not nearly as good as I was expecting.
Nope, this is going to be definitely a blank square unless an incident happens, which I don't see happening at all. And here we go. There's a stagger. There's the R1.
Stagger.
Wow. And there it is. Jack going to get sniped here on Remembrance Boss with the Remembrance Weapon. He immediately quits out. 11 to 10. Jack still ahead by 1 square, but holy schmoly. Does it matter? Not really. That's a bear and a lion. Hippo time here for Blanks.
Oh, and yeah, Hippo he's going for. He's not going for the burn the ceiling tree. This could actually end up really good for Jack because I think Jack might go for burn the ceiling tree next.
No, Jack is going for Deathblight Dancing Line. He's going for Deathblight Dancing Line.
Not the Deathblight Dancing Line. No,
he's
Jack,
going for
no.
it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
He's going for it.
He is. Oh, no. Oh, my nightmare. And he's going to lose this one, too, because Blanks, the Hippo is going to be way faster, and Blanks is already almost there. Oh, no. Every decision that Jack has made is just being punished so hard. He even gets the weird fall thing because you get dismounted on Torrent because you get too close to Romina's arena.
This is crazy.
No.
This is crazy because here's the thing, though. They both are tied on Burn the Ceiling Tree. So as soon as Bearline Hippo gets marked, it's a full-on Burn the Ceiling Tree race into Material Mother Fingers race.
Oh,
bro,
gosh.
This is like a 4-square race.
Yeah.
You know what the worst part is?
They have...
I gotta pee. So we're gonna be here for quite a while. This is horrible.
I know, these are all long squares. This is gonna be like 20 more minutes.
Oh my days.
No. Oh.
Absolutely
Jack
insane.
having trouble on this positioning. Oh.
All right, here we go. Hippo
what a
fight.
turn of events.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Oh, Mesmer Fire Grease does actually very good damage to the Hippo. Even though he's in water, it is very solid.
Oh, nice.
And you can see with Hippo, yeah, just get the staggers, just keep hitting him. Hippo is one that has a solid chunk of health, but gives you tons of openings to hit him, so does not end up being slow whatsoever.
Yep. There it is. Stagger cancels the needles. Very nice. Doesn't get tagged either. So keeps up the Ritual Sword Talisman buff. There it is. Another Riposte. Oh my god. And we almost have an Hippo death here. So before he even gets the Deathblight Dancing Line here for Jack, it's going to be a Mesmer race. It's going to be marked here in just like 10 seconds. Another stagger.
He pivots out. He pivots out to Metter.
Oh wow. There it is. Bear Lion Hippo being marked. Jack, okay, being like, okay, cool. That's fine. Gets absolutely... what do you call I don't even know. My brain, there's so much happening. I'm being hit with the ooh-ee-ah-ee. This is insane. So much happening. We're gonna see Catacombs here from Blanks, I believe. Where is he going?
I mean, that could be a winning play potentially. Jack pivoting out again. Jack, commit to something, please. I am begging you.
He's going for Mesmer.
He's going for Mesmer. I like this. I do like this. I think Burn the Ceiling Tree is the optimal play here. He might just be a bit scared, though, because he pivoted and pivoted and pivoted. He now might think he's behind on Burn the Ceiling Tree. He doesn't know how much progress Blanks has towards it, but we know that Blanks is not going for it. So if he wins it and Blanks wins Catacombs, then Jack has the solid lead on Metter and will probably win. So unfortunately for Blanks, I think this is not the right call. And luckily for Jack, I think this is the right call for him based on they're just going for different things right now. They're both kind of trying to snipe each other and not get sniped themselves because it's perfectly even 11 to 11.
Bro, if Jack commits, this is a 13 to 12 board right here, and we see a game 3. That's crazy.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
That would be cinema. I want to see it.
I'd love to see it.
Not even picking up the Skidoo fragment there. I wonder if he knows that it's not enough for another level here.
He's not even grabbing the Grace. He's just like, I gotta go, bro. Let me in. Open the door.
Please, Jack, do not die. Let's go. This would be so cinema. He does have Frost on his weapon, which Mesmer is fairly frostable. So it should be solid damage. His
nice
damage
jump.
is maybe a little less than I would have expected. It's
yeah, it is pretty low. I'm gonna lie. I'm a little surprised too. It's really, really low actually.
Yeah. With the frost though, he will be doing a bit more damage. It's yellow. It's not bad. It's just not going to be like one of the ultra fast Mesmer fights we've seen.
Nice charge R2. Nice stagger. There we go. He is weak to slash damage. So Mesmer here taking a good chunk of damage from that riposte as well. Another charge dart to you from Jack. He does miss it. Blank's currently in the first catacomb here, one of the Death Knights, the Fog Rift catacombs. It's going to take a little bit just to even get there. Nice jump punish here from Jack as well on the Mesmer fight here. Going to be building up some more stagger. Does not, by the way, summon Hornson. Does not do the dialogue at all for it. Doesn't have to. He already killed Romina, so he avoids all of that. Another jumping R2 here. Hits him with a Stay Frosty. And phase 2 starts now for Mesmer.
He might even get a stagger early in this phase 2 because he didn't get a stagger at the end of phase 1. If he can do the nice charge R2 that hits both, there it is.
And another frost. Oh my god.
Oh, he's got to be careful with the big explosion though. He just heals up to full instead of taking a punish. Yeah, rolls out for the explosion. Very smart. I like that. He doesn't have the grace, so he has to get this first try. Otherwise, it would be devastating. So he's just playing it very safe. Very, very smart. Nice.
Doesn't have max health, so not Ritual Sword Talisman, but nice jump punishes here. Jack being a little risky now. Getting a little risky, getting a little frisky, but he does get some nice dodges here. Has to heal up over hitting the snake head.
Yeah, that should be fine. You've got full health. You're not too scared about getting one shot by Mesmer. You just can't let yourself get comboed. This is also one that players will have practiced for so many hours.
There it is.
And there it is.
Wow.
He's going to have Burn the Ceiling Tree first, and all he has to do is go to Metter while Blanks is still doing Catacombs, and we should end up getting a game 3 here.
This is insane. Here we have it. First Catacomb now for Blanks. Death Knight, and the Death Knight is just blasting him at the door. Being like, who dares disturb my slumber? Starts throwing lightning across the damn room. And we'll see if Blanks gets his first try. If he does, he has the Rot Grease on his sword, just waiting to get a stagger. And maybe has to commit to a second Catacomb. But does he? And there it is. Burn the Ceiling Tree being marked. Blanks looking over, realizing 12 to 11. The board is looking scary.
And yeah, very, very scary.
Materia Mother of Fingers.
I think so. I mean, I would expect that that's what Jack would do. He has pivoted out like 7 times to get partial progress towards it.
And here
Surely
we go.
He commits to it now.
Here we go.
It is.
He has one finger already blown. Is going to go and blow another finger. And then we will see Materia on screen in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Blanks now knows he would have to get both of the remaining squares to win. And that's just kind of an impossibility at this point. He's just so far behind on Metter. So even if he has one Catacomb, even if they both like split progress, I think Jack could get both of them done before Blanks could get both of them done. But you never know. There's always incidents. Metter is definitely not an incident-free boss. So if Jack commits to Metter, Blanks finishes off Catacombs, and then Jack has a few incidents on Metter, all of a sudden Blanks maybe has some time to catch up there. So it will just come down to clean fights.
This is nuts. This is nuts. I mean, Jack has such a head start. He might have this. He just might have this. This might just be a wrap. Wrap for game 2. Move on to game 3. There it is.
Nice,
Death Knight.
finishing off the kill from Blanks. Yep.
Rose's axe.
Very good kill. Ooh. Aggie's favorite weapon.
And here we go. That's a Catacomb here for Blanks. Does he commit to Materia first? Is Blanks going to try and respond?
Oh, we'll see. Oh, he is going Metter, but he hasn't done any of the fingers yet, I think. So he's going to be way, way far behind. But if there's an incident on Jack's side and Blanks ends up getting Metter, then he already has one of the 2 Catacombs, so he would be able to steal that away. So this is kind of a Metter race to the end. We won't get to see the 12-12, most likely. It'll likely end on Metter, kind of, one way or the other. But You know, it is effectively as close as it can be. Whoever wins Metter is almost certain to win the game.
Yep. Here we go. Jack currently quitting out after the Emir dialogue. Going to go ahead and push away that chair to reveal a hole in the floor. You know, if you think about it, you know, in medieval times, they would have an area where they would, like, poop and it would fall from the sky, kind of, because, like, they would have it over a hill. Like, I wonder if Emir has, like, a hole in there. He's, like, just poops down the ladder area, you know what I mean? Just some weird, like, just poop hole.
Yeah. And then Yolan or Anna, whichever one is down there, is
just
like,
like,
what the heck, man?
What the dude?
Like, I'm down here.
Yeah. I'm paying rent, man. What is going on here, dude? That's crazy. Blanks here, yeah. If Blanks got Mateer, that would be insane. I think definitely Mateer was the better call here, but it's so hard to make that call. Like, this board was just all over the place.
Yeah, it really was something that was just hard to tell where to go to. And, you know, Blanks not going for Ceiling Tree. Like, he could have had a race on his hands that could have potentially swung the game, but instead...
That Savage Lines Claw was so nice. I got a block.
Yeah, I think...
Whatever you call it. Careful,
yeah,
careful.
Her blocking it actually gave him more damage, which was nice.
There it is.
Yeah, do not let her fall off the edge, otherwise he'd be locked out. That would be a sad way to end the game.
That would be so sad. He did get it, though. There it is.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Rakusin vanquished. Rushing towards the last finger.
Yep. Whereas Blank's heading towards only his first finger here. So, you know, 3 fingers to 1 advantage. But how will the mother of fingers feel about that? He's got to have a clean fight here. But if he does, he can seal the victory.
All right, here we go. Mother of fingers time. Head slam first move. Does get tagged with the earthquake.
Oh! How did that hit?
Wow. Another slam, gets a nice charge or 2 into the chest. For anyone that doesn't know, Mother of Fingers actually takes bonus poise damage on that chest piece. Nice rolls here from Jack.
You know what? Actually, I didn't know that either.
Yep, that's why she staggers so much more quickly.
Stagger.
There it is. Frost proc. Very nice. Probably can get one more stagger before the phase transition.
Yeah, if he does, that would be really, really nice. Ooh.
Okay, it does get a hit there, though.
His damage isn't incredible. He'll need about, 3 or 4 staggers to get there, but it's not terrible either. He definitely just has to stay locked in and hope that the second phase doesn't go too long and get a bunch of lasers.
Charged R2. This should knock. There it is.
Yes, take the riposte, and then you know she's going to phase transition, so just get as much damage as you can. It's actually better to just tank the phase transition, the first hit, than to try to run away from it, and that gives you a free roll on the follow-up explosion. There it is, very nicely. Huge. And now maybe even gets a stagger in phase 2 early.
Oh, what a bunch of good moves here.
Oh,
might even skip the laser.
Almost has her. If he can do that, that'll just be the game.
Here we go. Head slam.
Nice.
Oh, my God. Oh, here we go.
Single head slam.
Spin move.
Oh, not the spin.
Does get tagged by the spin
coming
here.
In.
Mateer might be saying, I'm a fire in my laser. That's a triple. Has to be careful. Oh, and the finger slam on top of that. He's got to be careful. Head slam.
Off in time.
Oh, my God. He's getting like God RNG, though, on this Mateer fight. He does get tagged again, though.
But he's getting tagged. Careful, careful. He goes for the punish instead of the heal.
Frost proc. Oh, my God.
Just one more hit.
There it is.
That should do it.
Oh. And there it is. Jack claiming game 2. What a surprise. We're on game 3. Jack versus Blank. Oh, I am such a silly goose. Hold on. No, they can hear me. Okay, they can hear me. Hold on. Now we're good. I was worried there for a second. So Jack versus Blanks here. They were like, hey, let's do a coin flip. And guess what, chat? Shoutouts to Dusty, one of our VIPs in chat. She programmed a actual format picker for us. As you can see, there's a bingo board right between me and Mitch here. And I'm going to go ahead and click on this bad boy. And it's going to randomly fill in with blue and red squares. And whichever squares there are more of, that's the format that's going to be picked for the players. It's a coin flip, but more fancy looking, if you will. So let's go ahead and let's do it. What do we get? Oh, lots of red. A little bit of blue.
Ooh.
Base game. Blue squares have filled in more. It is base game, ladies and gentlemen. So there it is. Base game it is.
We are going to get the 10-second countdown, and then it'll be revealed. And then we'll get to really talk through the squares as they exist. For the sword lance that they have here, it is a very powerful weapon, but not one that I personally like that much. It's a little awkward. It's a little unwieldy. You can't really charge R2 with it, so I don't know if they'll go with that.
Yep.
On the board here, one Omen Killer boss is something they could do quite early for sure. A Magma Worm boss is actually kind of interesting because there are a few options. One like Theo gives you a ton of runes and is something that I know Jack has practiced getting the octopus to help him fight it. So that is something that I might expect him to do early, given that it is a center square. A Falling Star Beast also isn't too bad. You can do the one that gives the Somber Stone Bell Bearing 1, for example, if you want, and sort of help with getting upgrades. As well as, I think that counts as a, wait, that's Celia tunnel? Is that a tunnel or precipice dungeon for that bottom left square if you were to do the Falling Star Beast that gives the somber one, or is that, I think it's a tunnel.
The Celia tunnel, it's a tunnel, yeah.
Yeah, it is a tunnel. So also some possible synergy there. Grafted, ooh, I just noticed very, very bottom, Grafted Scion, Chapel of Anticipation.
Yeah, I was about to point that out, yeah.
Yeah, they can only do if they get a wieldable weapon at the start. So this might affect their class choice. They might want to make sure that they get something with a wieldable weapon. Blanks, really looking at that, you know, that Vagabond, but it's unwieldable weapons. He's looking through, not a whole lot that's great for wieldable weapons. Blank's looking at Hero with Celebrant's Cleaver. That is a wieldable weapon to start. So he might be going for that Grafted Scion at the start with the Celebrant's Cleaver. And that is a very, very fast starting square that you could do. It saves you a ton of time having to come back later.
So yeah, it looks like that Jack did decide on the Lord Sword Straight Sword as his starting weapon. Can't wield it from the get-go, but still a great weapon. Can't do Grafted Scion, obviously, with that. For Blank, Celebrant's Cleaver is not too bad. You also make a little bit of money per hit. It's like 10 runes per hit on the Celebrant's Cleaver. I believe it's 20 on the hammer. So if you really want to make some money, you see a Celebrant's Hammer, go for it. Honestly, I do like the Celebrant's Hammer because it's also a great hammer. So it has a nice moveset, nice poise damage. But yeah, I don't know what to expect here for a rush. 10 cracked pots used to be a rush for quite a while. Cemetery Shades is not looking too bad here either. I do like the Scarseal Talisman square here, personally. I think because we have Kill 6 bosses, Limgrave and Weeping, that is a Weeping boss because it is the ancient hero of Zamor that drops that Scarseal Talisman. I feel like that is just a nice start, and it gives you a little bit of stat boost for wielding other weapons. Also, Acquire Moon of Noxtella early on is kind of nice. That is a corner square. That is pretty rushable. It gets you some money on the way, gets you some rocks on the way. So we could see a little bit of both. You know, we're starting here in 4 seconds. We'll see what the players decide on.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options here out of the early game. No sort of obvious, this is what they should definitely go for.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will really see, because it could be anything.
And we have Melania on the board, by the way, which I just noticed. We do have Melania, top row, row 1 in the middle, just sitting there, waiting to be claimed. We also have Memory of Grace, 65,000 runes. So we'll see on who cashes in on that. That could be an early cash in. That could be a mid-game cash in. Now it really depends. It used to be 50K, and it used to be that players would completely just, go for a Halley Tree and immediately pop it. But in this case, now with it being a little bit more, it's a little bit harder to do. And we immediately see Blanks going for this Grafted Scion, by the way. Nice charged R2 and an R1. We should have a stagger here in just a bit. Nice dodges here from Blanks. One more R1 should do it. Maybe a jumping R2.
Oh, gets forced out, though. That might have reset his posture. Yeah,
oh, goes for the
Takes
kick.
the shield. Nice.
Oh, nice. Nice early game score potential here from Blanks. He has to be careful. This is one of the only fights because you don't get your flasks until after Grafted Scion. So you really kind of have to do this fight hitless.
Yeah, at least very close to hitless. You can take 1, sometimes 2 hits, but you definitely cannot take, for example, 4 hits. You will always be forced out of the fight.
Nice charged R2 again. Very silly charged R2 as well. Okay, this is an attack that you can kind of... Oh, wow. Does he get the nice strafe here? The classic Morgoth strafe. Another charged R2. Very nice dodges here from Blanks. Very nice dodges. Tries to hit him again with the charged R2. Has got to be careful. Has no stamina. Oh, boy.
Okay. He's still barely living, but now it really is hitless. Even a scream tick would almost be enough to take him out, so he just has to play this super safe. He is losing a lot of time because this fight has not gone his way. He's just not gotten the attacks he wants, has not gotten the staggers he wants. That one kick was really good, but outside of that, he has just struggled to keep up the pressure.
He has to be so careful, yeah, because if he dies here, he can't do this fight again. He then has to go all the way back to Liurnia to do this fight. Nice strafe here again from Blanks. Make sure that he gets that charge dart too. A stagger would be very, very nice here. He has to just make sure that he does not mess this up. Has to be careful with Grafted Sign as well to make sure that it doesn't turn around. There it is. Very nice from Blanks.
Nice
claims
kill.
the first square on the board here on game 3. Golden Epitaph. Ooh. I like that so much. That's so good for anything that's weak to Holy. We have Ancestor Spirit on the board. We've got Cemetery Shades on the board. We have Limgrave and Weeping bosses, so the Deathbirds melts the Golden Epitaph here. This is a really good weapon. I'm not going to lie. I really like that weapon pickup. That's huge.
Yeah. You can use it and it applies a buff to yourself that not only gives you some extra damage, which is always nice, but makes you deal double damage, if I'm not mistaken, to anything that is like undead. Any of these, you know, skeletons like Deathrite birds and things like that. So it is ridiculous. And you don't even have to keep the weapon equipped. You can even swap to a different weapon after buffing yourself and still do just ridiculous damage.
Very, very insane. I'm very excited for this. This is already a really interesting setup here. Blank's already currently at 1 square ahead, but that gave Jack so much time just to really set himself up. Going to go for, I believe, seems to be, is it Milicent here? Or is he, no, there's no Milicent. What's he looking at here specifically in Kaled? What is he setting up
Radahn's Great Rune is here. He could be heading generally in that direction.
Oh,
but this seems obviously very early to do that.
He's going for Magma Worm here. He's going for the Magma Worm tunnel in Kaled.
Oh,
the jail tunnel.
The Moonveil one. Yes.
Yeah, Katana check here. He has Square Off. He can use this Lord Sword and Straight Sword. This is actually really, really not a bad idea from Jack. Claiming center square this early is going to really give him a lot of pressure. And he knows he has time, too, because he just saw a Grafted Scion here from Blanks. So he's like, you know what? Blanks doesn't have the horse. Blanks doesn't have any map presence whatsoever. This is a big center square for me right now. This is I get great call here from Jack.
Yeah, definitely. It unfortunately doesn't get him much else that I can see. I don't see bosses in Kaled.
Yeah.
Or anything like that.
Dragonheart bosses, there is that. It is a Dragonheart boss, row 3.
It is a Dragonheart boss. Yeah, actually, that's pretty nice. Yeah, that's a good synergy. If he then went for a lot of the pots, that's a lot of pressure on that middle row.
Well, overall, I mean, actually, this is even stronger because we also have complete 2 tunnels or precipice dungeons. So this is a tunnel, a Magma Worm boss, center square, and a Dragonheart boss. So this is a 3-square synergy play here, actually, from Jack. So this is setting him up really nicely. He can get Magma Worm, port back to Limgrave, go for Stone Digger Troll Tunnel, right? That's already a block on row 5. And then if he wants to, go for an Agil and then go for like a Smaragd or something if you really, really want to rush that. Like overall, this puts him in a really, really, really strong position. I feel like the Grafted Scion was a bit of a bait play.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see him do a Falling Star Beast for his second tunnel because it's, again, just directly another square. But yeah, then he could, for 2 bosses, get 3 squares. That would be such a powerful play. And Blanks just has to catch up on just riding around and upgrading his weapon. Now, Jack, I don't think has really upgraded his weapon basically at all, but he should be all right on these bosses. Magma Worms, I believe, are weak to the pierce damage that he can do with Square Off, as well as Square Off just doing a ton of poise damage. Does take the Grace here, which I think is very smart. You are very, very low leveled, so this is a scary Magma Worm fight, and you would not want to have to go back all the way through the tunnel.
All right, here we go. Magma Worm fight here for Jack right now. Has to just lock in. This fight is really not too difficult. There are some like trappy moves, if you will, but for the most part, it's just a bit paying attention and making sure that you you know, keep up your damage for the poise staggers here.
Yeah, really not that hard to do on Magma Worms. They do give you plenty of opportunities to hit them, to even square off them. And you can see he already has a stagger because square off does so much poise. 40 poise damage base, increase even more if you hit the Magma Worm in the head, can just lead to early staggers.
And I believe Blanks is thinking the exact same thing here, but he did Grafted Scion, so he doesn't really have the time to do it. But he is currently going towards a tunnel, and going for Falling Star Beast instead. So he might be trying to snag away that tunnel square here from Jack. But Jack, once he gets this Magma Worm, it's going to tell Blanks, like, oh, God, okay, we're racing on tunnels now.
Yeah, they'll both know, but Jack should have his kill first, as well as Jack gets center square, which is so powerful. So I would say advantage here, Jack. I think, you see Grafted Scion and you always think, oh, I should do that first. It always makes sense to do that first. But in this case, I think it's putting Blanks a little bit behind out of the early game here.
It is definitely a dangerous play, but Blanks definitely sees the row 5 pressure, right? If he goes for Falling Star Beast, he gets a tunnel on top of that. That could be 3 squares in row 5 just for 2 bosses. That would be very strong for sure. But yeah, definitely risky after already putting a lot of time into Grafted Scion.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Jack will probably commit to Tunnel or Precipice after Magma Worm. Oh, Blanks having some trouble with the skip. Okay, he just goes the non-skip way.
Yeah, he's like,
honestly,
all right,
not a bad call.
Not worth it.
Yep.
All right, Jack, you're taking his time with Magworm to make sure that he doesn't get caught, because this Magworm could potentially actually one-shot him. There it is. Nice stagger. Square off. This might be the last stagger that he needs to get this kill. Oh, he gets the running attack,
the running!
Too.
That's so scary. Oh, honestly, even the square off there was a little risky. If he'd gotten caught on the leg, that could have been it.
Definitely a little greedy. But, you're trying to make sure that you don't lose too much time here.
Yeah, nice hit. One more square off should do it. Oh, that was kind of a badly timed roll.
There it is.
Luckily he was around the side. Nice Magma Worm kill.
And that's a tunnel as well. And that's telling Blanks, like, uh-oh. That's already one tunnel. He might lose out on this other tunnel here. But Falling Star Beast is going to be really nice for Blanks because it gives him the Bell Bearing, but also gives him the Somber 7 or Somber 6.
And actually, it looks like now Jack is going for the exact same tunnel.
Yeah, that's not
And
good.
it's going to kind of be a race here, but I mean, I don't see Blanks losing this race. He's already in the fight.
Yep, and he's got Wild Strikes on that Celebrant's Cleaver, by the way.
Yeah.
Gets the Rot proc, does not get the Riposte, however. But even if Jack loses out on the Falling Star Beast specific square, he does still get the tunnel most likely, unless Blanks has a really quick Falling Star Beast fight into Stone Digger Troll instead, and then takes away both. This is actually a bit of a risky call here from Jack. Not gonna lie. This fight's going very quickly.
It really could be. Yeah. I mean, I like the idea of synergizing it, but unfortunately, we know from our perspective that Blanks is almost certainly going to get this Falling Star Beast first, taking away the synergy and making it way riskier for Jack.
Yep. This is definitely very, very risky. Blanks having a really good Falling Star Beast fight here as well. Does get tagged by the Stomp. Has to be careful. Almost got tagged by the tail as well. Uh-oh. Okay.
He knows the dodges.
Oh, God. It's still making me nervous, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he definitely gets one shot by absolutely anything that happens. He's not even going for the heal. He's just trying to get the stagger. He says the heal is not worth it. I'm not so sure I agree with that. Okay, he finally switches over to the heal.
Can't really heal in time, though. Goes for the Charge Dart, too, here. Rot is still ticking. One more should do it, though. Has to be careful. There it is. Falling Star Beast now for Blanks. This is going to tell Jack, okay, tunnels. It is being contested a little bit here. And, yep, Stone... Oh, we're going for a Scaly Misbegotten instead. This is going to be possibly tunnels here for Blanks. So that row 5 that I was saying was not going to be a problem is turning into a problem because Jack is not going for Stone Digger Troll. He's going actually for the Falling Star Beast, which I don't think is a good idea here.
I mean, he's already in the tunnel, so I don't know if this is faster than pivoting out and trying to chase Blanks on the same tunnel that he's doing. I don't know. I think if Jack really locks in and gets a good fight, I think he wins this, but if he has any sort of troubles, I think Blanks could steal this away.
This is scary for sure. This is definitely a fight, as we just saw, that takes a hot minute here, but Blanks actually not even going for tunnels.
Oh.
Very interesting. Not going for tunnels at all. Maybe because he was like, you know what? I probably won't get the tunnel anyways. I don't want to get sniped on it because Magma Worm was already marked. Not knowing that Jack is actually being a little risky here. So this is actually insane luck now for Jack that Blanks is not actually contesting it. He's going for Catacomb. Wow.
Ooh.
So Blank's being a bit more progressive here, being like, okay, you know what? I'm probably going to be losing the tunnel here. Let me get this Grace for Cemetery Shade, but also let me get this Grace because it's closer to Scar Seal Talisman. And if I get sniped, I already have a bit of a backup plan.
Yeah, definitely not a bad plan. I think he may even just go right for Scar Seals as his first thing that he's going to do down here. I'm not sure. But yeah, first heading into Shifra, there is a good amount of upgrade materials. He might go for some upgrading before he actually commits to fighting anything. And Jack having a very good fight so far with the Falling Star Beast. That square off, all the headshot damage is so good when he does get it. Yeah. I really do like his pick here. Given that he was not going to do Grafted Scion to start, I really like picking a weapon with Square Off because it's just so good at staggering early bosses and turning something that could be really difficult into something a lot more manageable.
Oof, that tail attack had me very nervous there, but Jack here...
me too.
Spacing it out very nicely. There it is. 2 tunnels here for Jack. Big pickup. And a Somber 6 on top of that. And smithing 7s, in case he ever needs those. And now we're going back to Aguil Lake North. Blank's going to be seeing that he's blocked out of row 5.
Yeah, so some blocks already that we're seeing, neither of them setting up and actually successfully, you know, having a big threat at this point. Nobody has more than 1 square in any given line. So out of the early game, just very, very even. And now it looks like both of them are taking a little more time to set up. Jack finds Leda's sword. Not the best. Not the best great sword check you could have possibly gotten.
Yeah, not really. And he's going for Scar Seals here. He does have, like I said, that 1 Catacomb Great, so he can grab the Scar Seal here into immediately going for the other Scar Seal Everjail. So this is a nice setup here for Blanks for sure, because this just gives them more stats. More stats to play with, more weapon options, you know? Very, very nice.
Yeah, really nice. It's effectively worth, you know, is it 3 of each stat? So it's worth like 12 levels worth of runes to equip it. It does also make you take some more damage, which is unfortunate, especially at low vigor. But while you are at low vigor, the amount of vigor that it gives you does overcome the increased damage that you take. It's only at higher levels that that increased damage really, really starts to matter.
Well, actually, wait, hold on. If it's 8 different stats plus 3, that's 24, no?
If he equipped both, I don't think he's going to do the Americas
yeah,
one.
right. It's not
I
all
assume
of them.
he's only going to do Radagon.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. And here we go. There's going to be the Radagon Scar Seal here in just a moment. He still has the Golden Epitaph. Man, I'm telling you, man, that would be on my equipment slot right now. I'm not even joking. It's such a good weapon.
Does he have the stats for it yet?
It's got low stats. It does have low stats. It's got pretty... I'm not sure if he has them right now specifically, but there are pretty damn low stats.
Yeah, I do think that would probably be better. I mean, Wild Strikes is very nice. I am a big believer in Wild Strikes, but the Celebrant's Cleaver itself, not
having heavy-hitting numbers, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, solid yellow damage here, though. This is not bad.
Really goofy running R2, but there's the stagger here, though, on the Ancient Hero of Zamor. And Jack going to get sniped a little bit here as he's trying to actually go for the Scar Seals himself. Going to be grabbing the Dragonkin Soldier Scar Seal, which will definitely be nice for him, but those Wild Strikes really carrying that fight there with that phase transition on Ancient Hero of Zamor. Boom! Scar Seal's going to be marked from blanks. And that's 3-2 right now. That's also blocking the diagonal and, you know, setting up blanks nicely for a nice stat boost with that Scar Seal.
Yeah, I wonder why Jack is just grabbing the Scar Seal anyway, even though the square has been blocked. Oh, it's a talisman. That would be why. There is talismans in the bottom left. So he says, hey, I'm already right here. Might as well get this talisman. And he's actually not done yet. It looks like he's grabbing some more stuff.
Summon +4. So he's grabbing some glove wards here just to be safe.
Yes.
Grabbing this summon +4. And yet, Blank's thinking the exact same thing here, grabbing Grave Glove Ward 1 and 2 in the Cemetery Shade. Cemetery Shades and Spirit Ash summon actually synergize very well, because if you have a no-named Spirit Ash, both Cemetery Shade Catacombs in Kaled and in Weeping have 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a little bit of a double play, actually.
Yeah, definitely. And then you just need the actual summon to upgrade itself. And I don't actually know where all you can acquire
everywhere.
summons?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Kind of everywhere, yeah.
There's one near
You can't
Storm
just
Hill
get them on
Shack.
accident.
There's one near Storm Hill Shack, which is going to be Godric soldiers. That's near all the jellyfish. There's like a graveyard section right next to like pretty much where you enter for Margit. That a lot of people actually miss out on because it's very off the beaten path. But that's a pretty quick one that you can grab.
Yeah, so definitely would not be too hard to get there. So we might have a bit of a race on Spirit Ash +4. Not something I really expected to see early, but just both of them got taken into areas that synergize so well with it that neither of them would have to commit too hard in order to get that square. But Blank's going for the Cemetery Shade here first. This would block the other diagonal. Since Jack has the center, you really do want to block both diagonals. Very nice. Oh my gosh, what a quick kill. And he gets a Spirit Ash.
It is a named one, so you'll need the Ghost Gloveworts over the Grave Gloveworts.
Yeah.
The Cemetery Shade Catacombs only give you Grave, so he would still have to find a no-named one, unless he can find some more Ghost Gloveworts. But those would not be found in Catacombs.
Shifra.
Yeah.
Right, he went through Shifra for the Scar Seal, so if he picked up the Gloveworts on the way there, he's basically got the square all set up. But I don't know if he did.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. But we're looking to take it in Raya's hand of Volcano Manor. That is a square here on row 1. I don't know why Jack is prioritizing that right now. I'm not sure. Is there anything else that would really push Volcano Manor? Nah.
I don't think so, but it does
really
set up, if he wants to go for the Spirit Ash +4 summon, if he specifically was getting those for that purpose, well, that then gets him 3 in a column. Column 2, he could have Raya's Hand, he could have Spirit Ash +4, and he already has Tunnel or Precipice dungeons. So if he just stays ahead on level, he might force Blanks into doing Radahn's Rune, or he could do it himself. You know, there is definitely a bit of a line threat that he could set up there. So I don't mind this play at all. I think it is a nice early game square you can do pretty quickly and sets up a potential threat. I'm very wary on this diagonal though that Blanks is building. You know, Spirit Ash +4, Cemetery Shades. All of a sudden that bottom left to top right is looking pretty scary. Moon of Noxella and 9 talismans is all that's left, and Blanks currently is in the lead with talismans because he has both Scar Seal talismans. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. This diagonal could be very, very quick. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Jack does, you know, have the center square, so Jack doesn't have to worry about.
Oh, I am such a goober. That is so true. I'm such a goober. I got the colors mixed up. I really thought that was Blanks being red. Never mind.
But yeah, Jack having some trouble with the take Raya's hand. He's not finding her. There she is. He warped here and she was not there originally, so he must have not talked enough or something. It's always tricky to get the exact right amount of talking. You don't want to talk too much and lose time, but if you leave early, you don't get it. So gets that, ties it up 3-3, but Blanks is about to get his second Cemetery Shade.
And also Spirit Ash summons as well.
Yeah, if he wants to right after. Oh, has to be careful. Almost got bleed procced. He was a sliver away from bleeding, which would have killed him.
Really, really
Luckily,
close.
gets the passive Cemetery Shade. Oh my god. Gets the backstab from the front. What is this, DS1?
That was weird. That was very weird. Really risky and aggressive here, to be honest, trying to go for those backstabs. Oh, okay.
But gets the kill. Weird one, but ends up getting it.
And this is now a thing where I believe Spirit Ash is definitely going to be a block here from Blanks. The column 2 would have been nice, but Falx.
Falx. That's a good weapon.
That too. Looking very interesting here. Oh, they both kind of froze for me.
Same here.
Uh-oh.
Website?
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they should be starting again.
Yeah, so they're luckily, very, very luckily, there was no crazy race happening or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, now my blank stream has not quite loaded in yet, but I'm sure it will given a second. But What is Blanks up to? Did he get the Spirit Ash? There it is. Spirit Ash +4.
There it is, the Spirit Ash.
Yeah, and that does him put him ahead by 2 squares ahead of Jack. So Jack a little on the back foot, doesn't really have any line pressure to speak of, and now falling behind by 2 squares is a little bit rough. He's not very far behind, but he had maybe, you know, a little bit of a lead, or at least, you know, very even in the early game, and now is falling a little bit behind. With these choices. I think the Spirit Ash +4 was a big difference maker because both of them kind of had access to it, but Blanks is the one that actually pulled the trigger on doing the upgrades, whereas Jack has gone for other things that he has not yet finished.
Yeah, but now it looks like for both players are going to be grabbing a bunch of upgrades. We have Rivers of Blood and also Falks currently in Jack's inventory. Oh, it looks like Blanks is actually not going to go for upgrades, but going to go for Moon of Noxtella instead. Never mind, just grabbing the elevator and then going to go for the stones. So kind of doing a little bit of pre-work, if you will, before going for the Somber 7 and 8 here in the Lake of Rot. And it looks like that Jack is kind of going for the same thing here. Going to be grabbing some money, going to be grabbing that Somber 9, and then make his way towards that 50k that he can use to possibly use the Falks that he seemed to really, really want. And now with Moon of Noxtella possibly here for Blanks, that's going to be another corner square and maybe a little bit of progression here actually on column 4. Jack missing the jump here, having to quit out in the Halleck tree.
Yeah, they are both just basically going for upgrades at this point, but yeah, Blanks synergizing his upgrade with the Moon of Noxtella. I think this is a really, really smart idea. That Lake of Rot is just such a good spot to find those upgrades, and you get to just immediately go over, grab the Moon of Noxtella. It's just a grab square, so you don't even need an upgraded weapon for it. So very smart from Blanks.
That Revenant really did not like Jack grabbing that Lord's Rune, trying to hit him through the wall. He may have graced out there for just a moment, and he might be actually doing a Memory of Grace 65k here.
Ooh, yeah, he will have enough runes here if he'd like to.
I don't know if that's worth it right now, if I'm being completely honest, but that's what he's doing.
He does it.
All right, there
Honestly,
it is.
I wouldn't mind this as a play.
Sake, it froze again
no,
for me.
they crashed again. Speaking to the board state, the Memory of Grace with 65,000 runes, I honestly usually think is a pretty good square to go for, but when also rune level 55 is on the board, I don't know if I like it as much, because it puts you possibly a little behind on that. Obviously, it always will set you behind on your upgrades, on your levels, and things like that. And then when there's also a square specifically for levels, you know, you're losing out on efficiency by not having the levels, and you might be losing out on a later square for the levels. So it wouldn't be my preference on a board like this, but maybe Jack thinks, no, I'm way ahead on runes. I can totally win both of them, in which case, you know, it's a good idea. Or he might think, I'm so far behind on runes, there's no way I get level 55. I might as well take the 65k plus Memory of Grace while I can.
All right, so it looks like it's all good now. I even checked the server, by the way, that we're using. And it's like we have such an abundance of stuff. So I'm really wondering why it's stuttering, but hopefully that's the end of it anyways. Let's go ahead and, yeah, lock in here. Dragonhearts is still a priority here for Jack, and we are seeing Smaragd now on his screen. So he might be looking at Dragonhearts to block out that column 5 and then maybe go for Cracked Pots for that row 3. Cracked Pots and Ritual Pots being on the same line is very strong here. And we see a Ritual Pot being picked up by Blanks.
Yeah, Blanks recognizing, you know, that potential, because if Jack got Dragonheart bosses and all of the pots, if he just went around collecting pots, that could be very, very scary for Blanks. But if Blanks can block at least one of those, he'll be in a fine spot. And the Dragonhearts is good for Jack as well because it does block that column 5, which currently Blanks has 2 squares in. So it does look like both of them are definitely prioritizing blocking over setting up their own lines here, which definitely makes sense. I think that's how both of them have played. I think both of the first 2 games just went entirely to majority. So neither of them really that aggressive style of player that really likes to push those lines. They more like to, you know, threaten lines and then move to something else. So they are both playing in a very, very similar manner and just saying, hey, I bet I can go faster than you. And one of them's going to be right and one of them's going to be wrong about that.
Yep, it's Smaragd here about to die. This is going to be another Dragonheart boss. And we're going to go for a Gil, I'm assuming, right afterwards. No, we are actually going to go for Kaled here instead. All right.
Let's see what he's
Kaled
got in mind. Yeah, looking around. I'm not seeing something that I particularly see here.
I think it's just setting up Radahn. I think it's just going for Radahn here. Level 55 and Radahn, potentially. Just like considering that there should be more money involved, because Radahn does drop 110,000. And, you know, then the Great Rune on top of that.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It's a lot of money, but I mean, it's very slow to get restoring Radahn's Great Rune, so I don't know that it's a priority here at this point in the board. I think there are faster things that he could go for. But, you know, if that's the choice he's going to make, it could work. Having that many runes is important. Uh-oh. Yeah, and this has already been a long day, you know, already gone to match 3, so I'm sure the players are really hoping we can finish out this match, because this could be a really, really long day if we have to reset it.
Yeah, and for people wondering why there's a delay in the first place, it is to avoid any type of cheating. Pretty much the 5-minute delay negates any cheating possibility whatsoever. If that's watching the main broadcast, if that's watching their opponent, if that's anything, you get nothing from a 5-minute delay. And that's just something that we want to avoid, you know? And so the way to avoid that is with a delay. That's it.
Yeah, not that we expect that anyone would ever cheat, obviously, but, you know, it's just easier to be sure for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's precautionary. And we have a website pretty much where we see everything in real time. The refs see everything in real time. We're just all on a delay collectively, and that just makes it all work. But for some reason, sadly, you have hiccups with tech like this, you know?
Yeah, it's very fancy, very complicated tech to get all the, you know, delays working right, to get it where we get to see them right away so we can tell them if there's an issue, but, you know, stream does not get to see them right away. Like, just that split is just such a hard thing to get right, and that's,
yeah,
that is honestly what has caused all the tech issues, unfortunately, but, you know, we're working on it, and it is working great for most matches. It's just the occasional hiccup.
Which is unfortunate, because then that's like it's almost like the news, you know, where it's like if it's good news, no one cares. As soon as, you know, there's bad news, everyone's like, oh my god, there's only bad news. Yeah, it's always terrible. It's like for the most part, it runs pretty damn well. Okay, so we only have like 60 seconds left, and then they will be counted down. Looks like nothing's happening here. Nothing's freezing up, so it might just be a little bit of a hiccup here.
Yeah, one other thing with Radahn that I didn't mention the first time you did it, maybe you said it and I was distracted while we were doing the tech stuff, but is the Finger Slayer blade is also there on the board. And so for that, I believe they would have to go through Radahn, they'd have to go through Mimic Tier, and they'd have to get down to that as well. So Radahn does have a little more, you know, synergy than I initially thought, in addition to bosses that ride the horse, and of course, restore Radahn's Great Rune.
And here we have it. Market, by the way, for blanks now, because there are 2 cracked pots in Stormvale Castle. Is it 2 or is it 3?
You know, I'm not sure. I wanted to say 2, but now you've got me second guessing.
Yeah, I can't remember. I kind of have a feeling that might be 3. Not sure, but very nice Wild Strikes fight here from Blanks. Going to be killing Market. Going to be grabbing a talisman pouch. And also getting access to Godric if he ever needs to do that. I know there's definitely 2. And also maybe some talismans here. There are some talismans actually in Stormvale Castle as well. Some money here from Jack. Going to be grabbing some of the runes here in the mountaintops. Let's see what this can turn into for Jack.
I'm a little surprised one Omen Killer boss is still on the board, because it's one single boss that you could go kill. But I guess, you know, it's just not in a position where either of them is worried about it too much right now. I think they're both looking at that row 3 and thinking about, okay, how can I set that up if I'm Jack, or how can I block that if I'm Blanks?
Yep. We'll see. We'll see. So far, so good, though.
Mm-hmm.
No issues.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea.
All right. So, yeah, Jack here, I believe, might be going for a Geel now. Are we going for a Geel?
Yeah. Looks
like
like it. That would be his third Dragonheart boss, so a very quick cleanup there for the square that he has progressed. Should tie us up 5-5, but yeah, Blank's getting those pots. I do like, you know, normally cracked pots, ritual pots, especially in these high numbers, can be a bit tough to get all of them and maybe not always worth it. But given that there are both of them on the board, now all of a sudden Jarberg is just like this high value play and gets you set up for both. So I do like Blanks going for the pots because you can get both at once. Falk's honestly not shredding a Geel as much as I expected it to.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the upgrades in there just yet, nor the levels, really. He probably has minimum requirements, and maybe it's like a +4 or something. I'm not too sure. Lots of flying happening already off the rip. That's just, you know, rough here.
Wait, where did he fly to? Did he just...
He
like, flew in place.
That was very weird. Should be a blood proc here very soon, though. There's 2 more cracked pots here, though, for Blanks. Gonna quit out here. Should be getting a stagger on a Geel very soon. Oh my god, there's a nice blood proc. No stagger just yet.
Oh, he probably doesn't need it, though.
Oh, there it is.
Never mind. He does. Boom.
3 Dragonheart bosses now. There it is for Jack. 5-5. We are tied now. Tied game here. 5-5. And we'll see now, what does this turn into for Jack? Does he want to go for cracked pots? Does he want to go for ritual pots? Does he just want to go for killing instead? We have kill Morgott, kill Melania, kill Ancestor Spirit, kill Omen Killer Boss. These are a bunch of different kill squares. Kill 6 bosses in Limgrave or Weeping. That's another boss that he just got. So he's got 4, or he's got not 4, sorry. He's got 2 bosses right now for that. But he's going to go for Radahn. Okay.
Ooh.
Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, it does have the Finger Slayer Blade. It does have bosses that ride a horse. It does have Restore Radahn's Great Rune. So it definitely has some synergy there, has some possible value, but it does take a little while. You know, it's not the fastest single kill, and the kill itself does not get you the square. You're going to have to go do extra stuff after. So I like the play, but I'm not sure it's the best right now. Blanks, on the other hand, I think finally going towards Moon of Noxtella. He kind of like half set it up earlier, but then didn't go all the way back, I think. But now is, I think, going to grab that and get the 6th square first. All right, Jack riding the elevator down. Falks should be pretty solid against Radahn. You should be able to get a lot of the multi-slashes on it. Falk's really good at hitting large targets that you can just hit with every single slash. It's not great against like small or skinny targets that you can miss easily, but Radahn, he's a big boy, so should have a really nice time, really nice damage, very bleedable as well.
Yeah.
So should be a solid weapon choice.
I wonder how close he is to level 55 as well. It's got to be decently close. And with 110 runes from the Radahn kill, gives you access to Finger Slayer Blade, but also probably gets you pretty damn close to 55.
If it gets him to level 55, then this is actually like an amazing play. It gets him so much stuff. If it leaves him a bit short, though, then, you know, nice Blanks damage. Might be able to take a bit of a lead with this Moon of Noxtella.
Really nice damage, though.
Mm.
If you can get a
Blanks
stagger.
Also grabbing some Somber Stones along the way.
Okay, another attack, though, here from Radahn. Nice rolls here from Jack. No. Oh, gets us.
Does he get the stagger?
Oh,
yes, stagger.
Wow.
Stagger a post. I think he might one cycle here.
If he gets a bleed
I mean, it's
proc.
a little far off.
Yeah, it's a little far.
Yeah, no, not
sadly.
quite. Not quite.
Very close, though.
Yeah, he
does have a golden
very
fell
quick
foot,
finish.
too, actually. He does have a golden fell foot, so that's going to be huge as well.
Ooh, yeah. That might be enough to get him to level 55 then, maybe, or at least pretty darn close. There's the Moon of Noxtella for Blanks. Marks the square. And then Jack, just one more hit. Don't get Greedy. Nice. Nice kill.
Very, very nice.
He's trying to warp out, but you can't warp out until you have gotten the grace here after Radon. It just will not let you. You're in the trapped state. All right, and we'll see how many runes he's got here with that potential foul foot. It doesn't look like he's immediately leveling, so I don't think he thinks he has enough runes, but I have no idea the rune counts for levels, so I could not even begin to tell you how close or far he is.
So we have Moon of Noxtella here for blank 6-5. What is he going for now, though? I was really expecting the Ritual Pot, Cracked Pot setup here. But instead, yeah, Jack, I think, is rushing Radon's Great Rune, I believe.
Yeah, I think Blanks might be going for the Omen Killer boss. He might be going for Omen Killer and Miranda here, next to the Tree Sentinel duo. So that could be a strong individual square play. You just kill a boss and get a square, you know. Those are my favorite squares when I'm playing. Just like, oh, I kill a boss and I get a square. Awesome. Doesn't set him up, you know, with synergy, but you don't necessarily need that if you can just get a good one. No, but he's running right on by. He is ignoring that for now, at least, and heading further up generally towards the capital. I don't think he's going to the capital, but what would he be? Oh, it could be Ash of War Lightning Ram. He might be going for the Lightning Ram Ash of War over here.
For row 2, I guess? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to get like a bunch of setup pretty much, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It does once again feel like neither of them is really trying to do any lines. It really feels like both of them are like, nope, I'd like to win on majority. So, you know, if you're going for majority, Ash of War Lightning Ram, it's not bad. It's all right. If you're already in the capital here, getting to it isn't so bad. I think the Omen Killer boss would have been a good bit faster, but this isn't bad either. I guess if he did do Omen Killer boss, blanks, he also has 2 others in that column currently. And if we think he's also ahead on Ritual Pots, that could lead to him having a total of 4 squares in that line. And then all that would be left is Ancestor Spirit, a slower square that he could force Jack into. But it's just not how he's playing right now. It looks like he's going for bosses that ride a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird because, like,
weird spot. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, why isn't Cracked Pot's Ritual Pots being forced just a little bit more? I know Blanks has an advantage on it. He's grabbed some of them, but like, it's not seen as the threat that I guess I see it as. Like, you know, Radon's Great Rune here, I feel like is a great pickup, but after that, oh my God. Jack has to be very careful here.
Yeah, he is almost dead. I'm surprised he's not healing now. There's not... maybe there are no more enemies along the way. Maybe he knows he just doesn't have to heal.
Yeah, no, he's in the clear pretty much here.
I still, if I'm at low health, I, like, have to heal. There's exceptions in speedruns where I know the course, but in bingo, I'm just like, I want to be at full health at all times, please.
That's super fair.
Yeah. But no, he is totally in the clear. He knows it. He should be fine. Doesn't even need this grace here. Just goes straight up to the top. Activate the rune. And that will tie it up 6-6. Blank's going for bosses that ride a horse. I mean, I just feel like that's kind of slow, is it not? Like,
it's a bit of a weird pick, but it's a double up because you have bosses in Limgrave as well. I think that's why he's doing both, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. You can do, Knight's Cavalry here in Limgrave. That will be his second boss that rides a horse. As well as, it looks like he's marked that that'll be his final boss in Limgrave that he needs. Because he did... I've lost track with all the with all the technical difficulties of all the bosses he's done in Limgrave. But he has marked for himself that he has done quite a few here. It currently shows him as having 5 out of the 6, so we'll see if he marks it as soon as he gets the Knight's Cap.
Should be this,
There it is. All right.
Which is actually good for Jack, right? Because Jack's probably like, okay, cool. I'm not being rushed on Radon's Great Rune right now. Honestly, if anything... Oh, there's no grace here, actually, at this tower. I was about to say, if there's a grace here, he could just like actually hold it for a bit and go for cracked pots
Yeah, there
first.
is a grace, but he passed it. He skipped a grace, so he would not be able to hold it on for any longer without just losing a ton of time.
Okay, how does Blanks feel about this? He's going straight for Potville. Friggin'.
That's scary for Blanks. He has all the other ones in that row. If Blanks ignores pots and Jack goes for it and gets the double square, that's game over. That's a full line bingo.
He isn't though. This is a great play here from Blanks. I know what he's doing. He's going for actually the Hero's Catacomb here that is right below DTS, which is the duelist with the pots, and there's 2 ritual pots in that catacomb. He needs 2 more catacomb. He needs 2 more ritual pots to block that row. So he's grabbing those too. So this is actually a big time sink here actually for Jack, because Blanks is already having 8 cracked pots and 3 ritual pots. He's already set up to get both of these squares.
Oh wow, yeah, no, that's bad for Jack then. Yeah, I did not realize Blanks was that close. He really has just gone so many different places to get the different pots with synergy with everything else he's done. Like, you look at what Blanks has done and you go, oh, he had no time to get pots. There's no way. And it turns out he was just finding them in every little location. Wow, what a good play by Blanks.
It's a very, very good play. Yeah, he's very set up just overall on the map, but also has a nice backup plan for those ritual pots. I'm not sure if this was his plan from the very beginning, but it's a nice backup of getting these 2 ritual pots as well.
Yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, Blanks. Did he go to Jarberg earlier? I think he actually did. Yeah.
I believe he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no wonder he has been so set up here for all of these pots. So it's just gonna snipe this right away from Jack, right under his nose, and really seal out that particular line.
Oh, he's got to be careful. These imps.
The majority. Oh!
These imps do take him out here. How close is Jack to getting ritual pots? 5 ritual pots is definitely tough to grab. 3 ritual pots here from Jack. He just needs 2 more.
Yeah, there's 1 in Raya Lucaria. He does already... Or no, he didn't grab the key.
He never grabbed the key.
He did Small Reg and he never grabbed the key.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's a bit of a mistake there for sure. That's going to cost him some time.
Does the merchant actually, right before Raya Lucaria, does he have a ritual pot? He does have a pot. I'm pretty damn sure. Maybe it's a cracked pot.
I don't think it's a ritual. I think the other ritual that people get is it Lascar Ruins?
Caelid though too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Dragon Barrel Merchant. Yep. That's where he's going. That's where he's going. Blanks probably gets this before Jack does. Jack going to be grabbing the Dragon Barrel Merchant ritual pot here, and then going to go into Raya Lucaria for the 5th one. But by the time he gets that 5th ritual pot, Blanks is going to go ahead and grab both just in this catacomb.
Yeah, as long as Blanks does not have any more trouble with these silly little imps, but he's finally passed those, so should be able to get it.
There it is.
Oh, those the cracked pots first. Yeah.
Yep. Oh!
Jack might still go for the ritual pot, trying to not lose both of them.
I don't know.
No, he's not, though.
He's just like, okay, I'm going to lose that on both of them. Whatever.
Yeah. I mean, he was so close. I don't know. I guess it's probably the correct call to not go for it, but, you know, I'm the kind of player that I might say, hey, bet, you know.
He leveled 15
I bet you're not
faith.
actually going to do it.
Why do you level 15 faith, though?
He's
going for an Omen Killer boss. Golden Epitaph, maybe?
Golden Epitaph?
Maybe. But he is going for the Miranda Cave here. I believe he's going to go for the Omen Killer boss now.
Yeah. Taking away something that Blanks was very, very close to, but just didn't, pull the trigger on earlier.
Blanks needs one more ritual pot.
Yep, one more ritual pot.
Is there another one in there? I'm pretty sure there's another one in here, right? Am I crazy?
I have genuinely no idea. This is one of those catacombs that is a complete mystery to me. I memorized one way through it so that I could kill the boss here.
Yeah.
For like all bosses runs, and that's about it. That's the only thing I know about it. Yeah, Jack definitely gonna get this Omen Killer boss. So, but if Blanks gets Ritual Pots, that's gonna keep Blanks with a 2-square lead here.
Wait, is there a ritual pot in here though? Is the perfumer?
I don't know.
No, maybe not. Oh, no, wait. There's a chest in here. Wait, hold on. Does the chest have a pot? He's not checking. I feel like the chest right here, where Jack is right now, has a pot. I'm not sure if that's a ritual pot. That might be a cracked pot. I think there's a pot in there.
It could be. I don't know.
I don't remember. I wish I knew. Blanks, I think, is just trying to get out of... Oh, no, there it is. Is that the last one? Yep. Okay.
There it is. Okay, yeah. I mean, currently Blanks with the lead. It is 6-9, but nice. But soon Jack should get the 7th one here.
Currently, game 3 looking very interesting. Blanks with a 3-square lead. Oh, poison now.
We do know that Blanks might have the lead on bosses that ride a horse. He's gone for... Jack, no!
Oh, that's tough. That is tough.
Yeah. Because once the Omen Killer's down, the Miranda just can't even really hurt you much. So it's almost free from there.
That is tough.
Heads back in. Yeah, I mean, losing those pots was definitely a bit of a blow. I mean, Blanks was setting up those pots definitely for a while.
And now they're racing an Omen Killer because Blanks is going for the Omen Killer Liurnia. Oh.
Isn't this... I feel like this is so much more walking. He could have raced Jack to the same Omen Killer. But, I mean, it is going to be a lot squishier.
It's going to be a lot
given
faster.
That Jack died... Yeah, it actually is going to be very, very close. Jack
I think
definitely
Blanks
had
gets
it if
this.
he got it first try.
This could be a column 4 bingo. Ancestor Spirit.
Oh my goodness, you're right. You're right. I thought the Omen Killer was Jack, so I didn't think that it was going to be that much of a threat. But
yeah,
no, it might not be. They're heading into it at almost the same time, and all Blanks has to do is kill one Omen Killer, no Miranda. He just has to be careful of the extra enemies. They're both using Falks. This is going to be so much less health for Blanks's. Oh, but he does get slammed. If he dies, it's going to be really bad because it's way further away to come back. Oh, he's got to be careful. Tries to go for the backstab, does not get it.
What the hell's happening?
Oh my gosh, it's... I don't know.
The thing is that Jack has to kill Omen Killer and Miranda, though, not just the Omen Killer.
Yeah, you have to fully finish off the boss. It can't just be the Omen Killer itself.
Boom!
Oh, but Jack gets slammed at 1 health for a second time. No, it's a disaster. Blanks, all he needs is probably one more jump attack. There it is, and he takes it. 1 Omen Killer boss. No, it's a disaster for Jack. Oh, no.
That is so tough. Jack is just sitting on the floor. He's saying it's GG's.
I mean, he's kind of gotten back to that same situation as game 1. Behind by 4 squares is such a bad spot to be. It was 7-6 like 10 minutes ago, and it just whoom. It was just square, square, square for Blanks. Oh, you think you've got a line? No, I block it. Now I set up my own line. Now I get Omen Killer bosses. Now I'm ahead by 4 with a line threat. You have to go do Ancestor Spirit, which is really slow. Oh my god, it has just swung completely in Blanks' favor.
Jack, you're just going for the full upgrade first with Golden Epitaph here. And I don't know... Blank's not going for Ancestor, not going to go for the bingo. He's thinking like, okay, this might be contested. Jack playing with fire here, by the way, healing at the very last second.
I didn't think he'd had him enough health. I thought he was actually just going to die there.
Yeah, and it looks like Blanks is just like, you know what? I'm at 10. Have him go do the long Ancestor Spirit Square. I don't care. I'm going to go actually go kill some more horses.
Yeah, Blanks, I mean, he's got He's got every single bingo line blocked, so he can win on majority. So all he needs is any 3 squares, and to be honest, you could almost get 3 squares in the time you could kill an Ancestor Spirit. Probably not quite. Ancestor Spirit isn't that slow, but yeah, he can get bosses that ride a horse. He can do Ash of War Lightning Ram. He probably gets to rune level 55 first if he really wants that. I think he has more talismans. Like,
is he going Melania? I think he's doing Melania.
Oh, that would get him rune level 55 for sure. That is a 2 square thing, but like, I mean,
I think he's doing it because he's expecting to miss out on Ancestor Spirit anyways. He's like, you know what? Let me at least go for the Melania kill here. Let me go for level 55. You know, maybe
go out with honor.
Yeah, maybe flex for chat for just a moment here on game 3. You know, match. You know, winners bracket first match or second match.
Yeah.
I guess.
The Falx has some advantages against Melania. I do like the bleed damage that it offers, but also some things that I don't like when fighting Melania. Multi-hitting moves can be weird because she can like block them and back off instantly and things like that. I tend to prefer big one-hitting, you know, bonk type weapons. But yeah, you can see it's like it's not doing as much damage as you'd expect from Falx because the multi-hits just like interact weirdly with her. It's not bad, but it's just maybe not as good as some other options.
And Blanks here not going for Ancestor Spirit either, but actually going for Radon. Oh my god, and he froze for a second. Okay.
Temporary. We're back.
Okay.
Oh,
Jack is frozen.
same with Jack, temporary.
Is it temporary for you?
I'm watching through your stream, so whatever it is for you, it is for me.
Blanks is fine for me, but Jack is still frozen. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh Christ, please. Oh, we're back with you. Okay,
we're
thank
back, we're
Christ.
back.
Thank Christ. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Okay, Jack doing a good job against Melania, but he has had to heal a few times already, which is scary because it's just a really, really long fight, and you only have so many heals. And honestly, not going down very quick at all. That is kind of just how Melania goes. She has so much health. It just takes a while, and she doesn't give that many opportunities to attack compared to a lot of other bosses.
Nice bleed proc, though.
Yeah, very nice.
This is very interesting.
Yeah. It is interesting that Blanks is kind of going for... It's weird he's going for the one that he knows Pepe Jack has already done because he saw Restore Radon's Great Rune. Which, you know, common sense would say, well, then this is the worst play. You're going into the things that Jack already has priority on. But uncommon sense would say, well, then that's why it's the perfect play because Jack would never expect it. Oh, Jack gets clipped by the attack. Dies.
So unfortunate.
He just has no health. Yeah, it's the classic base game bingo. There's just never any time to get enough runes to get enough health to live through Melania. Melania is just always a menace. It doesn't matter what game it is. It's always...
God.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're good. Blank is back. And we're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. No worries.
A very nice Radon kill from Blanks.
Only saw half of it. That was probably pretty good.
Well, saw the end. Saw that he didn't quite
the
get
most
to one
critical
cycle, but
part.
as soon as he landed.
Yeah. We did see the most critical part. Thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jack, I do agree. Obviously, he has to do Ancestor Spirit at some point. That is not a square that he is allowed to give up and still have any hope of winning. So getting it out of the way early, I think, is a smart play. He probably knows he's not contested on this. He knows Blanks isn't going to actually go for Ancestor Spirit. That's just not the way that Blanks plays. But
on the same,
unfortunately lose him more time.
On the same token, though, you have to also be like, well, what if he does this time?
Yeah.
You know,
what if you set up a habit that you show your opponents, oh, I never go for the lines. I never go for the lines. And then all of a sudden in the most important match, bam, rush that line, go for it immediately, and catch your opponent off guard. Would be a pretty good play.
Yep. I would not be as surprised anyways.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll see that in the full Bingo Brawlers season. This, you know, being the preseason, maybe he's still hiding some of those strats. But yeah, in this match, he's definitely not going for that Ancestor Spirit. Has not taken any steps in Shifra since he set up the line.
I'm not sure what Jack is looking for here. Oh.
He might be missing the fire. Yeah.
Yeah, he's grabbing this
rode
fire
around
right
it
here.
a little.
This is the last horse boss for Blanks, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, shredding. The Falk's really, really good against Knights Cavalry because you kind of jump up and hit the rider directly. And as you're coming down, you also hit the horse. So you just kind of get to hit both of them with the full combo, and it does so much damage.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful. There it is. Bleed proc on top of that.
Yeah.
That's is it not his 5th horse boss? Am I crazy? I guess not.
You might have. Yeah.
I guess not. Wait.
I guess not.
Tree Sentinel, Knight's Cav,
Sentinel,
Knight's Cav.
Knight's Cav.
Did he not do the one? He already has it, because then Radon, this Knight's Cav.
Radon. Has he done 3 Knight's Cavs? Oh.
He just marked it.
He marked it. Okay.
Oh, maybe. Oh, we're just delayed.
Oh, wait. We're delayed on the board, or
we're delayed on
we're
the
delayed
broadcast.
watching him. So he did this Knight's Cav here in Weeping, and then he's marked it. So
okay.
Our broadcast is a little delayed compared to the actual state of the board, but
yeah, let me refresh it. Let me refresh it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in a completely different spot.
Oh, he is going for Ancestor Spirit, or is that? Oh, that's Jack still just going for it. Never mind.
That's just Jack's going still for it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is pretty much like Blanks just absolutely having so much pressure everywhere. He can pick whatever he wants. He's going to go for what seems to be maybe... where are we right now? Is he maybe going for Lightning Ram? I think he's going for Lightning Ram.
It looks like Lightning Ram. This definitely looks like the direction of Lightning Ram. I do think that's a good play. It's not too long of a square, but it's one that, you know, I don't think Jack would think of to block with. Jack heading back into Melania again. Hopefully it goes better for him this time.
Yeah, going for it now, I'm assuming, because he just saw 5 horses, so he's like, okay, he has not been working towards Ancestor Spirit. Why should I do that? Let me go for Melania instead.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I think that is the correct play. I think if you see that you've got progress towards something and you see that your opponent is definitely not going for it, I think going for something to try to snipe them is a great idea. Oh. Great idea. Well behind, but that is tough. Yeah. That leap up into the air is just kind of a bait because she just comes down and it will one-shot you. Oh.
Why? Okay.
Go finish it out. It sounds like they are having no problems with the board, so they would definitely be able to finish it out, but, you know, it just might be a little unfortunate that we may miss some moments if this keeps cutting out.
We are missing
but
things,
the match integrity is fine.
Yeah, the match integrity is completely fine. I think this is where we're just like, yeah, there's no point in being like, hey, we can't see anything, so you should reset. It's like, no. If they're fine, it's just an us issue. It's just an us issue at the end of the day. Okay, Blank's
we missed the meme, the Ash of War Lightning Ram on the 10 sheet. Oh, that was the most important square to see, though.
Absolutely most important. I agree.
We're going to have to reset the match just so that we can see that one square. Well, let's have him kill an 11th Ram, just so we can see it.
It hasn't shown up just yet. There's the Ancestor Spirit, though, now for Jack. There's the block, 12 squares to 7.
But now Jack has to win every single remaining square, and
that's a tall order.
That is a very tall order. I don't expect we are going to see that.
God, how unfortunate, man. Because all the other matches were doing so fine.
Yeah.
All right, looks like, yeah, Jack is doing Melania here. We do have Nike currently in the call with Blanks because his footage is sadly not resetting here, so we're having just one of the refs watching him on Discord live instead to make sure that obviously his gameplay is still legit. which is really, really unfortunate
Yeah.
that we had to resort to this. Well, hopefully it bounces back at some point. I don't know. I reached out as well to the website being like, hey, why are there hiccups? We'll try and see if we can figure out why exactly the first 2 games were absolutely beautiful and perfect, and all of a sudden game 3, like, things go down the shitter. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So sorry to all the viewers at home as well, too.
Yeah. But the fact that the first 2 games went so well, you know, gives hope that the service, it's not like the service can't handle it. It's just, you know, some sort of hopefully temporary error that we can solve.
Yep. Really cool Ash of War use here from Jack, by the way. Nice bleed proc as well.
Yeah, the Ash of War, the Revenger's Blade, is something you usually see on NPCs because it will micro-stagger them. But Melania also micro-staggers. One of the only, like, big major bosses in the game that does that. She's almost similar to an NPC in that way, and so using the Revenger's Blade can be very powerful.
Yeah, very... Oh! Get stib-stabbed in the blib-blab there.
I mean, the jump over that he was doing was really cool, but yeah, maybe a height difference or something. He was definitely in the air, but just got blasted.
The weird part is that we still see blanks on the website, but not actually, like, no live footage. And there it is for blanks, 13 to 7. Got the other talismans. GG's. There it is. Blanks taking game 3 on this best of 3s. Yeah, tough situation here, but we do have refs on the scene making sure that it's all legit, so we're all good. That is GG's here for blanks, winning on game 3 for second match in the bracket, dude. Yo, GG's. So sorry about the freaking tech issues. I don't know what's going on.
It's all good. It happens. You know, it's opening weekend. Gotta just iron out the kinks. Luckily, with the way that the refs were so responsive, it didn't feel like it interrupted the match too much anyway. So
okay, well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I was very worried. Obviously, I don't want it to feel like, oh great, I'm missing I finally have momentum on the board and now I have to pause, you know, type of situations. Those are definitely the worst. But overall, a very good match from both of you guys.
Thank you.
Very, very fun to watch. Hold on. Oh, did I not bring in camera 2? Oh, right, your camera's frozen. Never mind. So sadly, won't be able to see you on screen.
I have a PNG at least.
Yeah, true. So we'll bring in Jack too, because like there's just a lot that was happening in all these games. Jack currently still fighting Melania, by the way, just for the fun of it. But let's go ahead and we'll bring in Jack as well here. GG's, Jack. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Yo, GG's.
Insane game 3. Not gonna lie, GG's to both you guys. Game 1 being, I'd say, like overall just like an early lead from blanks that he just never let go. To a game 2 where Pepe Jack had a really nice lead, and it turned into a very just intense late game from the both of you guys, which I thought was awesome to watch. Into game 3 here. Sorry to Jack as well for all the pauses. So sorry about that. I don't know what was causing it. We're looking into it. Sadly, that just happens with new website and everything. So we're working out the kinks. For game 1 and game 2, it worked beautifully. So we'll look into it for why it just like took a shit, you know, on game 3. But besides all that, how'd the best of 3s feel for you guys? Blanks, how about you go first, and Jack, obviously.
I thought the best of 3 was a lot of bingo at once.
Yeah.
Especially for just like a quote unquote like regular season, even though this is preseason, for like a regular season match, a best of 3 format definitely adds a layer of intensity, I would say. Because with one match, you only have to play for like hour, 2 hours tops. With this, you're locked into at least 2 hours, if not like this match, possibly 3+, right? So it's definitely an endurance test for sure, and being able to keep that razor sharp focus that's required for bingo is very, very difficult with how long it goes.
Yeah, it's definitely very much an endurance match. Yeah, how about you, Jack? How did it feel for you, the whole best of 3s in general?
No, I'm looking forward to game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the warm up. Now the real matches get to start. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we're in the afternoon. Now is prime hours.
True. Now, how did it feel though in general, like for the best of threes, just like swapping formats in between like matches and everything? Like, how'd that feel?
I mean, it was fine. It's what we've been practicing the whole time, so
Yeah.
it felt just like a streaming of the practice season with
Yeah,
a
I
lot
think-
more viewers.
Yeah, I think others may have less practice doing like one DLC, one base. You know what I mean? Like I think others might have just been focusing on one. I know I've been doing a lot more base game stuff. The Switch didn't really shake me or rattle me at all mentally, just because I am more comfortable on the DLC. But I don't know how you felt about it, Jack. But for me, like, I didn't really feel the like we're switching formats now. Now I don't know how to play anymore. Like it surprisingly went fine.
I think for me, like on any given day, I wake up and one format feels more like with my brain. And
Yep.
today it was DLC. I couldn't think base game today. This was not anywhere close to my best base game. So I was kind of sad to lose the coin flip, but that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you did play well. I think you should give yourself some credit in the base game. I think game one, it came down to a lot of snipes. Blanks.
Yeah, game one
had your number on those. And honestly, game three, you really held in there, and I thought you had some good chances and some great possible ways to make lines or make threats or even win majority. And then there was just kind of like around the time of pots and ritual pots got taken, it just kind of swing out of your favor. So, but I do think both were very close games that you definitely had chances out of.
Yeah, there were a few unfortunate things that happened in that game three. One was I was hoping he would mark something before I got like on the Radon Great Rune elevator, so I could pivot at the Grace, so I could just like prep it and leave.
Yeah.
And then he marked it like midway up the elevator, and I'm like, well, is there a Grace up here? There's not. That's unfortunate. And then I was pretty surprised by, like, I have no idea where he got the ritual pots. My excuse, my emotional cushion that I'm gonna use to make me feel better about myself is like with the pauses, I had no idea like what his map progress felt like anymore. So that's me. Just for my own mental.
Yeah, I think for me it was kind of similar, just because like you had marked a little bit of ambiguous squares. Like I knew you had gone to Magma Worm. Radon was kind of telegraphed with 65k Memory of Grace, but other than that, I didn't really see a whole lot of what you were up to. I was thinking maybe you'd do some kind of like Loretta 5 horse bosses because you had Radon and maybe we're starting to build a column 1. So that was kind of my idea that I thought you were going for in my head, and that was why I went for the double. With
the Mog was just Halig Tree. I just needed to put a stop to that row 4 immediately. So. I think I may have screwed myself with that one by sending you a wrong signal in the direction that I wanted to go in the future rather than the direction that I actually was. So that could have been a little bit of a bozo move, perhaps.
Out of all three
Fair
games,
enough, I mean-
what was like the biggest play that you think you're able to pull off within those 3 games? I know it's a little bit maybe tough to recall the other 2 games, but just in general, like out of all the boards, like which one do you each feel like you were strongest, like made the strongest impression, I guess?
You want to go first, Jack?
I honestly feel like that's kind of an impossible question to answer without seeing back both perspectives, because like I don't know
Sure.
what worked and what didn't.
True. True.
Yeah,
I have
it's
one in
easier to
mind.
stay from the other side. Like, yeah, this snipe felt horrendous.
Yeah. I
Like,
have one in
frickin'
mind.
The play of the game, in my opinion, was Milicent healing outside of the baboosh and losing Milicent and Vader.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that was
was
tough.
just like,
That was tough.
I was so far behind from that point because like he gets, I'm in the invasion, he gets to port out for Raya's hand,
Yeah.
and then I don't know what possessed you to go Loretta. I was taking my sweet ass time. I was like, I don't even think this is a good play what I'm doing right now. And then you like sniped me on it. I was like, what is he doing here, dude? What is this? I was so confused.
I would say, yeah, I'd say I kind of got lucky there then. I'd say play of the game for me is definitely Game 3 Scion. I was getting the worst Scion RNG of all time. I didn't get a stagger at all. And I just had to, keep my head in. Because if I had died to Scion, that would have been really bad. That would have been, like, pretty awful. But I kind of thought you'd be going for Worm first. So my idea was Scion Scar Seals, but the Scion was so slow that I had to contest you on Falling Star Tunnels. So I did Falling Star Beast into Scar Seals, and then I think that kind of set me up really nicely on that row 5. Did the Scion mark, like, did that, like, push you into going for the last tunnel, or what was your thought process?
I was
that
in
point?
the FSB area when you marked FSB, so I was like, yeah, sure. I mean, I kind of felt like I needed to greet it a little bit. So
Like Worm is kind of
hypothetically,
far
if you
out of the
just
way.
rush the 2 tunnels, or then like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was a mistake.
No, I don't know. I feel like, do you think that, like, instead of going for Magma Worm Tunnel into like Stone Digger, I guess was like the more optimal, right? Quick play over FSB
Mm,
in this case.
yeah, probably.
Well, FSB
Probably.
gets the Somber 6, though. I think that's
Right, but
still
from
a
our
good play.
perspective, Blanks, if for example, like when you got FSB, if you did not pivot off and just did FSB and you went for Stone Digger, you would have had all of row 5, pretty much, because
Oh, I see.
that's how the time difference was. Like for Jack going for FSB right after you marked it, you could have still have taken away 2 tunnels from him with how the
I
fights
think
were
he would have
going.
been too slow because he would have wanted to get to stones.
Yeah, it would have been
Possibly,
close. It would have
yeah,
been close
it
for
would have
sure.
been close, but it was just still like a risky play, seeing both perspectives. I guess that's why I was curious, like if FSB was more of a greed play because of the stones, over Stone Digger, I guess.
The
I
main
think it's just
reason
risky.
I wanted to get stones, but
Yeah.
I started with rune to make my sword wieldable off rip, so I didn't have the keys for Altus.
I started with nothing because I thought I forgot it wasn't DLC, so I started with nothing.
That's rough.
I was
also,
like,
I-
I don't have Stone Sword keys.
I guess the Stone Digger I was talking about is not old Alta Stone, but Limgrave, because we have Limgrave and
Oh,
Weeping
sure,
bosses here. Yeah,
I think in this format, like it's pretty tough to be going for like 2 unsynergistic tunnels. Like I don't know, the Stone Digger troll in Limgrave is kind of slow. I think you would go Weeping if you wanted just like a really fast
Really?
one.
Okay, because
I think so.
if
The
you
Weeping
look at
tunnel's
like
very short.
yeah, but if you look at Stone
Yeah.
Digger, right? It's a Weeping. It's a tunnel. It's a Limgrave boss, but also drops a talisman. So you have 3
Yeah.
synergies there.
Yeah,
that
it just
work with
depends if
that.
you're trying to be fast.
Right.
I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
can also get
no,
ones
it's all
in the
up to
tunnel
bait, I guess,
as
right?
well.
There's smithing ones in the tunnel, and I mean maybe some 2s. I don't know. Yeah, overall, I think the early game was like a big, like how do you put this? Like, there's very different ways of going about it, early game style wise, right? There's a lot of different options to lean into on this board. Like this early game board was, I think, kind of tough to make the right, like the perfect call, if you will.
Right. I mean, I saw row 3 because he did the Magworm. I'm like, oh, that's a Dragonheart boss. I don't really have a good one to do because Academy isn't good in this board, so I don't have a reason to go to Smaragd. So it's like I had a really tough time blocking row 3, and that's when I went all in on the pots.
Yeah, where the hell did you get those, by the
Yeah.
way? I was very taken aback.
Kale, Jarberg, and then I did the 2 in Stormvale, and then all the pots in Orisa Side Tomb.
Okay, you did do Orisas. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I died once in the catacomb to the imps, but
But
was
pretty
the
much as
last
soon as
time.
you marked Radahn's Great Rune, he was already like on the way to the tomb, anyways.
I was
So-
like, I need to block this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely fortunate timing in that regard for him.
I probably shouldn't have marked dragon bosses as soon as I did. I was a little like spooked by the column 5. Blanks' the occasional tendency to try and steal people's shit. So I was thinking like this column 5 is very spooky.
Well, also,
Yeah.
Agheel's a Limgrave boss, so it makes sense. To,
yeah.
You know.
So I know that the early game grafted Scion seemed to make a lot of sense, but was it also maybe just a little too risky, Blanks? Like, what do you think? Like, was it really worth rushing as Swear 1?
I was like, in my head, I was like, this sets up row 5 beautifully,
Yeah.
and I'm confident in that fight now after a bunch of practice. And so
Yeah.
I saw the weapon, and I was like, okay, this isn't the best weapon ever, but it also is like doable. So I don't know. I was like, all right, whatever, let's go for it. It was very risky though. Like when I almost died, I was like, this is not supposed to happen. This has never happened in my practice. I've never like almost died to this boss.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
yeah. This was a bit of a tough boss. Sorry, tough board to like lean into. And when it came to Omen Killer, you guys also went for 2 different Omen Killers, which I was a little surprised by, but also made sense. You know, obviously having to deal with Miranda Cave Omen Killer, you have to kill both bosses to actually get the credit for it, which is a little
yeah.
tough.
That one is rough.
Yeah. But overall, amazing best of 3s. How did the for the DLC match, the ending was really hard to figure out what you guys were thinking with the last 4 squares being kind of up to anyone. You know what I mean? And I'm assuming that's how it felt for you guys too, right? Where it was like,
man.
which one do you really go for here? Like, what do you really end on? Is it going to be, you know, Mother of Fingers or is it Catacombs? Blank's deciding to go for Catacombs a little bit. You know, what was for you guys both, you know, coming to those last 4 squares, what was the overall thought / like idea of concern, you know, how it was going to play out?
Jack, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Yeah, I went for the ceiling tree direction first and foremost because of the Deathblight Lion. I was like, I get some options this way that he might not be thinking of. And then when he marked or like the Membi, I was thinking about it for a little bit, and I was pretty sure that he had gone to Bellerotte. And so I sent the ceiling tree then. I'm pretty sure he did like Mesmer into Lion. And then I'm ahead in Rao, so I can just like finish the ceiling tree and go to Metter with my horn progress that I already had.
So Gaius didn't drop the sword lance like I wanted him to.
Yeah, I used
happened to
neon
both of
pants.
you. Yep.
Yeah, so my idea, I leveled all strength, so I didn't have any. I ended up killing Romina for the Mesmer Spear, which I couldn't even get the requirements for. I mean, I had the dex, but not the faith. But the plan was to use Sword Lance on Romina to just progress the ceiling tree. But then I realized, oh, well, if the Sword Lance doesn't draw, I need to find a different remembrance. So I went towards Romina, and luckily she had a weapon that was good for Lion. But yeah, I mean, the plan was to maybe get you when you were going for Bearline Hippo. Like I like as 11-12 gaming, you know, like the rules of 11-12 is that you have to progress both. And so my thought process was like, I need to get to 12 squares. And so I was like, the only way this works is if Remembrance only Lion is a snipe into the Bearline Hippo, like finishing it as a snipe also, and then we're even. So I was kind of panicking towards the end. And so my play was after you marked Ceiling Tree and got 12 squares, I was like, okay, it's Catacombs and Metter. So I did the 1 Catacomb, and then I did the full Metter quest line. And so the plan was to do 1 Catacomb, send Metter. But that didn't really work because you had Metter set up kind of with talismans, I'd assume.
Yeah.
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 So, yeah. I mean, overall, I think you played a great DLC game. I think we both played a great DLC game.
Yeah.
But I think you just had a slightly better late game than I did.
Yeah, I think he got the lead kind of in the mid game by forcing you into Lamenter, and then
Yeah.
that's just a miserable spot to be.
Yeah, I thought he was going to drain the water, but I guess he wasn't going for that, or was that like a snipe?
He was ahead of you, and then he pivoted out and
yeah.
decided to set up that line instead to force you into Lamenter, which ended up working out very, very well for
Very
him.
well, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
honestly like less about the line. I was just like counting squares while running back section. It was like, actually, south is just better than
Yeah.
train. Like
It
Yeah.
truly was better.
Yeah, I think as soon as that call was made and we saw him fighting Ancient Dragon Man, I was like, dude, actually, there's like 7 squares in the south that are like really good here. So like, why even go for backside for 2 squares if you can get 7 by just killing Ancient Dragon Man? Which I believe you realized as well, Blanks, because you went for Ancient Dragon Man literally right after Jack killed him. So I'm assuming you
Yeah.
realized that too at some point.
I kind of wanted to be down there just to make sure he doesn't just run away with the squares down there, because I know that is a strat that you can do, is just run away with south squares. But I just wanted to get on both diagonals because it was just kind of threatening that he got Dane and then he got Loger from me, and then so he was on both diagonals, and he was in a spot where he could kind of push inward and force me into Membi. So
Yeah.
my plan was to go south and maybe try to get him into not, just marking diagonal squares, like try to get him to contest me on south stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, that was the game plan. Obviously, he played better than I did because he ended up getting the win. But that was my idea.
Cool.